fine gully we'll describe. Rory Burns there. He's more or less at fourth slip. And here we go, good old pedantic cricket again. After all that time lost yesterday, he's got to wait for the clock to tick round precisely to 11 o'clock. I'll make it 10 seconds to go. Umpire Kettleborough is having none of it, and he's waiting, holding everybody up.
There's a digital clock on the scoreboard. I suppose they're waiting for that to click over to...
Well, it should do now. It's 11 o'clock.
good carry, isn't it? I mean, it's not a quick pitch, but Anderson's got his rhythm, I think, and the ball is being taken back chest high by Buttler.
Does it feel a bit quicker, though, today compared to yesterday?
Maybe. It's hard to say, isn't it? Anderson certainly feels like he's in good rhythm. And you watch Anderson, sometimes Archer especially, they may be coming up at 86, 87, but sometimes the ball seems to just zip off the pitch when they're in rhythm. And that's applied more to Anderson than Broad this morning, I think. I can't understand how he hasn't got Shah Masood out yet.
He's got him out 6 times before as he bowls full. Masood drives to mid-off. Jofra Archer there, tumbles as he takes the ball. Quite slowly. Look quite laboured from Archer. In fact, Stuart Broad looks like he's struggling to walk as well.
Well, he'll be alright. They're not quite in the Shan and Gabriel category, who looked like he barely moved, but actually when he was tossed the ball in that series, he cranked himself up and still was able to bowl close to 90 miles an hour, even when he looked like his body was falling apart.
Stuart Broad with hands on the hips at mid-on as Anderson bowls, and a away swinger to the left-hander. Again, just allows it to go through to just Buttler. No need in playing that one wide of the off stump. And a bit frustrated with himself there, Anderson. Would have wanted to bowl a lot tighter and make him play a little bit more in that over.
Just one run in the last 4 overs.
Well, that's what they're good at. They're good at squeezing, and most dismissals, even at this level, come from batsman error rather than that unplayable ball. And there's a higher proportion of probably really good balls getting wickets in Test cricket, and as you move down the scale, you find that it's batsman error. And batsman error comes about when they haven't scored, they get uncomfortable, and so they're at least applying pressure, but the ball's not moving sideways a great deal.
Shafiq leaves outside the off stump to Broad.
Be interesting where he goes next, because he might be tempted to bowl Bess again at Masood, who struggled against him because the ball turned a little bit last night. So he can go there, plus either Archer or Woakes. Woakes is due a spell, isn't he?
Yes.
And he's not let it down at all in this series. In fact, he's been terrific this summer. So maybe, yes.
1 for 14 from his 8 overs yesterday. Chris Woakes' Broad continues on an angle to the right-handed Shafiq, who defends. Good length delivery on the off stump to Chris Woakes at mid-off, who gives the ball a bit of a shine in his jumper. Now tosses it to Anderson, who wipes the sweat from his forehead and shines it on the back of his trousers. That's the way they are trying to shine the ball here. As Vic Marks steps out, in comes Michael Vaughan. Broad, standing at the top of his mark with his white headband. Pushes away now. Running towards us, bowls. Shafiq dabs to the offside. Looks to set off. Call of no. There's Sibley. Again, speeds to the ball. Stuart Broad, by the way, joins James Anderson, Greg James and Felix White in the new Tailenders podcast this week, The 500 Club. You can listen via BBC Sounds. Should be a good listen, that one. You might listen to it on... try and go for a little jog around the ground, Michael.
Yeah,
in the
good
next
morning.
couple of days.
Must admit, I didn't see you out there this morning,
Had a line this morning as Shafiq drives to mid-off. No run. It's a nice little route. 400 metres? 500 metres?
I think it can be longer if you go. So I try and stick to the perimeters of the fence.
Oh, yeah.
And then you go, there's a cabin over to our left. You go around the back of the cabin, right into the corner, turn left, you go by all the bollards, keep going round the back near the TV trucks. I think it's about 600 by the time you've properly scraped yourself against all the fences like I did.
Shafiq edges, caught a second slip. Stuart Broad, success for him. There's a loud cries. He runs towards the slip cordon, and England have another 2 wickets that they've extracted this morning, and it's Shafiq to go as he walks casually back to the dressing room, out for 7, and Pakistan 150 for 4.
Yeah, 5th time that he's had Shafiq out in Test cricket. England have been very good this morning. There's a hint of lateral movement, and that's always very helpful when you think the ball is 50 odd overs old. And the ball's doing just enough, and that's all it takes. Good catch. I don't think it went in perfectly to Ben Stokes at second slip. When you think that Shadab Khan is in now, and then you go down to Yasir Shah, Shaheen Shah, Afridi, Naseem Shah, there's not a great deal left to come for Pakistan. So this partnership really is the last of the real prominent partnerships.
I was just saying to Vic, actually, does this wicket look a little bit quicker today? Does it feel like it's coming through a bit quicker, and is that why we're seeing as many edges as we are?
Well, maybe. Babar Azam was a mistake. That was a poor shot for the quality of batsman that he is. That was a good ball. That was a bit of bounce on a decent length. Maybe. I think England are bowling better. They were poor yesterday. They didn't quite get it into the right zones. They had periods before lunch. They were very good, Chris Woakes in particular. But I think that the team would have sat down overnight, probably again this morning, and said, come on, we're a bit better than that. We've got to be a bit more consistent in our lines and lengths. They've not over-attacked with the field. I think that's helped them as well. And when you've got Broad and Anderson with these conditions, with the lights on, and they suddenly know that they've got to get the team back into the game, they generally deliver, and they have done so far today.
Mohammad Rizwan is out in the middle now, Pakistan's keeper. He is just tapping the wicket and looking out to the leg side boundary. Now just settling himself in the crease, spin of the bat as he sets himself up on middle and leg. Stuart Broad then. Here he comes once more, past the umpire, bowls to Rizwan, who pushes outside the off stump. Not much foot movement there, as it's bowled quite full, and Stuart Broad continues walking forwards, as that is the end of the over. 150 for 4 then, Pakistan, and Broad in some nice rhythm.
But 8 overs today, 5 maidens, 2 wickets, and just 11 runs.
Yeah, just saw you were there, Isha, when Rizwan got 95.
95, yeah.
In Brisbane.
Yeah.
Well, generally against the Kookaburra boy, your foot movement doesn't always have to be as prominent as it requires to be against the Duke ball. I just saw something there that his foot plants down about middle, and there's a huge gap between bat and pad. If there's anything that nips back, he's going to have good eyes.
There's going to be a forensic examination from these two, no doubt. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. There's Shan Masood, bat up above his left shoulder. Now just sets himself up. Open stance to Anderson, who bowls. Pushes to the offside, the front foot. And another good length delivery from Anderson. Just scraping away front popping crease. So Shadab Khan to come afterwards. Yasir Shah, who scored a century in Australia, Michael.
Yeah, I question whether he can get one against the Duke ball, but he's full of energy, isn't he? When he bowls, when he bats in the field, he'll have a good go at it. But really, it's the next 2 partnerships for Pakistan.
Yeah. As Anderson shuffles forwards, bowls, beats the edge of Masood through to Buttler. Not much he could have done about that. Just back of a length, leaves him off the seam. That is a beauty of a delivery.
Well, it's high class, and Pakistan have somehow just got to hang in there. If they can hang in there, and from here on, if they can get to over 250, they'll have done really well. With the ball doing so much now, England will get a second new ball just after lunch. So Masood's the key. I mean, he's faced 173 deliveries for his 50.
Anderson is in, bowls outside the off stump. Easy delivery to leave from Masood. As he now has another look at, this time it's his follow through. Kettleborough, just having a look at where he's coming through, whether it's in the danger zone or not. Just offering a bit of a sign to Anderson. He just has a chuckle to his teammate Stuart Broad.
What is the forecast? Is it to get bright?
Well, I thought it was supposed to be sunny, Michael.
I think that's
I was
tomorrow.
told, right, okay, keeps getting delayed.
I might be waiting a while.
Come on, Manchester, as Masood again leaves outside the off stump. A good length delivery, but just a bit too wide from Anderson.
I think you're right, issue with the... You just look at the carry. I think it is a bit quicker today. Don't know why. Suddenly, another night we just had a kit that the pitch and just hardened up slightly. And it just seems to... Whether England is giving it a bit more after the ball and a better length, but it's certainly going through to Buttler at a decent height, around waist height, every ball from a decent length. Going to come round the wicket now.
Yeah. Not much of a breeze here. Flags hanging limp above the old red brick pavilion. Far side of the ground as Stuart Broad is just offering Anderson a bit of advice as he steps into the sawdust once more, and now into his stride. Flashes of red from the soles of his shoes as he bowls around the wicket to Masood, who fends at one outside the off stump. It finds its way to Rory Burns, but it's one bounce before it gets to him.
It's that area around third slip. Shah Masood looks very vulnerable. We saw Sibley at third slip yesterday. He dropped one low down to his left. We were praising Babar Azam yesterday, the way that he played the defensive stroke with kind of a 45-degree angle bat, just let the ball hit the bat. It kind of softens the blow. Shah Masood just offers a bit more oomph into even the defensive shot. So if the outside edge is found, you could see it easily travelling through to third slip.
Here comes Anderson again, past the umpire. Masood covers his off stump and shoulders arms as it goes through to Buttler at the end of the over. Masood then on 50. Rizwan is on naught. He's just faced the one delivery. Pakistan 150 for 4. A few more words from you, Michael, and then it will be Simon Mann.
It's been the perfect start for England because they desperately needed a couple of early ones, particularly the wicket of Babar Azam. He went in the first over of the day, and then the experienced player of Asad Shafiq followed pretty quickly afterwards. So it's been a really good start by the senior pair. This one will, I'm sure I'll try and give himself a chance, but he's a player that likes to play a few shots as well. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning, Michael. Here is Broad. 2 slips in the gully go down. Rizwan right-handed, lets that one go from Broad. A swivel lead, pulling the bat behind him. Going past his right hip. So, right on it this morning. Pakistan struggling. That last wicket came after 1 run in 30 balls. The wicket of Shafiq. The 5th time Broad's got him in Test cricket as well. Shafiq out for 7, and Babar Azam for 69. That was the one England really wanted. Right at the start of the day, that's a huge blow to Pakistan's chances. This is Broad, bounding in, bowls to Rizwan, who's forward, holding the pose as well. The ball runs out to Sibley, who's fielding in the covers, and there's no running. And with 3 saving 1 on the offside for the new man Rizwan, 2 slips in the gully. In theory, very good bowling conditions this morning. Overcast. I think the forecast is for it to be overcast today, throughout most of the day. The lights are on again. There's one change today, and that's the breeze. We've got that strong breeze blowing across the ground from left to right as we look at it from the media centre end. Broad moves in, bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan, again, an exaggerated lead, holding the bat well behind him. Taken by Josh Buttler, who we saw walking across the ground last night in the company of Bruce French after play yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't a great day for England's wicketkeeper, and it's a slow news day, not a great deal happening. I guess a lot of debate about the light and whether we should have played a bit more, and lots of debate about Babar Azam and how good he was. And then there was a bit about Josh Buttler, drop catch and a missed stumping.
Broad to Rizwan, he's stuck on the pad, shout for Abid, looks close, it's out, and he's reviewed it straight away. Well, there we go. Have England got the 5th wicket, or is Rizwan going to be reprieved by the technology?
Well, England are convinced, aren't they? They don't think he's got an inside tickle on this.
It looks straight enough. It is a question, I think, of whether he hit it. Let's see. Oh, back pass.
He's out if he's missed it. Yeah, it's in front of all 3.
Okay, nothing conclusive there. Ultra edge one available, please.
He must feel he's got an outside edge on this.
Yeah, just roll through, please.
Yeah, it has.
Okay, yeah, just freeze it there, please. Just take it back one firm mark. Okay, we have a spike with the ball next to the bat, Richard. So there's bat involved. Can we go back on field to Richard, please? Please overturn your decision, Richard. You're on screen now.
So there we go, the technology there working.
Yeah, it was only a thin outside edge, but he's playing it from the crease. Now he's just come to the middle, but you can just see that he kind of gets squared up. It seems a little bit. You know, we saw him play a forward defence first ball. There's a big gap between bat and pad. His technique's going to get questioned over the next 20 minutes. If he can survive it, well, you might get a chance to get a few, but with the technique that I've seen, it's going to be very difficult to survive that long against this quality.
And he's rather stuck there, a bit like some of the West Indies batsmen we saw in that Test series. Broad running in purposely, bowls to Rizwan, who plays it defensively back down the pitch. Broad shaped to pick it up and hurl the ball at the stumps and fumble it.
It's got a feeling the game's going to move forward quite quickly today. The clouds are around, the lights are on. High-class seamers and the England camp, the Pakistan team as well. Bit of nibble there.
Well, they've got the ammunition, Pakistan, in their bowling attack. 150 for 4, and in theory they might have the conditions if they get to bowl later if it's like this. And there is something in the pitch, the spinners as well. We've seen that. We saw it on the first day anyway. Here is Broad to Rizwan, who's coming forward, playing into the offside. It goes out to Sibley in the covers, and there is no run, just to the left of Sibley. I can see Woakes loosening up vigorously as he makes his way to his fielding position, so that might be it for Stuart Broad. 150 for 4. He has taken one of the wickets to fall this morning, so 1 for all of them now. Archer, Woakes, Anderson and Broad. 150 for 4, and the game is really in the balance here. Can Pakistan muster a score to put pressure on England in their first innings? Andy?
11 runs from 10 overs, 5 maidens in a row now. Just looking at Mohammad Rizwan, just played 6 tests before this 8 innings, but he has had a tendency to get out early. A golden duck in his first innings. He's also had a second ball 4 and a third ball duck. Narrowly avoided a 5th ball duck to add to his collection. It was a good first class record, averaging 43 at 95 you mentioned in Brisbane. Nicholas is 1 test half century to date.
Got Shan Masood at the other end, and he is on strike now to Anderson. He's running away from us. The state of end bowls to Shan Masood, who covers up nicely, offers him the full face of the bat, plays it back to Anderson, who picks up, and there's no run. It has got a bit brighter in the last few minutes, just a hint of the sun peeking out through the clouds. Anyway, something like that. It's just a bit brighter.
I'm so surprised.
The lights are still on. England looking for that 5th wicket. 2 slips in the gully and close catches. See Archer loosening up as well mid-off. Needs to pay attention actually. Anderson's going into bowl and it's full outside the off stump. Shan Masood denies himself.
Now, I think what England are doing here, Sam, there'll be probably people listening and watching, why aren't they on the attack with more slips, more catches? Well, the reason why they're doing it is because they know that Pakistan have been knocking and running and kind of rotating the strike. And I think it frustrated England yesterday, so they've put that extra cover in place to allow the bowlers to bowl fuller, so they've got more confidence bowling fuller, but also to stop Pakistan nicking singles. As Ali's just mentioned, 5 maidens on the trot, the pressure's building. Pakistan don't look like they can go anywhere.
Anderson into Masood again outside the off stump once more, and he lets it go. It's taken by Buttler high away to his left-hand side. We often say when we watch Pakistan play that you feel there's a run out somewhere around the corner. It does. I mean, they have tried to be positive. I don't think you can criticise them for the way they've looked to run in this Test match, but they've looked to tip the ball over. But you can see hesitation somewhere along the line and possibly a run out.
And also someone like Shan Masood is a high-class opening batsman, but he's not going to hurt England. England are really worried about the likes of Babar Azam.
Anderson bowls to Masood, who forces that away. Not with any great power. It goes to Pope square with the wicket on the offside. He picks up.
Yeah, and
there's no run.
Masood's going to be so important throughout the series, because if he can just do the job like he's doing now, and Babar can go on and get the big score, they're going to get very handy runs in this Test series.
150 for 4.
Something I was amused
what's behind it.
Well, I just saw something on my screen. We just said sunshine. I repeat sunshine, but it's not obviously. It's not full-on sunshine at the moment.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
But it's not raining. Here is Anderson bowling. It's full, swinging away, but quite wide, so Masood allows it to go.
Great discipline that from Masood to not play the drive ball. I think I'd be having a dash at that one. It was right there. It was very similar to the Babar Azam dismissal. It was there to hit because of the lateral movement. He just leant back on his drive, Babar Azam, and the outside edge was found.
I think the good news is, the forecast for the rest of the game is good, isn't it? I think third, fourth, fifth days is fine. So we're going to get plenty of cricket.
It shouldn't surprise you.
And it could be fascinating, this game. Here is Anderson bowling. Again, outside the off stump. Full-ish from Anderson. And Masood saying, no, I'm not having anything to do with that. And he lets it go through. And that's the end of the over. Masood now 50 from 183 balls. So it is Sibley-esque. It doesn't bat in the same way as Dom Sibley. It's the same characteristics as Sibley, but he has the same adhesiveness, the same temperament, the willingness to back time and wear down the bowlers.
Well, I think for a while they became a little bit of a dying trade in Test match cricket, and it's the perfect style of cricket for the longer version. You need your opening batsman to go and see off the new ball, wear the opposing bowlers down. Proper Test match cricket, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah.
You love it. I always notice you've got more of a grin on your face when players are leaving the ball.
Who are the modern blockers, Andy?
Got some good ones, haven't we?
Who are the modern?
D. Sibley?
Sibley, Brathwaite.
Yeah.
We saw Peter Milan for South Africa in the winter. He wasn't afraid of a little block there, was he?
Yeah, great.
Get you some more stats. Used to be able to rely on New Zealand openers, but they're a little more flamboyant. They used to do.
Yeah, they've gone a bit. They've gone posh, haven't they?
Mind you, BJ Watling, it's fair to say, wore down England in that Mongolia Test match. He batted for, I think it was 11 hours and 20 minutes.
And it was the last time England conceded a century that game. They've had 7 consecutive tests without an opposition batsman scoring 100 for the first time since the 1950s.
150 for 4, and Chris Woakes is going to bowl now. On the Jimmy Anderson end of the ground, the old pavilion end at Old Trafford. They change the square around. Here is Woakes bowling. Oh, he drives Rizwan and misses. Well, it was up there, and that was almost Caribbean-like in its extravagance. Firm-footed drive from Rizwan, missed it, and went through to Buttler. Immediately, Shan comes down the pitch and says something like, "Do you think you really should be playing that shot?" Well, Woakes' first ball.
Well, he's all over the place here, Rizwan, because that front foot goes in the same position for every single ball. That ball was outside off stump, and it's still pressed down middle stump, and he's playing away from his body with his hands. He's going to have a lot of luck playing this way.
Here is Woakes. Bowled very well yesterday. Bowls to Rizwan, straight ball, short of a length, guided away towards backward point. And there is no run. Here we are, BJ Watling, 11 hours and 7 minutes.
Glorious, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, for that 205, 473 balls.
Were you there for that one?
I was, yeah. It was a good Test match, that one. It was a great occasion as well. Nice location. Have you been there yet? How long have you been doing?
I don't think I have.
I'm going to play a one-day international and a Test match. Happily go back. Lovely spot. Says Woakes bowling to Rizwan, who rather pokes at that one on the front foot. Plays it to Pope in the backward point region, or coming in from the backward point region. Pope picks up, returns it to Buttler. And there's no run, so Pakistan's struggle to score continues. They're 11 for 2 in the morning in 55 minutes cricket. And there has not been a lot to hit. And when they have tried to hit it, they've had problems. Babar Azam nicking to first slip. Rizwan started this over, big drive, missing it, taken by Buttler. But England got this very clear tactic: 2 slips in the gully, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the on, and a fine no. Same field for all the bowlers this morning. Woakes goes in and bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan just for a moment there, just felt the twitch in his shoulders, wanted to unleash a drive, allowed it to go through. Strolls out towards square leg. Rizwan, Pakistan's wicket keeper, because we're so used to Azam for so long. I saw him, I felt a bit sad for him actually. I saw him jogging around the outfield last night. This bloke is captain Pakistan, stacks of times. He's in the backup squad. And Rizwan is the wicket-keeper batsman at the moment. In at number 6. Here is Woakes bowling, and that's angled away into a gap on the offside for his first runs. It's down towards third man. The chase is on. Pope wins the race against Burns.
Yeah, it's not easy. Being a batsman that's been brought up on Pakistan wicket to suddenly have to come and play against the lateral moving ball, and also as a wicket keeper, he'll have to get used to the ball moving from when it passes the stumps. Generally, it doesn't do that in Pakistan. He was pretty good in Australia. When he's 95, it was good to watch.
Yeah.
At times he was dashing, he was taking them on.
152 for 4. Rizwan on 2. Woakes bowls to him. He angles that away into the gap as well. Guiding it down towards third man. Another chase for Pope and another 2 runs for Mohammad Rizwan. And I can report now we do have sunshine at Old Trafford. It is official.
There are 41 dot balls in a row before the first of those 2 twos.
154 for 4.
2.
15 runs, 12 overs, 2 wickets. Very definitely England's morning, but you do feel if Pakistan can get up to 300,
yeah,
the chance.
Well, if they get to 300 from here, it'll be a remarkable achievement with the ball doing as it is, and with England saying they just look more on it today. They no doubt would have got a bit of a, I wouldn't say a rollicking, but probably a talking to from Chris Silverwood last night and this morning to make sure they were back on it. I have to give the ground staff here a huge amount of credit. So you see them in the morning preparing the pitches and getting all the covers off and working on the ground from around 6 o'clock. Here, I'm sure they have to report about 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, Anderson bowls, Shah Masood defends, wants to think it's not there. In comes Sibley from cover, alive to that possibility.
But not only do they have to do that, they have to prepare all the nets, so that the rollers are out and the nets preparing all the net facilities for all the players that are here, obviously not playing in the game. There's I think some of the England players are out there now having a net. To keep the standard of pitches out in the middle and in the nets to a international standard is a fantastic effort.
Yeah, 3 test pitches back to back. 154 for 4. Anderson tries again. Past the umpire now, up to the stumps. Bowls to Masood, who does drive this time, and he does get it away square with the wicket, and it's going for 4. Well, he's denied himself on several occasions, but not that time. Free-flowing off drive out to the square cover boundary. 158 for 4. Nice looking shot from Shan Masood.
It's great test cricket because it's perfect bowling. Dots have been built, pressure's building. And to play this stroke, everything has to be perfect, or the outside edge would have been found. And he got his timing and his stride just to perfection. Lovely shot.
Anderson's response to that is to rub the ball furiously into his trousers. I have to say, well, the only reason he hit that before was the ball wasn't quite shiny enough. Anderson moves in and bowls to Shah Masood. It's full again, it's driven for a single, possibly 2, just the right of mid-off. No, it's only 2. We've got a sub-fielder on. In place of, who's that gone off? Broad has gone off. He's about to come back on again. 159 for 4 with that single. Charlie Pilkington has messaged us. Can Andy check on how many wickets Broad and Anderson have now claimed playing in the same game?
I believe it's 897. They had a graphic on the TV earlier on. The leaders in that chart, Warner McGrath, just over 1,000.
There we are.
That sounds about right, Andy, doesn't it?
Yeah, about right.
That's enough, yeah.
We'll ballpark it.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Because he says presumably they are still behind Warner and McGrath. That was his question as well, and yeah, that is the answer.
Sean Masood had played 27 dot balls before he hit that boundary.
So Anderson now has the chance to bowl at Mohammad Rizwan for the first time. Anderson bowls to him, it's full. Rizwan checks a drive there, pushes it back to the bowler. Anderson picks up away to his left.
Yeah, this is I could say probably the hardest examination of your technique. Jimmy Anderson at Old Trafford with the ball just nipping just enough. If you're slightly off in your technique or your mindset, you're gone. Probably going to be his last over though. 2 balls to go.
And then it's Jofra Archer. Here's Anderson bowling, guided away by Rizwan. He does like that open face, running it away behind square on the offside.
It's that front foot, that front foot just presses down middle stump and it doesn't go over to the line of the ball, which on that occasion was probably 3 inches outside of off stump, so then he just goes with his hand. Ends up playing with half a bat.
It's Dan Lawrence, England's subfielder, number mid-on, number 68 on the back of his shirt. Considering he might have played in that first test in Southampton. And delaying matters here again, rubbing the ball furiously on his trousers, a big red streak down the back of his right thigh. Sets off past the umpire now, into bowl to Rizwan. Rizwan is forward, pushing that to cover, picked up by Sibley. There's no run, it's the end of the over. It's 159 for 4. Masood has 55, Rizwan 4. Drinks coming onto the field, and Stuart Broad. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app. Radio 4 long-wave listeners, though, are off for the shipping forecast. And Dan Norcross is going to replace me after a few more thoughts from Michael.
Yeah, it's been high-class test match cricket from England with the ball in hand. Pakistan are just hanging in there. It's not been easy. So they've lost 2 wickets. They'll be disappointed with that. 159 before, they'll know if they can get another 100, another 141. They will be right in the game, but anything over 250 has proved to be quite a difficult score for this England Test match team to look at when they go and take guard in Test match cricket over the last few years. So Pakistan are well in the contest.
Hello, Michael. Sorry, I was just stealing something from in front of you.
Stealing a piece of paper off.
Well, I am, but since
There's a lot of numbers on it.
you're going to be replaced shortly, so I thought Azhar wouldn't notice if I stole the piece of paper.
I have noticed your face mask is a rather
Do you like it?
awful one, yes. I would say I do like it, but no, I don't. I don't like brown, and I don't like what it says on it, but...
Well, I could sort of semi-put it on, if you like. It gives me the look of Hannibal Lecter, but...
We're supposed to be impartial in this commentary box.
Well,
I can't come with my white rose on them.
I thought England were playing Pakistan. I thought Surrey was perfectly impartial, since it contained Waka Yunis, Sakleen Mushtaq, Azam Mahmood,
How did they get on
as well as Graham Thorpe.
How did they get on?
Well, they didn't have the best time. Their second team struggled a little against Middlesex.
The international second team, is that? I see you've signed another player.
JB Overton.
Yeah, why not get another one?
Well, there was talk of him actually coming on loan before the end of the season, but Somerset rather availed themselves of his services. He picked up a few wickets, didn't he, in Somerset's victory. And I think that Bob Willis trophy is going to be intriguing, isn't it? Somerset and Essex look like the 2 sides to beat there, because they've got the fewest players out of their lineup, really. I mean, you'd imagine Dan Lawrence would go back to Essex shortly. Anyway, we've had the first hour. Drinks have been taken. They're about to be finished. But just to fill you in, 2 wickets fallen, one off the first over of the day, and it was a big one of Babar Azam, who was caught at slip by Joe Root of Jimmy Anderson, the last ball of the first over. And then Asad Shafiq was caught by Stokes, second slip of the bowling of Broad. Broad and Anderson bowled magnificently today. Frankly, in contrast with how they bowled in the first sort of 45 minutes after lunch yesterday, where the game got away from England. They hauled it back, and it's not just that they picked up 2 wickets. You may say, well, it's only 2 wickets in an hour, but until the last 2 overs, I think they scored 11 for 2 off the first 11 overs of the day, Andy.
That is correct, yes.
Which is a measure of just how well they bowled it. When we look at those 2 wickets, but there were 2 LBWs that the Pakistanis survived by, as Ian Smith would say, the barest of margins. A tiny inside edge for Shan Masood that tickle onto the pad saved him from Broad. And then a really curious one, actually, I thought, the Rizwan one, where the tiny outside edge still hitting the back leg. Normally you would see a bit more deviation. Well, welcome back, Radio 4 long wave listeners. You've missed nothing because the drinks were being taken. And we're just about to resume with Chris Woakes bowling to Shan Masood, who's batted redoubtably, but it's been quite a charmed life. But it's
hanging in there, isn't he?
He is.
He's doing a great job for his team.
Do you know what this innings reminds me of a little bit? As Woakes is into him with 2 steps in a gully. First ball pushed out the offside square of the wicket. They'll go through for a single as Sibley chases after it. It reminds me of Rory Burns' 100 last year against Australia, which was a really, really ugly innings, a crucial one but it was not one that was bedecked with follies and drives and loveliness. It was really tough, sticky innings, and Shan Masood has been similar, and he's still there and he's doing a great job for his team with the new ball still 18 overs away. So England would love to get some more breakthroughs here before lunch. It's always a crucial hour, the next one coming up, Azhar, but this one for Pakistan, they conversely would dearly love to have these two there or lose no more than one wicket between now and lunch, as Woakes is in to Mohammad Rizwan and comes up in defence. A ball that just shapes away from him slightly, turned the batsman round, he pushes it to the offside. Azhar, Mohammad Rizwan won't be particularly familiar to England watchers because Sarfaraz has been the keeper in Test cricket for so long. What are we looking out for here in him as a batsman? What's his sort of hallmarks?
You know, there's a lot of debate back home, especially, and people were saying Sarfaraz should play, but this guy has done enough.
Woakes is into him, and he plays and misses a beautiful delivery just outside his off stump. Got no foot movement in his, in that awkward in between length. It went past his outside edge into Buttler's gloves. That's a glorious seam position. He was poking at it tentatively.
So he's done enough for himself to give him the spot in this team, because he got 100 in a practice match and a couple of 50s, and when he got opportunity to play against Australia, he got back-to-back 100 against Australia before the World Cup, because Sarfaraz was rested at that series.
Here is Woakes from the Anderson end, defended more solidly this time, a full ball on about middle stump, defended up to mid-on, where Anderson picks up as they run.
But he's been around for a long time. He was part of when Sarfaraz was playing, so he was part of the team as well in New Zealand tour in 2016. So he didn't get many runs, but against Australia recently he got 95 odd when he played really well. And for me, I think if you're asking me, you know, which was my choice, I would go for Sarfaraz because of his experience.
Here is Woakes again to Rizwan, who defends again, back of a length ball, back to the bowler, who then kicks it away, unusually for Woakes, picked up in the colours, and there's no run.
Sarfaraz, because he's experienced, and because Pakistan picked up Shadab Khan ahead of a batsman, so you need little bit experience in that. So this guy is doing really well. I hope he can make a big name for himself here, and he has the ability, he has the skill, he can do that.
He has a first-class average of 43, so it's quite a small data set, his test average. He'll look wider. Last ball of the over as Woakes is in. He defends a full ball on leg stump up to mid-on, end of the over. 63 have been bowled. Pakistan 160 for 4. Shan Masood 56. Rizwan 4 of 21. It's been really hard going for Pakistan this morning, Azhar.
Yes, it was tough for them, and because of the two champion bowlers, they bowled really well. They are asking question all the time. Their length were much better today. They were fuller length, and it's tough for any batsman when playing against these guys in these conditions with the dew ball, when ball is looping around. It's not easy.
Change of ends for them as well. I mean, Broad, I understand why Broad bowled from our end, the Statham end yesterday, because this was the end from which he'd taken that hatful of wickets against the West Indies. But Anderson really struggled yesterday, unusually for him, especially in that first over. I mean, in his first spell, he was pretty much on the money, but in his second spell after lunch, he struggled bowling sort of into the wind. It was into and across him from his own end, the Anderson end. They switched ends today, and both of them looked entirely different bowlers from the ones that bowled yesterday.
It was strong breeze yesterday. We saw there was a lot of breeze, and it's not easy to bowl on that breeze. It was really hard for the bowler to run in that.
Well, it was hot. There were tough conditions, but Jofra Archer is coming to the attack at a similar sort of time. He was only bowled yesterday. He bowled a spent a spell of 6 overs, 1 for 7 yesterday. First ball is short, cut into the offside, half stopped, parried really at point by Ollie Pope with a smile on his face, and they get through for a single. 161 for 4. Andy.
The spells this morning: Stuart Broad 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4. Jimmy Anderson 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12. Yesterday Anderson had 0 for 16 from 5 and 0 for 16 from 3. So massive improvement today.
And also, how many runs came off Anderson's last over? Because There was a period when I think one run was scored off 50 balls at one stage.
Five from his last over. His previous 4 had gone for just 1 run, and Broad's last 4 overs were all maidens.
Yeah, it was very, very tight stuff from England today. As Archer is into the right hand. Oh, he cuts in half. That ball jagged back sharply. Rizwan actually didn't play it. It was the most extraordinary leave you'll see.
Yeah, extraordinary leave, he didn't play and it was jabbed back. Wow, look at that.
That has cut back a long way, and Archer likes to look at that. And this is with a 63 and a bit overall ball. It went right over the top of middle stump. We get quite a distance, 6 inches or so off the top of middle stump. And somewhat startled Rizwan. But
He left on high too.
yeah, well, he left it well. Short again and pushed into the offside, but it's fielded at point.
He wasn't meant to do that, but yeah, again, like a Australian leaf.
Yeah, without the flourish, it was an unusual sight.
Yeah, we were talking about Broad and Anderson, this morning. I think they were exceptional. Jimmy Anderson, a lot of people talk about his age and everything, if you can bowl 7 over on the trot. So I think he can keep going.
His first 6 went for just the 7 runs as well as Archer is in. And Rizwan defends from the crease. Full ball just outside off stump, plays it to short mid-wicket where Pope runs in to field. There's no run again. England have been doing this throughout this summer. We've got Broad at mid-on, Anderson at mid-off when Archer's bowling, so the 3 fast bowlers together sharing information, talking.
I think that's a really good sign. When I was in the Pakistan team, I always stand on mid-off when I'm not in the flex, so I always like Wasim to stand next to me.
Archer into Rizwan, who is again defending a full ball back to Archer, who builds off his own bowling. This is really tight stuff, very little is being given away. And you would, presumably, you would discuss,
Yeah, what's the plan, which length you want to bowl at, because I'm thinking one thing and the other bowler is thinking the other way, so he can pick something, when I'm running in, so he will tell me, I think you should bowling out swinger here or in swinger here, so why don't you put a man back there and bowl a bumper to him?
Here is Archer again. Rizwan shorter into the hip, then to the onside. They go for a quick single. Shah stumps comes in but misses, and Shan Masood is home comfortably. It went just a sort of short square leg. It's a single, and it takes Pakistan to 162 for 4. It'll keep Rizwan on strike on 5. Shan Masood has 57. Presumably, when Wasim Akram tells you, I think you should bowl your way swinger, you do it. Yeah, you don't.
Sometimes I wasn't doing that because I got my own plan going on, but it's always good to have, someone's brain and, knowledge, whatever Wasim Akram tells you mainly you will listen to that, but, it's always, sometimes, it's easy for the other person to say, you can do that, but when you're setting someone up for 3 out swinger and you want to bowl that in swinger to get him like before a ball.
Yeah, because you've got your own plan going on. Woakes starts a new over from the Anderson end to Rizwan. Rizwan defends firmly up to mid-off. Full ball up to Broad, no run, handy.
Looking at the man Rizwan has replaced, Sarfaraz Ahmed, we've seen how Pakistan struggled to rotate the strike, particularly today. Sarfaraz Ahmed is one of the best players in world cricket at that over in Test in the last 5 years in terms of his busyness as a batsman. He has, in all Test cricket counting players, who played at least 15 innings, the second lowest dot ball percentage.
Woakes is in to Rizwan, drives, but not with timing up to Anderson. There's no run. I love the fact you've got a busyness index.
Well, I don't quite have an official busyness stat, but there's a couple of stats that indicate busyness, and obviously it's a lot to do with where you play, who play against Sri Lanka, a very passive team to facilitate other teams getting lots of singles, but only Brendan McCullum scored off a higher percentage of his balls, and that was towards the end of his career. Sarfaraz's dot ball percentage just 61%, so he's scoring off 38.5% of the balls he's faced. And looking at run rate from balls which a batsman has not hit for 4, which is a metric I've been playing around with.
Of course you have. Woakes in, ball driven, one hand off the bat. It was ball, it's quite straight, that ball. This one with a little bit of a flourish, looking to hit that sort of quite extravagantly. Ends up, as I say, with hand off the bat. pushes it up to Broad at mid-off. There's no run.
A couple of balls Rizwan played here, with solid defence. That's what you need to play in England, It's people coming from subcontinent because ball is not moving and their hand goes towards the ball. So it's not the time to go play like that. So you hang in there, play with solid defence, let the ball come to you.
Yeah, there are signs here from Rizwan, aren't there? Woakes is in. Let's that go by. Close to the off stump. Oohs and ahs. Andy, let's get this. As I love this stat.
So if you take out balls that batsmen's hit for 4 or 6, and Sarfraz is not a massive boundary hitter, but he's very good at keeping the score ticking over when he's not hitting 4s. He has the highest run rate from non-boundary balls, scores at 44 per 100 balls when he's not hitting 4s and 6s. So he's been extremely effective at that side of batting in Test for Pakistan.
Now that's something as Woakes is into Rizwan, who drives again, slightly loosely up to mid-off once more, where Broad does the fielding. Again, full, attacking the stumps. And again, a similar shot to the ball a couple of balls ago. It's the sort of thing we thought of with Joe Root, didn't we? When Root was really in form in the sort of early to middle part of his career, it was always about finding gaps, getting that one down to third man, pushing it to the offside for the single. That's a Sarfraz trait, is it?
Yeah, so Root is the best of England's players on that metric, apart from Stuart Broad batting in the tail.
Here's Woakes, and again driven by Rizwan, a little wider this time and into the covers where Sibley does the fielding.
Andy, what the stats?
Sorry, just end of the over, 162 for 4. Shah Masood 57, Rizwan 5.
And the stats you're telling me, that's the sort of player you need in this situation. You don't want bowler to bowl at you 6 ball, like busyness, rotating strike and watching the game from the non-striker end, which I mentioned yesterday.
Abid Ali.
So, and great Jayed Miandad used to say that. I think this is the best way, you get busy so you not boggle down the other batsman as well, we're talking about partnership, it's rotating strike, and that's what you need to do.
Well, indeed, and Rizwan's looking to do that. Shan Masood was trying to do that earlier in the day. They were looking for quick singles, weren't they? But they were slightly becalmed by the bowling of Anderson and Broad as Archer starts a new over from the Statham end. 2 slips and a gully in place, then Masood defends from the crease. Shorter ball, back up the wicket to the bowler. There's no run. It's not a very attacking field, but then it's a 65 overall ball, and England have been very, as Jeremy Coney would say, parsimonious with their runs today. Just the 23 have been conceded from 16 overs. But Shan Masood is still there. Mohammad Rizwan is still there. The last wicket to fall, that of Asad Shafiq, caught by Stokes. Second slip off Broad. And the score was 150. What over was that in, Andy?
That was the 57th.
Right, so 8 overs ago as Archer is in. That's pulled round the corner nicely and in controlled fashion along the ground by Shan Masood to long leg where Woakes does the fielding. 163 for 4. Masood to 58.
Just a little more on this stat of run rate of non-boundary balls to illustrate the players who do particularly well on this. David Warner, who's a generally attacking player. Then you've got people like Ross Taylor, Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson all do very well on this metric. Joe Root does very well. Sibley and Joe Denley in particular, lower down.
Yes, you surprised me. Archer in, Rizwan cuts nicely, square of the wickets, running away to the boundary that's being pursued. It will be hauled back in, but not before the batsmen come back for a third. Bess doing the fielding. I think out there, 166 for 4. Masood to 58, Rizwan.
Lovely shot from Rizwan. That's the area he wants to play. That's his strong area on a backward punching.
Was an elegant shot. And it's what Pakistan need, because they've not been going anywhere so far today, and England have picked up those couple of wickets. Archer in the attack. The new ball also, it's a little while away, but it won't be much after lunch. So England, I think, would like to scurry through some overs here. Shan Masood faces up. That's left alone. The channel outside off stump, a bit too short. Could leave it on length as much as anything else. Buttler takes comfortably. It's not a bad day today by Manchester standards. the standards that we've become so used to here. It's actually, tolerable. I think I'd go so far as to say. The clouds are relatively high. They're not moving at the same pace they did yesterday either. There was a really irksome wind. It's my least favourite meteorological condition, wind. And there wasn't a lot of it. There was a lot of that yesterday, not a lot today. Defended full ball and leg stump up to mid-on. And Archer, just for a moment, thought he might have got through the defences of Shah and Masood, but his back came down and there is no run. The lights are on. The forecast is decent today, so we're expecting a full day. And don't forget, it's a 98 over day, but who knows whether the horrors of bad light.
That's what Pakistan needs from these guys, just hang in there.
Masood. It's now the longest innings by a Pakistan opener in England in terms of balls faced since Saeed Anwar made a mesmerically brilliant 176 at the Oval in 1996 from 264 balls. A rather different tone of innings here, but Shan Masood's done very well.
Yes, Archer has flicked away out towards deep square leg for a single. I thought you were going to say Mohsin Khan there, because something suddenly fires up my memory of a very long time ago.
He made 200 exactly at Lord's in 1982, which was the first double hundred in a Lord's test for 33 years. From memory, he faced 386 balls and batted for 495 minutes.
See, why can I remember that from 1982, but I can't remember what I had for dinner last night? I mean, it's so frustrating, Mark. It's what happens when you go into that 60, just past that 60 barrier. I can remember nothing of last week. Here's Archer bowling, turned away down to long leg for a single, but 90, I mean, that's a decent little memory nudge there, wasn't it?
It's fantastic. I must say that I'm approaching that 60 minutes.
No, you're not. Don't tell me that.
It feels very quickly.
Wow, so frustrating. Drive my wife mad. And then if I told her that, well, she wouldn't actually be very impressed by that, but I was quite impressed by that, actually.
Well, you've got your priorities right, haven't you? Yeah, remember the important things, cricket stats.
Well, but they're old, they don't really matter anymore.
Don't say that, Abbas.
176 for 4. Got Shan on 67. One slip and a gully, and they're going, well, obviously very short now. They've reinforced that leg side, I think. As Archer comes in, bowls the bouncer, and it ducks underneath this. There's only one slip. That's new position, but fine gully. Otherwise, they've reinforced the leg side. So short, wide, mid-on, square leg, backward square leg. They're saving single sort of line, and then behind them, Bess is patrolling the boundary. The Stuart just appeared there, and there's an abandoned groundsman's roller. Otherwise, he's all by himself. And Archer, elbows jutting out, runs in again and bowls a nice full length this time. Well played, though. Well played by Shan. He's got those feet moving. He was a bit dicey against the new ball yesterday, first thing. But he's well set now.
He certainly is, and I was just going to Jofra Archer actually, because I was very impressed with his spell yesterday when he came on and bowled in tandem with Chris Woakes. And look, we're at that stage of the game where, for England at least, 70 overs bowled, the ball is a bit old, and they're asking Jofra to come and bowl a little bit of X-Factor style. And I think if everyone's aware that he's coming on to bowl a spell where he's trying a few short balls and a few Yorkers, a little bit like he did in New Zealand, then that's okay. And we saw a Yorker early on in the over where he tried to get through the defences of Masood, but so far Masood has played it extremely well. He's kept his eye on the ball very well.
He's chosen the right one just to have a bit of a go at, and which one's to duck underneath. Here's Woakes, edged and out, taken by Buttler, and finally the edge is found, and Rizwan is out for 9. Nice catch from Buttler, moving to his right. And Woakes again is the man that breaks through. He's having a terrific summer. 176 for 5 now. It just moved away a little bit. And Rizwan departs for the pavilion. Drinks bearers come running on. And England wanted that just before the lunch break. They've got 20 minutes to go, or thereabouts. See if they can get another one in that time. See by Joe Root's reaction there. Really delighted. So Rizwan, 9 from 41 balls, and it's 176 for 5, and it's the understated Woakes who's done it again.
Well, we can see on the replay there that was very much a seam-up delivery, looking for a little bit of a way swing. I think Ishakuha has been talking about the wobble seam, and when Chris Woakes delivered that to Azhar, he got one to nip back, where the seam just wobbled down the pitch with the shiny side on the outside, looking for an away swinger. But this was a more orthodox delivery, and Rizwan, who Michael Vaughan had spoken about him playing slightly away from his body, really getting into line, and so he departs with a ball that was sort of down the off stump, well, it's 4th stump channel really, which is pretty much where Chris Woakes likes to operate. And he's been very, very disciplined and good at it. And there were some question marks actually whether he would start the day, given his form. Perhaps he could have started the day.
Yeah.
At the
He's pitch hard these days, isn't he?
Yeah, there's a bit more bite, a bit more aggression into his bowling, and that doesn't necessarily mean short balls, it just means intent, good body language, and perhaps belief as well. I mean, that's so important at the top level. And Chris Woakes, being Mr. Nice Guy for so long, he's played a lot of international cricket, and what a great player to have. You ally that with his batting as well, the Test 100 that he has, averaging I think 25 with the bat. So he's some cricketer.
Yeah. Shadab Khan is the new batsman, the all-rounder. We'll see him bowl his wrist spin later. But for now, he's facing Chris Woakes. Almost out first ball. Pushing outside the off stump. The bounce there and carry. Woakes with his hair swept back with this Alice band, purses his lips. That was very close to finding the edge. Almost a repeat of the ball before, really, and that's again where Woakes is so strong. Is repeat is relentless at the moment. He's taken 2 for 24. And Shadab is right-handed. He's got 2 slips, that fine gully. Oh, it's beaten again. Oh, there's an appeal for a catch, actually, from behind. Nothing from Woakes, who's shaking his head, and then he's making a gesture towards Joe Root and Joss Buttler. He's missed it by about a yard. But perhaps he did, but they certainly heard something. It's again a lovely ball. Moved away. I mean, it really went that. To be fair, Buttler didn't appeal, but it was Root and Stokes who did. Challenging this for a new batsman. Woakes comes in, bowls to Shadab, who unloads it off the back foot there. A bit of frustration perhaps at what he was getting. He saw a rare short ball outside the off stump. He threw the bat at it. Didn't time it at all.
It's actually not an easy thing to do when you've been beaten in your first couple of deliveries, is still to retain an aggressive mindset there, and it was a little bit shorter and wider, and good on Shadab really to sort of see a scoring opportunity and go after it.
Yeah. Here's Woakes again. 2 balls to go in the over, and he drives pleasantly up to mid-off, where Broad fields. Could be an interesting innings, this. He's certainly not bashful.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about Pakistani batsmen occupying the crease, but at the same time, if someone comes in and feels good and they're moving well and they're seeing the ball well, then why not play a few shots? It certainly puts the onus back on the England bowlers. Maybe gets 1 or 2 attacking fielders out of the slip corner.
Here's Woakes, comes in, bowls him, he's in on the pad. That looks to be going down the leg side from this position, but it's a terrific over from Woakes. And does give him Shadab something to think about. 176 for 5 is the score. With Shah on 67. And Shadab not yet off the mark, and they'll have a conference mid-pitch about all of that, and I suspect that Archer here will continue this short pitch, not quite a barrage, but it's a short pitched attack anyway at Shan, trying to settle a bit, make him think about different things. He looks so settled to the orthodox line and length. It's trying to make him do something. There was that extraordinary rush of blood yesterday from which he should have been stumped. So there is a possibility of a reckless shot. Archer bowls Jimmers forward, playing across the pad. Anderson fields at mid-on, 176 for 5. At lunch, I'm talking to Ihsan Mali, who's the chairman of the Pakistan Cricket Board. Lots going on to talk about, of course. Not just from an England perspective, an international perspective, from Pakistan perspective. So always an interesting man to talk to. He's former head man at ICC, so he's very well connected with cricket politics. 176 for 5. And Archer's on his way, bowls outside the off stump, and back goes Shan. Nice stroke that, guiding it away for Pope to chase out to the deep point boundary. He gets there now. They're going to come back for the 3rd, which is again very good running, and that's something that really has been a feature of Pakistan's innings, that although they haven't scored very quickly, they've always looked positive with their running. And that was certainly the case. They could easily just have settled for 2 there.
Well, it's a good shot, I guess. You know, he transferred his weight onto the back foot well, and he's played the pace of Archer so far very, very well, Shan Masood. You can understand why he's at the top of the order. You've got to face plenty of quick bowling. So not only has he stuck in there really well for Pakistan, but he's also played a couple of pull shots and now a cut shot, so he can play off the back foot, which is important as you travel around to different places in the world.
Archer bowled a Shadab for the first time. Oh, that's again a pretty wild, reckless shot outside the off stump. He's pursing his lips, but that was pretty nasty, really. And Shan's coming down to say, come on. He's inexperienced. Shadab's only his 6th test, but he's come out there. He's playing a bit of champagne cricket at the moment.
Well, it may be a bit of adrenaline as well.
Yeah.
You know, when you're facing 90 mile an hour, you tend to get the heart rate going a little bit.
Well, Shan's had a word with him. Let's see what he comes up with now. Archer moves in, bowls, and it just beats him as he plays more tentatively. Maybe just hanging the bat inside the line of the ball there.
The other thing that tends to catch lower order batsman eye is when the new ball is due, the second new ball, and that tends to...
What are you suggesting, Mark?
Well, I think it may just perhaps put an emphasis on being proactive when they bat.
Get them now before it's too late.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, I remember the feeling well. 179 for 5. 2 balls to go in the over. Archer's on his way. Bowls. Shall I get it one that bounces there a little? He's desperate to get off the mark, but he's sent back by his partner there, is waving his hands. So the tempo has been lifted by Shadab's arrival.
And Richard Kettleborough spotting very quickly that the young leg spinner, as he set off to run there, went a few steps down on his length, just turning with the studs
Not allowed
on
to
a
do
length.
that.
Natural wear and tear, not quite.
1 ball to go in the over. 179 for 5. Archer glides in and he bowls very full. That's nicely played by Shadab. Calm defensive stroke is fielded by Broad at mid-on. So, not long to go till lunch. And some thoughts on Mark Ramprakash and Andy, and then someone else coming in.
Just a brief test career. This is his 6th test, but his previous 5, 3 half-centuries, all of them on Pakistan's tour of the British Isles in 2018. He had first innings 50s against Ireland in Dublin, then at Lords and Leeds against England. Also had a 47 not out against South Africa, so a promising start to his batting career. In tests today, 11 of the first 22 overs were maidens, and all 5 of the wickets that have fallen in wicket maidens so far this innings.
Yeah, Ingo bowled so much better today. Big lift, of course, when you get Babar Azam out in the first over of the day. It lifts the whole team. 179 for 5. What's been fascinating about England today, I mean, there have been 1 or 2 changes of late, and there's one now, actually, with Archer going back to the deep forward square leg boundaries. Much England persisted with a very particular game plan this morning, which is all 4 right arm pace bowlers bowling with 2 slips, a gully and 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Here is Shan Masood batting against Woakes, who pushes that firmly up towards mid-off. Anderson rushes in to pick up. There's no run, but they have dropped the man back for Woakes now. I think because they want to bowl at Shadab, really. 179 for 5. Shadab's there on 70. I wonder whether it's worth... We saw Shadab struggle yesterday against Bess, whether it's worth giving Bess a go. Not just for the 1 over before lunch, but possibly a couple of overs and you get Shadab on strike. Not Shadab on strike. Shan Masood on strike against Bess. This is Woakes. From the old pavilion end, bowls to Masood, who goes back and guides it into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. Picked up by Ollie Pope. Mark mentioning Shadab running down the pitch and then running back up again to his popping crease. I saw David Warner in the New Zealand series was given a 5-run penalty, or he was involved in an incident in which there was a 5-run penalty.
There's a shock.
They were moving towards a declaration, Australia, and umpires decided that they did not like where Australia were running. Here's a ball outside the off stump from Woakes, and Shan Masood lets it go, so it's taken by Buttler. So if, in the opinion of the umpires, batsmen are deliberately running up the pitch to help it disintegrate, then a 5-run penalty can be applied. Didn't make much difference, and Australia was so dominant in that New Zealand series. They basically played three games twice, and they played every single game. It was exactly the same. Australia dominating that series, as indeed they did against Pakistan. Woakes runs in and drops the ball. And it was a funny moment because Woakes, he was desperate not to have have to not bowl the ball. He was trying to control it, then realised, in the end, there's nothing I could do. It just slipped out of his hand and fell on the floor.
But you mentioned Dom, Bess. I mean, I'm sure Joe Root will be thinking about his off-spinner and the fact that he did create 2 chances yesterday. It's a tricky thing to bowl the young off-spinner, but just before lunch with 10 minutes to go, you haven't really got a lot to lose.
Woakes, ball firmly in hand this time, squares up Masood, but thick outside edge, goes down to third man, and that's another streaky boundary to Shan Masood. He's used that area of the ground to very good effect in this innings. It's not been a thing of beauty, this Shan Masood innings, but it's been mighty effective for his team. He's 74 not out, over 183 for 5. The new ball is 7 and a bit overs away, 7.2 overs away. That was what they often describe as a moral victory for the bowler, but actually as a batsman you don't care about that.
Well, some do, actually.
Do they?
Some do.
Well, they don't like a nick to third man.
Well, exactly. Some batsmen are very aware of how they look, and they want to play the perfect innings. And
they get sniffy about runs.
Well, far too often in English conditions, you're not going to hear everybody.
No, exactly.
You have to accept that there can be a satisfaction in getting ugly runs sometimes.
Yeah. Shan Masood waits. There is Woakes going in to bowl to him. And that's a fine delivery from Woakes. Just around that off-stump area, Shan Masood plays at it, misses it. And it's through to Buttler. It's been a good morning for England overall, though. 139 for 2s and 183 for 5, so wickets and containment and pressure and moving towards the new ball as well. Just looking at this Pakistan lower order, of course they can disprove the theory, but it does look a little bit thin. Although Yasir Shah at 8 does have a test 100, and Shan Masood playing defensively into the offside, and there's no run. In that series in which Pakistan were thrashed twice by Australia, they lost both test matches by an innings. Australia absolutely rampant in their home summer last year, dismissing all comers in test matches. That's the end of Woakes is over. 183 for 5, was it? An innings of 5 runs in Brisbane and an innings of 48 runs in Adelaide. 183 for 5 Rabs with 8 minutes to go until lunch.
Well, I don't know whether Shadab Khan. I would like to see him just come in and play his natural game, and if his instinct is to try and hit the ball and play a few shots, then great. You know, he's got to go out there and play the way he thinks he can play best, and it will help the team as well in that regard.
He waits. Bat raised, full from Archer. Shadab drive, doesn't time it, toe of the bat, which he inspects now, right on cue. As it goes bobbling up to Broad, mid-on. Might even be in a position now to turn the floodlights off because there's some blue sky above Old Trafford and the sun's beaming down. Archer has this relatively short run for a fast bowler, economical. Moves in now smoothly to bowl to Shadab Khan, very full, almost Yorker length, dug out into the onside. They go for a quick single shot at the stumps, misses. And it's backed up in the slip cordon by Burns. It was Pope shying at the stumps at the striker's end. Shan Masood under threat. And that's, I think, the closest we've come to a run out in this Pakistan innings. They have tried to tip the board over with singles, but sometimes they've been tight ones. Let's have a look at the replay. He might have been home. Let's have a look again. Oh, no, he might not have been. In actual fact, he might have been a couple of inches short.
Yeah, I mean, Shadab has looked a little bit frenetic at the crease, hasn't he? There may be some nerves. That's understandable. But also, the team policy has been very much to, if you are defending, keep looking for the singles, which is a good policy, as long as you both batsmen are on the same page.
Yeah, if Pakistan play like this during the series, it will be remarkable if there's not a run out somewhere along the line, along the way. Now, England have gone for a short leg. The helmet has come out, so Archer's going to bowl short here at Shan Masood. There's a leg, deep leg gully, mid-wicket, short leg, deep backward square leg. Archer moves in, there's slip in a gully on the offside. Bowls a short ball, there's a low pull, a low swatting pull from Shan Masood. He knew it was coming, the short ball. And he hit it to deep square leg. and he takes the single.
Well, it's a good passage of play, this, and I was thinking the previous over that Shah Masood didn't have a close infielder near him, so he would have been thinking, well, I can play a defensive shot, and even if it does get a bit steep in terms of bounce, which Archer we know can do, and the ball pops up, there was no one near him. He's played that pull shot, he had to play it because there is now a short leg in place where he will feel that even if he's defending the ball, there is an opportunity for him to get out.
Back with Shadab Khan, Archer bowls to him again, full. Booming in on middle stump, Shadab defends it, goes up to Broad at mid-on, and there's no run. So a very definite policy against Shah Masood, but for Shadab, the number 7,
well, I'm surprised.
Archer pitching it up.
Simon, I'm surprised, and this is where I get a little bit frustrated with Joe. I just feel sometimes he's a little bit one step behind. If you're in Shadab Khan's position, you don't want a short leg next to you. I can tell you, facing Jofra, Archer, and maybe a leg gully, why not do the same thing at him as well?
Archer goes in now to Asad. There's a short ball. He's ballooning over the batsman's head. It's one for the over. Ducked underneath it. It's way down the leg side as well. It's a wild one from Archer.
But extra cover at the moment, really, just 5 minutes before lunch, you can get rid of that fielder and put him in an attacking position which will make the batsman feel uncomfortable.
It's 185 for 5. Archer's in his 16th over. Last ball coming up of his 16th. He's taken 1 for 39. And he sets off again past the umpire now. Into bowl to Shadab. It's full outside the off stump. Shadab lets it go. And it's taken by Buttler. And that is the end of Archer's over. So 6 overs now away from the new ball. 3.5 minutes away from lunch. And is Bess going to bowl? I think he is. There we are, it's the obligatory one over before lunch.
Well, he's opened up the manual, and he's got a page 19. It says, well, give a spinner 1 over before the break. Well, I think Dominic Bess is better than that, and the captain could possibly show a little bit more faith in him. Although obviously he's got Chris Woakes, who was bowling that end, who bowled extremely well, bowled an excellent spell. But Bess is on, nothing to lose, probably just the 6 balls. So. Why not attack Shan Masood?
Yeah, that was, I suppose, the dilemma for Root, in that Woakes is bowling really well, but they need to get Shan Masood out, and Dominic Bess has looked as likely as anybody to dismiss him so far. In fact, in bowler's terms, he's got him out twice. He just wasn't supported by the fielder. The nick behind dropped and the missed stumping chance. I mean, he's done his job, but wasn't supported.
Chris Woakes has spelled today 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. Yesterday, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14.
Well, he's bowled really well in this game, Chris Woakes. Something else that goes under the radar, but in English conditions, he's such a threat. Right, it is going to be Bess then to bowl against the left-hander. Those who weren't with us yesterday, Masood was dropped by Buttler, and then there was the miss-stumping by Buttler as well. Shan Masood came down the pitch and tried to hit it over the hotel. 185 for 5. Bess into Shadab, who plays it very firmly back on the banks. Bess picks up of his own bowling. He marches back to his mark. Got a silly point and a slip. 2 close catches. 4 leaving 1 on the offside, 2 on the on. 3 on the on, I should say. Bess bowls, and that comes off the outside edge as Masood stretched forward there, thick outside edge, along the ground to Archer at backward point. There is some turn. That one's straightened. Hence the reason it took the thick outside edge of Masood's bat. Bess moves in again to bowl to Shah Masood. It's short outside the off stump. It releases the pressure there. Come back for the second. The throw into Buttler, off balance from Sibley in the covers. And so they got an easy 2 in the end. Shan Masood to 77, just a fraction short from Bess, who was able to rock back and guide it away.
Yeah, a fraction of width. It wasn't too short, but it's just a fraction of width, which allowed him to play that cut shot. Just a little insight into Shan Masood's mindset there. He raced down the wicket looking for 2, so he's not concerned about facing the off spinner, even though it's just before lunch. And I know 1 or 2 players who may have settled on 1 there.
Yeah, changing the field now. The silly points come out. There's a gully in, so a slip and a gully, or 2 slips if you like. Bess bowls to Shan Masood, who's struck on the pad. Look at that, flick that away into the onside. There's no run, and actually it was quite a risky 2 because Sibley was just again off balance. If he got a strong base and really powered in the throw, then he might have been struggling for the second run. 7 for 5. There it is. Oh, that one really turns. That one turns and bounces. Play that one. That went over the shoulder of the bat. Big turn from Bess. Oh, and if you're Shadab at the other end, you're rubbing your gloves together. And Yasir Shah sitting in the pavilion as well. 187 for 5. Masood on 77. Best bowls to him, and again turn and bounce from Bess, but it started wide, so Shan Masood ignored it. And that is the end of a very interesting first session to this second day of this first test match between Pakistan and England at Old Trafford. 187 for 5. England have fought back this morning. 48 runs, 3 wickets in 26 overs. But Pakistan are by no means out of this test match. Shan Masood still battling away. 225 balls. There's 77. And Shadab is there on 1. Can the last 5 muster, say, another 80 or 100? The new ball is not far away at 5 overs. Plenty of incident in that morning session. Right, Prakash.
Yes, well, Chris Silverwood laid down the challenge to his England team. Can they come back and improve on yesterday? It wasn't their best day yesterday. They certainly have done that, led by Anderson and Broad once again, who were excellent up top, and then backed up by Azhar and Woakes. And Dominic, Bess just the one over there. But England will be well pleased, right back in this game. At the moment, very difficult to tell what might be a par score. But certainly England doing everything they can to claw back Pakistan, and at 187 for 5, with what we think is perhaps a longish tail, England will certainly fancy their chances of trying to bowl Pakistan out quickly after lunch and then bat well to get in front. Really imperative, by the look of those deliveries from Dominic, Bess, that England get a first innings lead.
Yeah, well, as a batting side, I'm thinking about an England batting side now, walking off, so seeing that delivery from Bess. Do you think about it as a batsman? Does Root think about that? I mean, obviously you want your spin bowler to be spinning it, but do you think, hold on a second, this is the first innings of the match, if we've got a bat last here, this could be problematic?
I think inevitably the England batsmen will be thinking about that, but they'll be thinking about it in a way that, how am I going to combat that challenge? So when Yasir and Shadab bowl, how am I going to play? And when the ball is turning, you have to be really sharp with your footwork, and you have to be aggressive as soon as you get an opportunity where there's a delivery where you could get to score. You have to take it. And so often in the first innings of a game, if the ball's not turning, you can play fairly comfortably and in an orthodox fashion. But as the ball starts to turn more, batters may have to be more proactive.
So it's 187 for 5 or 75 overs. I was just trying to get Andy Zoltzman's attention. Give us the bowling figures, Andy.
Bowling figures: Anderson 15 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 44, 1 for 12 and 7 today. Broad 16 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 28, 1 for 4 in 5 overs today. Woakes 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 28. Archer 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39. Bess now 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32, and Root 3 overs for 9 late yesterday.
Great. So there we are. An uninterrupted morning session. The weather much better in Manchester today. We can even see some blue skies, plenty of cloud around as well, but we're just happy to see a bit of blue sky and the cloud high, and a full morning's cricket after the frustrations of yesterday where we only had 49 overs. So Jonathan's coming in. Just one more thought from you, Mark. What do you think England's target would be here this afternoon? If you gave them 250, would they be happy with that, or will they get a bit greedier than that?
Well, it's always good to be greedy in a good way, if you see what I mean. In terms of, England have the ability and the bowlers, certainly, to bowl teams out very quickly. That second new ball, of course, is due in 5 overs' time, so Jimmy and Brody will certainly be licking their lips at that prospect. But Shadab Khan is at the crease, and he's a guy that wants to play a few shots, put the bat on ball, and I think Yasir Shah bats in that vein as well. So if they get in and play a few shots, then the score could move along a little bit quicker. Of course, Shah Masood has got to stay in his bubble and continue to play the way he has done, which has been very, very impressive so far. So they could yet forge a couple of meaningful partnerships and get themselves into perhaps the late 260, 270. And as I say, with the wicket starting to turn already, And then Pakistan will feel that they've done the first bit of the game very well.
Yes, it did spin there, didn't it? That last over. Thank you, Mark. Good to enjoy your lunch. A bit of a queue forming, but there you go. The ground staff have arrived. They're doing their bit, and some of the England reserve players too are going to go do some training in front of us, I think, and they'll be back out playing again in a little over half an hour from now. Now, I think everyone's very grateful to the West Indies and now Pakistan for coming over here for this summer in these very strange and yes, dangerous, difficult circumstances, and for the team to spend so long in a bio bubble is quite a sacrifice, and an incredible amount of work has taken place both here and in West Indies and Pakistan to make these games happen. But I'm now joined by an old friend, Ehsan Mani, the chairman of the Pakistan Cricket Board, who also knows a thing or two about the World Games, former president of ICC. Ehsan, it's lovely to see you, even from long range. I can see you. And if we can talk, it's shame we're not in the same room.
Always a pleasure to speak to you, Jonathan.
And with a very nice painting behind you as well. Most people have bookcases, but where's that?
In our dining room. I've been banished out of every other room in the house.
Quite right too. Well, look, it's great these games are happening. And I mean, it really is quite an achievement, isn't it?
It really is. It is important for cricket, and this is really, it's about the spirit of the game. We've got to come together. If we don't come and support each other this time, then there's something seriously wrong with the game. So I think it was important we came. It was great the West Indies came. So at least there's cricket in Pakistan. Very odd to see matches in England without crowds. That is quite a unique experience. We've had some experience of that in the Middle East when we've had to play our cricket there. But it's great for the game. There's cricket going on in England.
Yes. How difficult was it to persuade people at home, the players, administrators, families, and so on, for the players to make this trip?
There was some nervousness, particularly among the players and the families. Naseem, our CEO, did a great job in speaking to them, giving them the assurances, working very closely with the ECB's team to provide the level of assurance that made the players comfortable. It's very tough for young players to come and then be confined to a hotel. That was going to be another challenge. I think we had one player whose family was nervous and he pulled out. But apart from that, everyone else has been prepared to come. We had some issues, you'd know, in Pakistan and India, in fact. You get these joint family systems where you have the whole family, siblings, parents, grandchildren living together. So it's this concept of social distancing, not having a social contact, becomes a serious challenge. And in the first round, we had, about 9 or 10 of them who tested positive. So we had to run through further steps of testing with them. But they're all here, which is a great thing. And it's been a unique experience for the players to be, while they've been confined in a hotel, in a bio bubble, the ECB have been fantastic. They've gone out of their way to make them comfortable. I've heard nothing but praise for the arrangements. And that's helped. But my big concern is that when you're coming in to play test matches, you need to have the match fitness, you have to have the exposure to actually playing in a match competitively. Our boys played 2 matches between themselves. One of them got interrupted by rain quite badly. So perhaps a little unprepared from a playing perspective. But they're young, they're very enthusiastic. We've got a great support team with them. So it's great to be here.
Did it help that the West Indies had been a success first? Did that help to persuade, to at least encourage your players to come? And also, I wonder, you mentioned about the chief executive, Wasim Khan, who obviously we know very well from Chancellor Shaheen and from his time as Leicestershire. He's obviously very connected with the ECB. Do you think that also helped, that relationship helped?
Absolutely. They knew that when Naseem was talking to the ECB, he was talking to the right people. That makes a big difference. The West Indies coming before, not really, because we followed very quickly after them. But obviously they were going to be before. If there were going to be any issues, they would have come out then. Both with the bio bubble and the arrangements around the matches. But they went off very smoothly. Full marks to the ECB for arranging that.
Now, inevitably, there's been talk here about a quid pro quo, if you like, and some pressure from the Pakistan Cricket Board as a result of their coming here and helping England out to keep their cricket fluent and obviously cash rich, as it were, as opposed to being bankrupted, which could have happened. And therefore, it'd be obviously persuasion from Pakistan, therefore, for England to tour there. Now, where do you stand with that, Ihsan? I mean, is that a fact?
I wouldn't use this series as a leverage in any way. Pakistan is safe. We've now had Sri Lanka back, we've had Bangladesh back, we had the fabulous MCC team back with Kumar Sangakkara. He captained the side, and he was actually on the bus that was attacked in 2009. There cannot be a better endorsement of that, of where we are in Pakistan today. Yes, there's been some nervousness by countries, but I do not think there will be any reasons for England not to come in end of 21-22 when they're due to come.
How would it work? Here we have the bio bubble, sort of protection against a pandemic, obviously, a virus. How would it work, or how could you see it working in Pakistan, where it's actually a security issue? Can you see it, sort of lockdown again?
No, it's not a lockdown at all. What we have done is, certainly for the first couple of teams that came, yes, had a very tight security, sort of like head of state level of security. Yes, in hotels, controlled going out. But by the time the MCC got there, they wanted to get out and play golf. And I think they played golf virtually every day they were there. Some of the team. They went out sightseeing, they went to restaurants. Mike Latham was there to do a program. He was out on, in the evenings on his own. Well, he was taken out. But he went to restaurants. He got around, and I'm sure if you asked him, he would say he didn't feel any way sort of uncomfortable. So I think we've still got nearly 2 years before England come, and I hope that by then things would have really settled down, where there'll be more freedom of movement. I just don't think there's the need for the level of security we've been giving the teams. In fact, some of the Sri Lankan team complained to us that they wanted to go out, go shopping, just get out of the hotel. So it's a balance, but you can't take risks to begin with. But as the levels of comfort by the people who are visiting Pakistan improves, a lot of this has got to do with the perception of the country. People, when they come to Pakistan, are pleasantly surprised that what they thought they would get and what they actually see are two different things. So I'm pretty...
sorry, son. I suppose part of the issue is that with an England team, there's a big media pack, and there are travelling supporters, and they would want to come. The media would want to be there. So it's a big undertaking for all of that number to be secure.
I don't think that this concept of what is secure is really an illusion. Take New Zealand recently. It was unfortunate. The Bangladesh team was there. Luckily, they weren't in the mosque when the attack took place. You will get incidences like that around the world. You're not getting them in any major city in Pakistan today.
Is it a good thing or frustration for you that England have toured Bangladesh, for instance, when there was a big security issue there, and of course Sri Lanka as well? I mean, England have travelled in the past to areas that you might not necessarily feel are secure. So is that a good sign for you, or is it frustrating that you understand what I mean?
No. It's not frustrating. There was a time when even I would have said, "Don't come right now." But I honestly believe, and the MCC is an endorsement of that they felt so comfortable being in Pakistan. And we've had the chief executive, we've had Tom Harrison from England, we've had, with a board director who was a former security man, I think the police force. When you saw the security arrangements and the safe city projects we have in Pakistan, where, for example, in Lahore, they've got sort of camera monitoring movements through the city, not around the great grounds. His reaction was that if we had things like this in England, there wouldn't be any street crime. So we have the infrastructure in place. One thing is clear. I mean, I will never. In fact, none of us would ever want anyone to come if we weren't comfortable hosting them. But I'm also very clear we're not going to play in third countries. We either play in Pakistan or we won't play.
You see, that's quite a determined stance, then, isn't it? So you really are. I mean, the UAE has done its bit as far as you're concerned. It's hosted you through that crisis, but it's now time, you think, ready, that if you don't come to Pakistan, well, the games won't take place.
No, the price we've paid for UAE, not only in financial terms, that's been very high. And yes, on financial terms, it cost us about $50,000 per day extra over what we had paid in Pakistan. But far more important is for our players to have the home crowd behind them, to actually play matches within Pakistan with that sort of support. For our youngsters, if you're going to spread cricket in the country and make that strong, the youngsters and the kids have to come and see the matches and see cricket being played. And I'll tell you, the hunger is astronomical. In the Rawalpindi match against Sri Lanka, 3 days had been virtually washed off. Last day, no chance of a result. We had a full crowd. That's the hunger. When Kumar brought out the MCC team, they played at the Gaddafi Stadium, a club side playing against one of our Pakistan Super League franchisees, one of their teams, and we had about 18,000 people. The passion in the country. But unless we capture it and unless we actually are able to get that out to our young people, eventually cricket will get diluted by other sports. So we cannot afford to do that. It's important for the development of the game in Pakistan that we have cricket in Pakistan. Yes, we have to make certain arrangements to make sure that players feel comfortable, which we'll always do. So it's not as it's not saying you take it or leave it for no grounds. And we've had one of the European Anglo-Saxon, I should say, chief executive and president who came out. At the end, he was asked, "What do you think?" He said, "I can't think of a reason not to come."
What's the impact been, do you think, Shan, on the fact that you haven't been playing at home? I mean, you mentioned there that big crowds turning up, but what about the actual game itself and people playing it, people playing in the street and so on? I mean, is there still that real passion for the game, despite the fact that Pakistan haven't been playing at home until very recently, obviously on those occasions that you've mentioned, but generally playing away?
Working, thank you. Where is it? Thank you. Okay. Another option nothing here? Chat. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
for the game, despite the fact that Pakistan haven't been playing at home until very recently, obviously on those occasions that you've mentioned, but generally playing away. That real passion for the game, despite the fact that Pakistan haven't been playing at home until very recently, obviously on those occasions that you've mentioned, but generally playing away.
Shadab, who goes back into his crease and defends slightly, both feet pointing back down the pitch. And Root fields off his own bowling. So, one wonders what is a good score batting first. And what we've sort of learned for the last 8 years or so, Root is in again, shorter again, swung round the corner off a bit of maybe bat or glove and hip. And they'll get a run for it as long leg comes down, as leg by is signalled by umpire Kettleborough. At the end of another unremarkable over, but it's one that gets England closer to the new ball, which is their very clearly stated.
It is. I mean, the frustration is not just that; is that they've got plenty of bowlers to get to the new ball. They've got a bowler-heavy lineup, so they don't have to do this. They've chosen to do that partly because they think they might sneak a wicket, particularly against the left-handed Masood, who's batted for 78 overs. It must be said.
Well, Broad's warming up.
Yeah, so don't worry, they'll take it on time the way things are going. Well, unless we get a wicket.
I just wonder if they might switch for the 80th over. He goes to the bowler an over to sort of warm up, perhaps. I don't know, or maybe they'll just continue with Root, but
they might do. Give him the 80th over, perhaps. He'd like a new ball, please.
They've been a bit leaky, though, in these three overs since
19 of 3.
Bess in to the right-handed Shadab, who pushes forward in defence, full delivery, which is squeezed into the covers. Bess moves to his left to field, and there's no run. And that's sides batting first against England. I think it'd be interesting to see what England also have scored in first innings and how often they've lost with scores under 250. I get the feeling that 250 in the first innings of a match in England is proving to be quite an important target to reach. As Bess comes trotting in from the Anderson end to Shadab, who swings at this and doesn't get much contact on it. He manages to shank it out to square leg, where Jofra Arch has to come in from the boundary to field. One more to the total. Shadab to 16, 207 for 5. He likes to go down on that back leg, doesn't he, Shadab? The right leg, and then give it a real biff with a horizontal bat. And,
well, he had one at lunch. He's now got 16. All off the middle of the bat. You're right. There have been some quite low-scoring tests in England over the last few years, haven't you?
Best, the left-hander who dabs at this, slightly away from his body, pushes it to City Point region. Pope just has to move a few paces to his right to collect.
The big balls kept moving around him, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You don't get many draws now.
You certainly don't, unless the weather really intervenes. Bess in, round arm, and fires it into off stump. It's pushed back up the wicket, and actually Shadab can't nearly pick the ball up at non-striker's end, but then thought better of it. Anderson tidies up, gives it back to Bess. A couple of balls left in the 79th over. England would love a wicket before that new ball. They'd love the left-hander. And so forward comes Masood, gets a thick inside edge. There groans as that nearly got through his defences. It squirted to a short square leg, and Chris Woakes had to run in to collect. One more to the total. Shadab has 16, Shan Masood, but that moves to 82, 208 for 5.
It's a really good little single there. You know, this shows real. The scoring rate's been pretty slow in this innings, but they've tried to take every single run that's available.
Last ball of the over. Bess in, fires it into leg stump, pushes it back up the wicket. Does Shadab. Bess fields with an air of a lack of gruntle. Let's put it that way.
Well, he probably won't get another over now for some considerable time, and in fact he'll hope not to bowl again in this innings, because that was over 79.
Yeah.
Joe Root is going to stick with plan A post-lunch, where they've been so far 21 runs in the 4 overs, and he's going to bowl the 80th, and after that, well, come what may, unless, is he going to give Broad the... He's thinking about it. No, he's going to bowl himself.
Yeah, he's got the headband on. Is that the key? He takes the headband on and off.
Oh, does he? Does he not field in a headband?
Well,
Has he not had a haircut?
I've seen it off, and now I've seen it on. I think he suits the headband myself. I mean, maybe I'm just jealous because he has hair to band. It is going to be Root, and his first ball is dabbed cleverly into the onside square of the wicket, and Shan Masood gets off strike with another well-taken single, 209 for 5.
If you call it a sweatband rather than a headband, then you can wear it without much hair on your head overall.
Yeah, I think it would look a bit try-hard on either of us, to be brutally honest.
A bit
try hard.
Tossed up and defended on the front foot by Shadab. Buttler trots around to collect. There's no runs. So wouldn't it, I sort of think of McEnroe and Borg, really, when I think of these headbands.
Yeah.
Round the wicket, it's Root swept powerfully out to deep backward square leg. It's being pursued. It will be stopped on the boundary by Chris Woakes, running to his right from mid-wicket. Fires in the throw. Pretty much over the top of the stumps. Two more. 211 for 5. Shadab to 18.
Lily, he had good headbands, didn't he?
Yeah.
You wouldn't tell him, or that looks a bit try-hard, Dennis, would you?
I wouldn't say anything to Dennis Lily that wasn't enormously complimentary. Would you? Did you?
No, not what I was saying. I mean, he's delightful.
Root again is swept. It's again too far the leg stump, and it's again very well fielded. This time on the deep backward square leg boundary by Don Bess, running to his left from a sort of long leg position. And again there are two more. Shadab's on 20 out of nowhere. He was on 1.
I know, and I'd be.
You're a bit exercised by this, aren't you?
I am. 20 runs could be significant in this match.
Well, it's getting them close to that magical 250. Swept again. I can't see where that went.
It went straight to Rory Burns at square leg, who fielded it well. It was travelling. It might have been in the air for a fraction, actually, but it didn't carry to him. But he middled it. It could have been 4, but for the Burns intervention.
I lost it there. Root's last ball of the over is defended the offside again, through for another quick single. Something unforthforthing from Sibley, who's not perhaps the most nimble in the covers. And another smartly taken single. 214 for 5. 80 overs have been bowled. That was a very curious 18 minutes of play. Let's hope it is never repeated. John Masood has 83. Shadab Khan has 21.
Well, I mean, first of all, it was. I think they were trying to be too cute. We'll put our spinners. It's turning a bit. We might sneak a wicket, but as it's happened, they have mustered 27 runs in 5 overs without really suffering any alarms. And I think they were being a bit too clever there, England. I could understand Root and Asima. Sorry, not Root, Bess and Asima. But I also admire the fact that Pakistan, in particular Shadab, has assessed this situation. The sort of easy thing to say, well, I've got a block to make sure I'm there for the new ball. But instead, he's been impish, sweeping constantly, timing it well most of the time, and he has shot to 20 off 20 balls since.
Yeah, the new ball has been taken. I'm getting out of the way. Jonathan Agnew's back, and Andy has been searching a stat for us, just to let you know, Jonathan.
Well, look at this scoring 250 or more in tests in England. So it's starting with away teams since 2012. There haven't really been many scores between 179, which Australia scored at Leeds last year in that extraordinary game where they almost and probably should have won, but for Nathan Lyon's buttered fingers, as Broad prepares to start with the new ball.
He does. Here we go. The sun's out as well, and he's bowling to Shadab, who's made a busy 21, and the first ball's hit firmly into the ground. Doesn't go very far, and Broad is able to pick it up as he follows through. So, key part of the game. Pakistan 214 for 5.
I'm coming over old Crowish here by that little spout of cricket. And what I'm thinking is, throughout that morning session, England yielded 48 runs in 2 hours. Broad and Anderson in particular were utterly miserly, put pressure on, got wickets. And then suddenly, in 20 minutes, 27 runs, yes, because they've tried to be cute by bowling 2 off-spinners.
Broad runs in, bowls it short and mistimed horribly there, a pull shot, but it's just in front of mid-wicket. And they'll pick up a single. It's an exciting Shadab.
And the consequence of that is that Shadab, who got 1 run in 14 balls against the Seabirds before lunch, has suddenly got the flavour. Yeah. So I'm a bit, with my England hat on, I'm a bit exasperated by that little tactic. I mean, it could have been a stroke of genius if Root had picked up a Masood caught it slip, but somehow it didn't seem like that to me.
Got to get Bess going, I think.
He did 1 and 1.
But yes, exactly. And perhaps not Root as well.
No.
215 for 5. So Shan Masood is down on strike with his slips, 3 of them. Burns a little further away than a third slip would be, so more of a fourth really. The ball comes round the wicket to the left-hander. Is there any bowls? He's playing from the crease, a ball on the off stump. That hard crack of the new ball on the bat. Anderson fields and gets to work on it. Presumably he'll be coming on from this end. Not much of a breeze today. It's just tugging at the flags a bit at the far end, but certainly not the strong winds of yesterday. And the cloud is just breaking up now too, so there's some blue sky about. Much warmer feel to it all. 2:15 for 5. Shah Masood waits for Broad. Is there any bowls? He flicks that away off his hip. That's a wonderful shot. He's very strong there. And he's hit that for 4. That is an area you simply can't bowl to him. He flicked Broad for 4 yesterday. You could hear on the stump microphone Broad saying, "How's that gone for 4?" And that's another one. He really gives it a flourish.
Well, that's beautiful. He hasn't timed the ball better than that, Masood, in this innings. The hard ball, of course, it speeds off the bat, and it was leg side, and he just whipped it away beautifully.
Broad again, carrying his shadow with him. The slips are down. He comes round the wicket and bowls. Shah Masood this time allows a length ball just outside the off stump to pass harmlessly by, to much applause from the slip cordon. More Broad bowled there than the previous ball, and Anderson's going through that painstaking loosening up routine. I can tell he's done that in his life. Very wiry, very fit. Hands on his hips now, and Broad is ready to come in again. Down go the slips. Shah Masood waits for him and he bowls. Similar ball just outside that off stump. And Shan again lets it go by. So he's 87. 239 balls. He opened the innings yesterday. You've seen a fair amount of coming and going at the other end.
I think you've done your job as an opener if you're still there to combat the second new ball. He doesn't score very quickly, but Pakistan are absolutely indebted to him. And they've just seized it. It's a bit like yesterday, actually. England were terrific in the first session yesterday. And they came out after lunch. Too much thinking over lunch. And they surrendered the initiative. Now with the new ball, Anderson and Broad will try and get it back. But it's one thing facing Anderson when you've got 1 run on your total. Then you're scrapping around wondering where your next run's coming for. And suddenly Shadab's a youngster, but he's got 22 already.
Yep.
He's feeling good about himself. And if there's something there to hit, he's going to go for it, I think, with a hard ball. He looks like he's inclined to play his shots anyway.
Anderson is then to the right-handed Shadab. Watches that swing away. Definitely did swing. But he played no stroke at that. Started a little bit wide of the off stump. Anderson was drying his boots there in the sawdust. Was laid out at this end. It must have been a little bit damp out there. The legacy of yesterday's rain. 2:19 for 5. Anderson broad discussion.
There. What are those spinners doing?
Anderson again runs away from us and bowls. Oh, he's got straight through Shadab. He got the length of that horribly wrong. And he was, back in his crease. The ball really, he should have been trying to get off the front foot too. I think it was a good length delivery, really.
Whipped past his inside edge and almost over the top of off stump. Masood's had a word, so, just keep watching the ball.
He's passed on quite a few coaching tips in this brief innings. He was horrified by the start of it, I think. Came down and was quite stern. 2:19 for 5. Shadab's on 22. Anderson runs in, Bolston. And again, that swings by outside the off stump. You missed some of the great excitement after lunch, by the way, outside.
What?
Well, whichever, and I assume I didn't like to. I'm always displaying ignorance about virtually everything, but on this particular one, I didn't display a lack of knowledge. I think Shane Warne's Aussie rules team has won by 3 points. Right. And I think, as an Aussie would say, Shane's been through the ringer, watching it or following it or something.
I wonder which one that is.
Well, I don't know. I need to find out. Again, Andy will find it. Then goes Anderson, bowls on the off stump, pushing to the offside, going for a quick single. 220 for 5. Footscray or somebody, I suppose.
Well, Aussie rules is huge.
Mind you,
in
are they
Melbourne.
playing? Are they playing in Melbourne?
Oh, they must be, I suppose. They might be, but I don't know if they're playing in front of a crowd. But I mean, Aussie rules it's an amazing game because it's probably the biggest game in Australia.
Yes.
And of course, don't play anywhere else.
I was sent
Huge crowd.
sent to report on a game once. So when they used to come across and play at the Oval every year.
Yeah.
I was sent once. I've never seen. Today newspaper sent me off as part of my education all those years ago. And I didn't know any of the rules, and I didn't at the end of it either.
No.
It was a very confusing game. Anderson bowls and feels for that, just goes past the edge, and Masood nods at Anderson and says, "Yep, that's okay." But I didn't find the edge.
I've watched it.
It was in very high winds, so everything helped. There's a lot of kicking involved in Aussie rules, and the ball has basically sort of just been blown out of the oval. We found it, Andy.
No, I was looking up some cricket stats.
Oh, no. We moved on from that.
All right, I'll move on to another sport shortly. No.
Yes.
Visiting opening batsmen who've made it through to the second new ball in England.
Oh, that's much more interesting. Anderson bowls, and the guy's pushed across the left-hander who runs that down into the gully, and that ends a tidy first over for Anderson with this new ball, 220 for 5.
Since Mark Richardson did so for New Zealand at Lords in May 2004, in 46 times that England's visiting tourists have batted first in a test. This is only the fourth time the openers managed to make it through to the 81st over. Chris Rogers was the last to do it at Lords for Australia in 2015, a game in which England were brutally annihilated before coming back to win the series. Murali Vijay at Trent Bridge on a rather dead pitch in 2014, and Alvaro Peterson at Headingley for South Africa in 2012. So only 4 times in the last 16 summers and 46 innings.
Here comes Broad over the wicket, and Shadab inside edge into the pad, and that runs away into the leg side. 221 for 5, thanks to Pete Noble, who tells us that Shane Warne supports St Kilda. So they just narrowly won by 3 points. There's great excitement outside. I think this is Melbourne at the moment. There's they're all locked down again.
78-74.
There you go.
Against Gold Coast Football Club.
Home or away?
Away, maybe. Depends if they do it the American way or the British way. In Aussie rules, I don't know. Because American teams sport lists the home team second.
Do they?
Yes.
I didn't know that. Broad bowls, and there's a little bit of room there. Steers into the offside. Bess aims as shy at the stumps at the far end, but the throw is well over the top. But I think he's home anyway. But again, another example of really positive running by the Pakistanis. 222 for 5. Amazing. Learn something new every day. Yeah. Thank you, Andy, for that. Did you know that, Victor?
No. So American sports fixtures will say, Boston at New York rather than New York versus Boston, as we do here.
Why do they do that?
If you start wondering why Americans do things, we could be here for a very long time.
I accept that. I do accept that. But was it St Kilda at Gold Coast, or was it just St Kilda versus Gold Coast? It's Broad bowling, and Shadab well forward to bowl on the off stump. Finds Pope at point. We could save all this time just by asking him, actually. He's only next door. But anyway. 4-point thriller. Broad polishes the ball, heads off into the distance. Hitches up the short sleeve of his shirt, pauses for a moment. On his way, once more is there now, and he bowls, and Shadab forwards a full ball into the offside. Again, they're stealing a single there, and the throw misses, and I think it might have gone that time, up at the far end, and Pope missed the stumps from quite long range, is backed up by Anderson, but they're just stealing these singles. It's really good cricket, I must say.
It's risky, but it's annoying England, I can tell you. He's hit it straight to Pope. Had Pope hit, he's quick too.
Yeah,
he is quick. He was in. And he's going to bring the field. The field's going to come in closer, and then they're easier to beat. Yeah. It's good stuff. I don't know Stuart's that enamoured of this.
No, he won't be. 220 23 for 5. With the new ball, Broad again comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Shah Masood allows that by. He's on 88 now from 243 balls. John Powell, thank you, John. Apparently the Great Britain Aussie Rules captain plays for Stonor Cricket Club. I'm not sure Stonor is. So there's a Great Britain team.
Must be. It's a violent game, yeah.
Well, no. 223 for 5. Broad. From the far end bowls and Masood drives. Doesn't really time that. Sibley can feel it cover. These two are on 47 now. That's 223 for 5. There's lots of kicking, lots of marking, isn't there? Take high catches.
Yeah,
That's spectacular.
There's a lot of links between cricket and Australian rules football. A lot of Australian cricketers have played to a good level. I think Shane Warne himself was a good player in his youth. And the man credited with founding Australian rules football is a man called Thomas Wills, who I believe promoted the first cricket tour of England. An Aboriginal side came in 1868, and I believe he was the man behind that. So sort of the link between cricket and Aussie rules go back extremely long way.
It always finds some sort of context to our offbeat conversation sometime. In goes Anderson, bowls. It's turned away by Shadab. He'll want 2 here if he can. Pokes in pursuit, picking the ball up, sliding across the ground as he does so, and then off balance has to throw. And again, very good running.
Well, this is terrific stuff from Shadab. He'll be annoying England's senior bowlers. He's scurrying singles, scurried the 2 there, seizing the initiative. And the game has changed hugely since lunch. Well, they've almost got as many since lunch as they got in the entire first session.
Yeah.
I shall go.
Well, I've got a bit more information for you about that match, if you're interested. Anderson bowls and Shah wants a single. No, he can't surely steal that one. He's sent back. Overthrows. Yeah. And this is what happens when you put pressure on the field like this. And they set off, or at least Shadab set off, and he was sent back immediately by his partner. And then Bess came in full of enthusiasm as always, hurled the ball at the stumps with no one there backing it up. So they've got 2 runs in the end, but they should have had none. But they've got the England fielders on edge at the moment. They're aware of these runs being taken. Bess's throw was wild. He threw it while he was on the ground.
Brought up a 50 partnership in just 13 overs and 1 ball.
Thanks to Neil Liversedge, Aussie Rules Football, with Melbourne and Victoria being locked down, all the Melbourne teams are playing outside the state, so every game is away at the moment for the Victorian teams. There we go. Thank you very much indeed, Neil. Michael looks a bit nonplussed. We're talking about Shane Warne's excitement at St Kilda winning by 4
Yeah,
points.
I've just been with Warne. He got his iPad out there watching.
He's very excited.
Yes, he was. Yeah, I tell you what, Pakistan are doing a job here.
They are.
Tip and run. Almost playing every time you hit it, you've got to get a single.
Yep. They've got the
Look
fielders.
how tight extra covers come in.
Fielders on the toes now. 227 for 5. Shadab's on 29. Anderson runs up and he bowls. Terminates forward again. He sets off a pace or 2, although the ball barely dribbles down to Bess, who's fielding in the gully.
Well, you could argue that extra cover and mid-wicket, that they're almost on the drive for the catch.
Yeah.
But they're not. They're in just to try and save the single. Mid-offer in nice and close as well. It's been a really good partnership. Just grabbing the game back here, Pakistan, aren't they?
Certainly are. Super on 51 now. And after that really good start for England today, when Anderson removed Babar in the first over, they are certainly getting back because of the amount of spin that we've seen from Bess predominantly. Anderson over the wicket, bowls is short and cracked away. That's 4. Flew past Bess, who's had to come in quite close. And he got a lot of bat on that. I don't think Bess even moved.
Well, Shadab Khan has been selected as just an all-round quality with the bat. Very still there. You see him trigger early, but he's in such a still position before the release of the ball. Wonderful stroke, but his leg spin. He's a brilliant fielder. He's just one of those cricketers. I imagine captains and coaches just love having him around and make things happen. And he's causing a little bit of chaos here. He's 33 from 47.
He's creating a lot of chaos. But again, Sibley, look how close he is there at extra cover. Hanson's not happy. He's talking to Jofra Archer about something at mid-on.
What do you reckon they're talking about?
I don't know.
He's having a laugh.
It seems to be.
Jofra's made him chuckle. Not many do that.
No, not if it's been cracked before. Anderson again runs in bowls and Shadab on the back foot. There's a very nice looking defensive stroke. Broad fields at mid-off.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
What Jimmy Smile after the hit before?
No, it was a proper chuckle. Jofra's obviously produced a bit of magic there. Let's see if he does it again now. Look.
He's talking to Broad now instead. Well, how can England end this partnership? Shadab's on 33.
There could be a run out.
That's probably favourite actually at the moment. Slips are ready, hands on knees. Anderson's there and he bowls and Shadab's forward. Again he's sent back after what would be a suicidal single. But he's just winding the fielders up. Sibley was so close there and was in very quickly. I don't think he's really intending to run on those ones. He's just playing havoc with the field. It's excellent cricket. You wonder why batsmen don't do it all the time. You see the impact that it has and the runs that they've stolen and the way they've brought the field in and the mistakes that have been made, the overthrows.
Well, I think it's been clearly a ploy by Pakistan to try and do. They did it yesterday. It's been a good ploy.
Now Root's had a word with Broad because of course at the other end they've got Masood, who's just absolutely weighed anchor. 88 from 244 balls. He's been batting for 84 overs now. Did give this a couple of chances yesterday. And Broad's coming in and bowling to him. With a grunt, he's got some runs there. He's got 4 of them. And goes into the 90s. Leaning back, is running that away. Oh, like a one-day shot, really. Through the slips and down to the third man boundary.
The second new ball is travelling. It's not doing anything quite like we saw the old ball do this morning. Playing a very nicely, glorious shot. Just let it come, knows exactly where the space is. He scored a lot of runs down to third man. There's been a few off the edge. That was play. Just let it glide off the face of the bat like a one-day shot.
Ball's returned to Broad. Has a look at it. And now he's rushing in again, and he bowls. So this time he's forward. It's a good length ball on the off stump. Broad snatches at the ball there. It's played back up the pitch to him. I think these two bowlers hate giving away boundaries, and they've both conceded one now in consecutive overs. And that's another sure sign of a fielding side that's trying to regain a bit of control. All that shouting, clapping of hands and of gloves there. Joss Buttler was doing a lot of that shouting, trying to get minds refocused. Broad's on his way, and he bowls outside the off stump. There's a stroke required and none given.
Well, the problem for Joss Buttler behind the stumps is he could take his mind back 24 hours to those 2 chances that dropped behind, the mis-stumping Shah Masood. When you drop a batsman that's still out there, it just ekes away at you. You just know you've affected the game. Yes. And if Shah Masood can get 3 figures, it's going to go a long way towards Pakistan having a real chance of winning this test match.
Here's Broad, bowls to Masood, who's repeated it, but this one was not quite out of the middle of the bat. And they went in the air, past Burns. There's another boundary, down to third man. As Broad getting that little bit of width. Didn't quite glide off the bat as the last one. It was a repeat of the shot, but that hit more of an edge in the middle.
It's a little bit of a similar feel to yesterday. England in the opening session were outstanding with the ball, as they were this morning. In the afternoon yesterday, they travelled, didn't they?
Yeah.
And the same's happening today.
Well, Shah Masood's now on 96.
He's found a bit of fluency, 58 from his first 198, and now another 38 from his next 50 balls.
2 balls remain in the over. Broad's on his way. He's there and he bowls. Masood's tucked him into the onside. He'll try and get 2 here if if he can with Pope in pursuit. They will come back for the second. Shah Masood on 98, not out.
Well, the skipper Joe Roots just had a little wander from first slip to speak to Dominic, Bess, who's behind square on the offside. So it will be about going on to bowl, I'm pretty sure.
Quite an extended word, and Root is actually talking to Bess as he retreats.
Change of angle around the wicket.
98 not out. Shah Masood waiting for Broad, who's galloping in from the far end. He bowls too many drives, but that's gone straight to mid-on and fielded by Chris Woakes. So he'd had to wait for his 400, but you feel he's going to get it sooner or later. 241 for 5. The new ball so far has not provided a breakthrough for England. More from Michael Vaughan, and then Simon Mann's coming in.
Yeah, very good for Pakistan the last half an hour in particular. And Stokes is having a chat with Jimmy Anderson. Saw Stokes have another quite long bowl this morning, but I don't think I'm going to be turning to Stokes just yet. Pakistan batsman just having a drink. Jimmy Anderson will carry on. It's just getting to the stage. I mean, 241. It doesn't sound a huge score, but when you start getting towards 300 and beyond, we've seen spin. We know how skillful the Pakistan seamers can be. Mohammad Abbas, he bowls well on most surfaces and gets a little bit of wobble on most surfaces. And then you've got Naseem, Shah and Shaheen, Afridi, who can bowl quickly. Then the two leg spinners, and you can see the footholds already outside there. Be a left-hander that would look down and see plenty of rough, so the likes of Rory Burns will be ready kind of to train and have a look at those follow through and go, oh, before I've even got any, I've got a bit of rough to look into. Pakistan are putting themselves in a very strong position.
It's amazing how quickly the game can change. Pakistan scored more runs this afternoon than they scored in the whole morning session. Just over 40 minutes. Anderson goes in. Bowls to Shadab, who's back and drops it into the onside. They're off for a quick single, and the throw from Pope hits Shan Masood as he runs through. They've run so well. You feel a run out is just around the corner, but they have judged most things very well in this innings, and it's infuriating for the bowling and fielding side as well. The bowlers and the fielders.
I think it's proven that if you've got two players that are absolutely committed to this tactic, it's very hard to stop.
Yeah.
Unless you hit it so hard that it goes to the fielder. But if you just drop and run, I mean, how close can extra cover and mid-wicket get? They can't really get any closer.
No, it's very good. Have you ever played indoor cricket?
I have, yeah.
We just basically, it is tip and run. And it's amazing what you can get, isn't it?
Yeah, down at Wicker Bank in Sheffield all those years ago. I can't remember what it was called, the indoor school. It was the first indoor school around Sheffield.
Shadab on 98. Anderson goes in to bowl to him. And he turns that away. Backward square. He's off for one. He's going to get the second here. He's coming back for the second. You can hear the roar from the Pakistan dressing room beneath us. Takes his helmet off and leaps in the air, and that's 3 consecutive hundreds for Shan Masood, his 4th overall. He had to work so hard for the first 50. He has flourished of late, and he's put Pakistan in a good position in this game. He's really frustrated England. He's batted for nearly 86 overs.
251 balls, 13 fours, as you said. It's his 4th career 100, 3rd in successive innings. He made 135 against Sri Lanka in Karachi in December, 100 exactly against Bangladesh and Rawalpindi in February. It's the 43rd time a batsman has scored 3 or more hundreds, 3 hundreds in successive innings, in 3 or more innings, and he's the 6th Pakistan player to do it after Imam-ul-Haq, Yunus Khan, Mohammad Yusuf, Mudassar Azhar and Zahir Abbas. So 100 in his first 36 test innings, and then 3 and 3.
And he bent down and kissed the turf as well. Here he is. Anderson bowling to Shan Masood, who's forward. Normal service resume. A nice solid defensive block there.
Yeah, a wonderful 100. He's had a couple of elements of fortune, but you have to have that. In English conditions, you could argue that it's probably the hardest place to come and bat. When you're facing Broad and Anderson with the Duke ball, the lights have been on. I know they're off now, but for the most part of his innings, there has been movement. And I don't think it gets any harder than this as an opening batsman to come and face this combination.
Here Here goes Anderson, bowls to Shan. Masood, he beats them. That's a fine delivery going across him. He poked to that one, past the outside edge. It is an overcast afternoon. The lights aren't on yet. But it's good bowling conditions. Even got the new ball in hand.
Yeah, particularly when Jimmy Henderson's had him out 6 times previously. You know, for not many runs. He's come here with a different technique, a different mindset. And he's playing the anchor role. Absolutely perfect for Pakistan.
He's the first overseas opener to score 100 in a test match in England since. Here's a little question for you. Here's Anderson bowling outside the off stump. There's no stroke.
Rattle.
Shan Masood. Yeah. Okay, I'm right. Do you know that, do you?
Yeah, because I'm on the same WhatsApp group as you.
Oh, are you?
I'm sitting right here, guys.
Well, sometimes, Andy, we just think you take a stab at things rather than...
I prefer your approach, Alex. I just like stats that are made up.
He's the first to score 100 in England in the opening innings of a test against England since Chris Rogers at Lords in 2015.
Yeah. Here is Anderson bowling to Shan Masood outside the off stump. Let's that one go by. It's quite wide from Anderson. 244 for 5. Masood 100 not out. For 255 balls. He's getting excellent support from Shadab, who's gone for chaos theory, and it's worked. Disrupted England.
Yeah, when Pakistan lost Rizwan, I saw the first few deliveries that Shadab Khan faced, and I thought it can't be long. That technique, the right shoulder was coming in too soon. He was kind of planting his foot down, middle stump, and just using his hands. Oh, he's got to snick one. Well, he's hung in there. He's now 34 from 50. And he absolutely right, Simon. He's caused chaos. He's been what you describe as a pest from an England perspective, but he's survived, and I'm sure he'll carry on in that fashion.
Here goes Broad to bowl to him. That's outside the off stump. He leans forward and lets the ball go through to Buttler. In a way, he's number 7. He's batted like wicket keepers often do.
Yeah, it's just number 7. That's like that.
Well, I suppose you've got that licence at number 7. But one feature of his batting has been the running, pinching those quick singles. Really annoying for a fielding side and for the bowlers as well. They have to constantly change their lines. Left hand, right hand, batsman on strike. Broad goes in, arms pumping, bowls a very short delivery that swings after it went past the bat. And Buttler had to leap away to his right to take it in front of Root at first slip. Shadab allowed it to go. And he shaped to try to swat it away. There are 2 men back, Archer's on the fine leg boundary. There's a deep backwards square leg in as well. If you're in that ring on the offside, or Anderson mid-on, you need to be alive here because they're looking to pinch those singles. Here's Sibley walking purposefully from cover. Short, swung away down towards Archer. He's going to get underneath it. No, just short. One bounce to Archer coming in off that fine leg boundary.
Andy, I've got something quite revealing. Andy, do you want the good or the bad news?
Well, either. News is news.
Well, the good news is that Alistair Cook's listening. The bad news, he says that the last stat from Andy was wrong about Chris Rogers scoring 100 at Lords in the first test of a series. He says, I think the first test was played in Cardiff.
I didn't say first test, I said first innings. Opening innings.
You're not listening, Alistair. You're not listening.
Do not question me, Sir Alistair.
Correct. Knight.
245 for 5. Shan Masood on strike. Broad round the wicket. Low pull from Shan Masood down to Archer, who's gone 70 metres or so to his right hand side. Fine leg to field that one as well.
Keep going, Andy.
Pakistan openers with centuries in England. Shan Masood is only the 5th. Slightly ominously for England, 3 of the previous 4 have reached 176 or more. The other Pakistan openers with centuries in England. Saeed Anwar, the most recent, 176 at the Oval in 1996. Ahmed Sahel, 205 on this ground in 1992. Madassan Azhar, 124 at Birmingham in 87, and Masood Khan, 200 at Lords in 1982.
Very good, Andy. He's typing.
You can see him typing, can you? Sir Alistair?
Yeah. I don't have him as Sir Alistair. I must change. I must edit it. It's just Alistair.
246 for 5. Shan Masood on 101. Shadab back on strike on 35. Broad goes into bowl to him. And Broad, they pinch another single. The ball goes 1 metre from the leg stump. He pushed forward, thick inside edge, possibly a bit of pad involved, and they ran through for the run. So it will change again for Jofra. He's going to be tired before he gets to bowl. Going from one side of the field to the other as they keep turning the board over. 247 for 5. And Shan Masood on 101. Broad bowling with this field that England have stuck to for large parts of the day. 2 slips of gully, 3 saved and 1 on the off. 2 on the on and a fine leg. Bess gives himself a couple of metres at backward point. He is broad going into bowl. Tipped away nicely by Shan Masood. Again, Archer's in action, running away to his right hand side. They're coming back for the second. Nice throw from Archer, right by the bails, but Shan Masood is quick. And he had 2 under control.
See, the problem, Andy, is when you're dealing with a knight, knights are generally right. He said he's going to re-listen.
All right, okay. Well, if I did say that, I didn't mean to say it. What I meant to say was I'm sure I said opening innings of a match, didn't I?
I think you did.
Giving it the nod.
Yeah, I think you did.
It's the first century England have conceded in their last 8 tests. The last time they had a 7-test sequence without a century by an opposition batsman was in the late 1950s. Unless Sir Alistair Cook has evidence to the contrary.
He's just been picking up his dog. Didn't quite get your response, Andy. You missed it. Where would you rank the combination of Anderson and Broad in the modern game of difficulty? So Shan Masood's got the 100 against Broad in these conditions.
Right, degree of difficulty,
I think it's right up there.
Yeah. Anderson goes into bowl to Shadab. Shadab guides it away just to the right of little 4th slip, that 4-slip stroke gully fielder, and they get another single. It's a bit like one-day cricket. It's a bit like tip and run.
You could say probably Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood, and that's a trio, but either of those 2 together in Brisbane, someone like that. Pink ball in Adelaide. Shami and Bumrah in India on some of the pitches that they play. It's not easy with a bit of Jadeja thrown in. This is a high-class century. It's this combination.
Yeah, he's played really well, especially in the last hour or so. He's going to play a bit more fluently. Anderson bowls to him. It's forward. Oh, there could be a run out here. Shot the stumps. The dive comes in again. England miss. Well, that was a really tight single. Shadab running's the danger end.
Look, he's made it.
Or even if the thrown hit.
He's dived. He probably dived 3 metres before, and he slid across the turf. Let's have a look. Oh, his bat might have gone in the air, but I think it wasn't a great throw.
It was Dom Bess. He wasn't far away. He gave himself just a fraction of a second to set himself there, and then threw the ball at stumps. Okay, it was an oblique angle, so it wasn't easy to hit the stumps from side on.
I think he's winded himself. Shadab Khan. He's put such a good dive, and you can see his shirt. It's got all the dust from the pitch right down the front. You can see Joe Root as well. He this morning had the smile on his face. He was in control, and now Pakistan have just grabbed again this session. He's looking slightly concerned, the England captain.
They've scored 64 runs in 55 minutes. 251 for 5. Shadab's back on his feet. Great smear of the Old Trafford ground on his stomach. Here's a short ball. Anderson swung away by Shadab down towards fine leg in front of the hotel. Woakes is onto it, sends in the return, gets the ball away quickly. Good piece of fielding from Woakes, because they were looking for 2 there.
Yeah, that's, they've nicked signals, but also every time it's gone out to the deep, they have really run hard to try and grab the second.
252 for 5. That previous delivery, the one before the pull shot, really, that was an outrageous single, wasn't it? Because Bess is quite close in on the onside at forward square leg, and it's played straight to him.
But I reckon he made it. And the dive saved him.
There's going to be a run out, there has to be. Anderson bowls, and Shan Masood lets that one go. Goes too low. Buttler almost takes that on the second bounce. 252 for 5. Anderson is his 19th over. He went for 4 and over yesterday, so he has dragged it back today. 1 for 59. Vital blow with Babar Azam in the first over of the day. Shafiq out for 7. Rizwan for 9. 176 for 5. It's now 252 for 5. Anderson glides into bowl to Shan Masood, stabs it into the offside. There's Sibley practically under the nose of the batsman by the time that was played. Tried to cut off that single. Shan Masood again looking for it and realised that Sibley crept in on that offside. The lights are back on at Old Trafford. Been on for the last 5 minutes or so. It's another grey afternoon now. We had some sun today, some blue sky. Not at the moment.
Another couple.
Here's Anderson. Bowls to Shan Masood. He's onto the back foot there, punching that through the offside in front of squares, going out towards the boundary. Pope is after it, or dives too soon. He dives too soon. He might not have got there in any case. That's gone away for 4 as a tantalising one.
Well, he's chuntering. Jimmy's not happy, Simon. You can see him chuntering.
He's gone 1 for 63 from his 19. Now it's 2:56 for 5, and the run's continuing to flow, I should say. Mike Adelman emails, let me listen to your comments on Manchester's weather. I'll have you know that in terms of annual average rainfall, Glasgow is in fact the UK's rainiest city, followed closely by Lancaster. Leeds is 5th, Cardiff is 8th, and Manchester is 14th. In terms of days of rainfall per year, Manchester is positively arid 10th in the UK. So there. Okay, thanks, Mike.
Well done, Mike.
Thank you.
Well done. Put Simon in his box. That's what you have to do. That last shot, the 4, it reminded me of Chris Broad. Tall left-hander, Stuart's dad. Just to kind of get a nice base and just kind of play from that base and punch it square of the wicket. Lovely shot. Chris Woakes into the attack. Thought they might have gone to Bess. Let's try and change the play up slightly.
Well, Woakes has been so reliable on this ground this summer. Well, he's reliable in English conditions in general. He's got 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 28. There's a long conversation going on there between Root and the bowler. And also, is that Ben Stokes involved? No, Stokes is down at second slip. He's there at the phone. Jimmy Anderson's up there. So, call for Woakes.
What you got for us, Andy?
Well, 42 from 8 overs with the new ball, just contrasting the spells of Broad and Anderson. This morning, Anderson 1 for 12 from 7, with the second new ball, none for 19 and 4. Broad 1 for 4 from 5 overs this morning, none for 23 and 4 this afternoon. And I have some more details on the challenge of playing England in England. And these have been published on the BBC website, so they're scientifically fact. From an article I wrote in between the test matches. I'll come to it after Woakes' first ball.
Same field. 2 slips to gully and 3-7-1 on the offside. There's the man back there. Woakes bowls very full, dug out into the onside. They're looking for 2 here. That Bess rushing in from deep square leg to pick up.
I like it when you use the word two words, scientific fact. This is going to be good.
Facts these days are different to what they used to be. But looking at England's seamers in the last 5 home summers, and these stats were up to the end of the West Indies series. England's seamers since 2016 have averaged 23.6 in England, which is the lowest average by England seamers over a 5-summer period since 1951 to 63, when Truman and Statham were in their pomp.
Wow. So what was that when Truman and Statham were in the pomp? What the numbers about them? What did they produce?
I think that was around about 20. The late 1950s were one of the toughest eras for batting in the history of Test cricket. I'll just get my
uncovered pitches
spreadsheet now.
Another long conversation between Root and his bowler and Jimmy Anderson. Anderson fielding in mid-off for Shan Masood.
Yeah, what he's done just a little manoeuvre. Cover point is in on the catch, Dom Sibley. Dominic Bess is like a short third in that area for that back cut.
He's flown in the air through there where Bess is. He's coming in now.
Yeah.
A few metres. It's a deep gully. Yeah, his Woakes bowler pushed away into the offside. Picked up by Sibley, short cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, and ironically, he walked into where a normal gully would stand. He could probably get away with just standing in a gully. So he's having another chat to him. He's trying to maybe work out the angle of where he wants him, or is he talking to him about his bowl? It's more about the angle of where he wants him for this.
It's Root saying to him, what's he saying? It was almost as if there was a dispute there about how Bess was positioning himself. Woakes bowls, Masood covers up and plays it.
He's going
back up the pitch.
Going back to chat to him. Dominic's on the naughty step.
I don't know, I just sensed a bit of body language between the two. Root's saying, well, what are you doing? How are you positioning yourself? I think Bess is saying, well, look, perhaps if I walk in like this, I might be able to affect the run out.
No, I've read it. They're talking about him bowling. I reckon he's coming on to bowl here. I think he's going to bowl from the stadium. Just saw them like waving around as if they were setting a field.
Woakes bowls, dabbed away by Masood. Good stop by Sibley. Tumbling away to his right on the pitch end that we used for the second match against West Indies, the third test of that series. No protection on his elbows as well. To be careful of those old wicket ends. Take the skin off.
Yeah, Old Trafford was always one of the hard squares. Oh God, you get awful burns on your legs for any dive. Not like a dive, but that often, to be honest.
2:57 for 5. Woakes into bowl to Shah, tucked away into the onside, not stopped at back with square leg by Pope. Archer has to run around and into field. Turns it to Buttler, and Shan Masood is through for 2 more. 110 not out to him. And Pakistan up to 259 for 5. They're closing in on the century partnership, these two. They came together at 176.
I'm surprised they haven't gone to the short stuff. The orthodox stuff's just not worked for the last 40 minutes. They might have gone to that short ball theory that we saw against the West Indies. We saw it briefly this morning.
Woakes to complete the over. Bowls to Shah Masood, who defends again, looking for a single, but Sid is close in on the offside now. He picks it up, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. More from Michael, and then it will be Daniel Norcross at 2:59 for 5.
Dan Stokes has just taken his cap off, and I think it's to the ball. No, he's just giving his hair a bit of air. Is it going to be Dominic Bess? I think it is. The helmet's coming out for Josh Buttler. It will be the off spinner to bowl from the stake. Now, he bowled beautifully from Jimmy Anderson, then he got lots of purchase. There's plenty for him there. You can see down just outside the left-handers off stump. There's lots of rough. Good afternoon, Dan.
Hello, Michael.
You're good.
I am good. I've just watched an extraordinary hour of cricket in which Pakistan, having scored 48 runs in 2 hours in 26 overs in the first session, have scored 72 runs in 14 overs, and have gone like a train and played really well, haven't they? I mean, it's the singles, they're running and ragged.
Yeah, it's been a little bit risky, you would say, but when you've got 2 players out there that are completely committed to this running between the wicket method, it's worked for them, and you can see that it's certainly giving Joe Root a headache. I do think when you're facing Broad and Anderson, it's an approach that I would tell the team to go for, because it's worth trying to wind them up, and it certainly has made them a little bit grumpy. Ball hasn't done as much as we saw this morning, and then they've probably chased it and bowled the odd one that's been a bit short, and they've capitalised. So it's been terrific stuff by Pakistan, and this is when you want your spinner. The spinner, you see him as you're travelling a little bit. This is now that you need your spinner to produce some magic.
But you know, I mean, Bess came on first thing after lunch, didn't he, as Michael departs, along with Joe Root. And that sort of set the tone for this session. And he did that. It wasn't just Joe Root. It was Don Bess bowled a couple of really unusually short and woeful deliveries. He's in now from the stadium end. He switched ends, and that's a better ball, drifting and floating onto off stump, dug out by Shadab. Can't short mid wicket, where Rory Burns does the fielding. One slip in, a ringed field on the off and leg side, a long leg really, and a deep square leg. Can Bess bowl better from this end? He's in, down the wicket comes Shadab, but then just doesn't quite get to pitch the ball, so pushes it into the covers where Sibley moves to his left to field. It's an interesting move this from Root. I think he sees Shadab can't perhaps wanted to get on with it. He's almost tempting him to do so. Archer is about 30 yards in from the boundary, mid on, long, halfway between mid and long on. Root's at mid off. I'm going to tempt him to have a go at it here, see if he can clear Archer. Instead, that will jags back into it, spins, and he plays off the back foot to Shadab into the offside. Sibley tidies up, but not before they've picked up a single. Shadab moves to 40. He had one run at lunch of 14 balls, and he got going once the spinners came on straight after lunch. And Pakistan have not looked back. They got great momentum from this. It's so similar to the hour after lunch yesterday. The game was following this unusual pattern. We saw it a bit in the West Indies series, where West Indies would have a good first hour of the day and then England would come back in the second hour of the day. Well, here it's been slightly the other way around. England had a really good first session on both the first and today, and then Pakistan have really come out after lunch with intent as Bess is in, and that's defended solidly by Shan Masood on the front foot. Back to the bowler, Dom Bess. There's no run. We welcome back Mark Ramprakash.
A very good afternoon.
And to you. What have you made of this? I probably have to give you the time between the overs because Bess is getting through them at quite a rate, but it's been quite a session so far. Here is Bess around the wicket, the left hand, and drives it to mid-on. They want a single. This could be tight. The throw hits. It doesn't hit, inevitably. And in fact, I think Shan Masood might have been home. He hit it to mid-on and ran. And that's been a feature of Pakistan's play since lunch. They've been really positive. I liked my favourite single of the day was the one that just plopped off the pad about a yard away, and there was no hesitation. They just legged it. Butler couldn't get to the ball in time because it's off a seamer, and they stole a single. Bess in again, worked to short mid-wicket, this full ball. Burns is able to intercept it before it makes it to Archer at long on. There's no run. End of the 90th over. 261 for 5 Pakistan. Shan Masood 111. Shadab Khan has 40, and it's been all Pakistan since lunch, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I'm so impressed with the way Pakistan have played and their game awareness. I think everyone knows that Old Trafford, the new ball, with this proud scene might do a bit, and it certainly did. It seemed around a little bit, but as the balls got older, the batsmen have managed to dominate a little bit more. We saw Babar Azam play extremely well yesterday, and Masood in particular, having batted at one end the whole innings, he's grown in confidence, playing a couple of late cuts off Stuart Broad for 4, and he doesn't miss out on his pads when it's straight. He's played the short ball well from Jofra Archer, so there's a lot to like about his batting. And of course the left-hand, right-hand partnership has worked extremely well in rotating the strike, and they've put England under huge pressure, and Joe Root is under the cosh here as captain to try and drag it back.
They need a wicket very quickly as Woakes is in, worked nicely by Shadab defensively but firmly back to the bowler. Not full, nor was it short, but at the moment everything's coming off the middle of Shan Masood's bat. It was a real struggle for him yesterday and actually the first hour this morning, but this is the value of sticking it out. And once you do get in, Shan Masood has really started to look, on occasion, really quite fluent. He played some lovely shots through third man, really deliberate shots. He's facing up again to Woakes, over the wicket to him. And that's on the pads, on the hip really, and turned round the corner for a single. Archer runs in off the long leg boundary to field. One more to the total, 262. For 5, it's hard to see where a wicket's coming from. The new ball hasn't really beaten the bat very often, has it?
Yeah, it's a big test for England, and having had such a good first session where they took wickets and controlled the run rate, they would have been hoping that the second new ball would have done the trick and they could have finished off things quite quickly. It's been anything but, and Joe Root and his fielders in particular are really under pressure. Young players like Pope, Sibley and Dominic Bess in the inner ring trying to stop the singles, they've really struggled, and so far Pakistan have made headway.
Woakes is the right-hander, and that's again on the hip and easily turned away out to deep square leg. There's acres of space, no one saving one on the onside, and it's really a free shot for Shadab. Picks up another run. He moves to 41, Andy.
Just more on Shan Masood, 54 from his last 72 balls now, after 58 from his first 198. Just to tidy up a stat that we left, we were talking about England's best 5-summer sequence for their collective seamers, and they've averaged before this game 23.6 over the last 5 summers. The peak was from 56 to 1960 when England's seamers averaged 20.7 collectively.
Stephen Truman loader, that mob. Woakes in, the left-handed Masood, who just lets this go by outside the off-stump. No real movement, nothing really happening out there for England. On that subject, Mark, of the inner ring, have they been a little deep, have they, or has it just been brilliant play from Pakistan?
It's been terrific running, and really if both batsmen are alive, you really can play tip and run, and it's very, very difficult to stop. And you don't necessarily want to get in too tight, and sometimes they have, and the ball gets pushed past you.
Well, Sibley's in tighter than ever. Howard points outside the off stump. There's no run. What he's got to now, he's only 4 pitch widths away. He's barely walking in. He sort of ambles 2 or 3 steps, and then he's there.
Well, Joe Root was very specific in placing him there to stop that quick single. He's almost on the drive, a square drive man for an aerial drive shot, but that's almost how close they have to come to stop this sort of defending, dropping the ball close to the batsman, and then the non-striker running, and if they're both switched on, they're easily making it.
Woakes in. Masood works this into the onside, to the left of mid-on, and Broad has to move to his left, and as a result, the batsmen get through for another run. 264 for 5, 91 overs gone now. Shan Masood 113, Shadab Khan 41, and the drinks break is now. You may wonder why now, 10 to 3. Well, it's because today we go on until 6:30. Inevitably, that will be 7, because they don't go through the overs in time. So I presume tea, therefore, is delayed to 5 to 4. Yes, and you can watch highlights of this match on the BBC website and app, and of course tonight on BBC 2 at 7 o'clock. There's full highlights, and you can see it later on the iPlayer. If 7 o'clock isn't your bag, you'll see Mark Rapakash on that, among many others, Azam, Ali Mitchell and so forth, and his Zoltzman.
Looking at Pakistan's singles this morning, 12 singles in 26 overs. Since lunch, 28 singles in 16 overs.
That feels like quite a lot of singles, actually. And that doesn't include the little leg buys they've nicked as well, I should imagine, doesn't it? Because there have been a few of them in this first hour and a bit. It's been really busy. We're talking, Andy's invented a busyness index, which he's very, very excited by, and I think it's quite a good indicator. It essentially, what it does is, a couple of things it does is, look at a batsman's strike rate if you remove their 4s and 6s. So,
very clever. Yes.
I like it, don't you?
Yes, very, very clever. And some are more adept than others.
Well, yes. I mean, let's say, for example, at one end of the scale you might have, say, a Dom Sibley, and then at the other end of the scale you might have, say, Joe Root, Virat Kohli, something of that sort. And it gives you an idea of their ability to get on and off strike to put pressure on the bowlers. And we like this Zoltzman busyness index.
I must just say that I was lucky in my career to bat quite a lot with Graham Thorpe, and he was brilliant at rotating the strike, but we also had the left hand, right hand, so the bowlers constantly were having to adjust their line and length. And this is where England have been really frustrated. I mean, we've seen top bowlers, England's 4 seamers are absolutely world class, but even they have struggled, sometimes rolling over the wicket, round the wicket, to adjust their line and length and bowl a number of deliveries to one particular player. And it's so much easier if you have 2 left-handers or 2 right-handers to bowl those dot balls and build up pressure, which we know England like to do.
They sort of have themselves to blame a bit there, because they've had a couple of chances from Shan Masood. Masood's played very well, but he has, on occasion, given England more than a sniff. He was, you have to say, very fortunate to survive an LBW shout earlier today when he got the tiniest, thinnest of edges off a ball that came in off Broad. There was one that was just out of reach of Dom Sibley yesterday. There was, of course, the Buttler drop off Bess, and there was the missed stumping. So it's been quite a charmed life. Just to bring you up to date with what's happened today, Pakistan began the day on 139 for 2, lost a wicket of the last ball of the first over of the day when Anderson and Babar Azam caught at slip by Joe Root for his overnight score. Soon after, Asad Shafiq was caught by Stokes off the bowling of Woakes, and third wicket fell before lunch. But since then, it has been all Pakistan. They went into lunch at 187 for 5, having crawled really struggled against some terrific England bowling. At one stage, the first 11 overs of the day, Pakistan had lost 2 wickets, scored just 11 runs. Then, since lunch, it's been a completely different game. And if you came here as a cricket fan and looked up at the sky, Mark, and you looked at England's bowlers and you said they've got a new ball now, and you didn't know what the score was, you'd think these are going to be really tough conditions to bat in. But
Well, I think they are difficult conditions to bat in, but this is where we have to give Pakistan so much credit. It's a dry pitch and it hasn't swung a huge amount in the air. The new ball tends to seam a little bit, but it's Shah Masood has batted at one end the whole innings. He's watched 5 people get out the other end and he's done a terrific job. Yes, he had 1 or 2 chances off Bess, who is in operation now, but by and large, I think he's done a terrific job, and even more so given the history that he's had against Jimmy Anderson in particular in England.
It must be a great feeling for him right now, actually, just looking up at that scoreboard. 113 not out, they start up after drinks. It's going to be Bess. Round the wicket to the left-hander, who dabs not that short a ball, actually. He goes back into his crease and dabs it to backward point, where Broad does the fielding. There's that backward point. It's quite a short cover who's there for the little push and run. There's extra cover, mid-off and mid-on, saving one for the firm push, and mid-wicket, square leg, and a sweeper on the offside. Down the wicket comes Shah Masood. That's not really his game. He meets the ball on the full, but then it's a thick inside edge, bounces off pad and rolls out to the offside, where Pope does the fielding. And there's no run. He got there, he just didn't connect with it. Yet he's not left his crease too often. When he has against Bess, it's not been too fruitful. He stays at his crease this time and comes forward in defence and pushes back up the wicket.
Now on the leg side, for example, he's got mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg is up, so he's quite a tall man, Shah Masood, but if he sweeps, the shot is certainly on and he would get a lot of reward.
And even the slog sweep, you can imagine Trescothick's slog sweepings at this field, can't you? Round the wicket comes Bess, and that's all on the pads, worked into the onside, and they'll get a run because Masood has put that to the left of mid-wicket and the right of square leg. So, again, England just leaking these singles, as Mark say, the turning over of strike. This will just be frustrating. Root and the England bowlers and fielders. Side adjustment as Broad is set about 10 yards inside the boundary at deep backward square leg, almost a long leg, to Shadab. And Shadab drives beautifully square of the wicket. It's being pursued by Anderson. It might make it the boundary. I don't think it is. It's just going to hold up. And Anderson does the sliding stop down there, deep backward point, and they get through for 3 more. And Shadab was really irritating them now. You could sort of feel it. There's nothing they can do. It seems he's busy. 268 for 5.
Well, to illustrate how busy he's been at the Sportsman Busyness Index, 44 from 63 balls, only 3 fours in that.
So what is his busy strike rate then?
Well, for his career, it's very good. 33.
Right.
I'll explain that.
You will. Bess in to complete the over, defended by Shah Masood. Back up the wicket, there is no run. 92 overs have been bowled, 268 for 5. Masood 114, Shadab Khan 44. Over in Derby, by the way, England's women are playing a 12-a-side intra-squad game with 2 teams named after legendary England players who both passed away in 2017, Jan Britton and Rachel Hayhoe-Flint. Team Britain, led by Natalie Sibber, have just been bowled out for 250 with 5 balls to spare in their 50 overs, helped by 88 from eye predictor Danny Wyatt and 48 by Alice Davidson-Richards. For Team Hayhoe-Flint, led by England skipper Heather Knight, the pick of the bowlers was leg spinner Sarah Glenn, 341, while veteran pace bowler Catherine Brunt, the evergreen Catherine Brunt, was miserly with 2 for 16 from 7 overs. And another rather nice bit from that is that Anya Shrubsole has been umpiring from both ends in that match, which is a bit weird. Isha Guhar's come charging in. Shall I get off? I don't know. He's about to start a new over. We could do. Shall we? I think we can do it. Isha Guhar's in. I'm off. Mark, cover. May need an emergency staff. Goodbye.
I'll take strike for a little bit. And Joe Root sticking with Chris Woakes. And Joe Root having to think long and hard about his tactics here. This is really where you earn your money as a captain. It's not when things are going well and Anderson and Broad are knocking everyone over. It's now, at this time, you need to galvanise your fielders who look a little bit, well, they've been out there a few overs now, so they're looking a little bit weary and frustrated.
Here comes Woakes, bowls short to Shahid Khan, who just dips out the way of one. Leg side dominant field. He's got a deep square man at short fine, short leg, mid wicket, and a wideish. It's almost in front of square, inside the inner circle. On the offside, a slip gully, and Stuart Broad positioned at a short cover as Woakes comes in on the angle once more. Ball short again to Shadab Khan, who takes his eyes off it as he dips down. That was slightly more threatening, and a smile on his face as he now comes down the track to chat to his partner, Shan Masood.
And you'd get the feeling from this field, Isha, that Woakes and England are looking to go short to this leg side field, and really hoping that the batsman will make a mistake. And you're taking out the bowled and LBW and caught slip. Pretty much you're taking out those deliveries because you're bowling a lot of percentage of balls short. So the onus is really on the batsman. Well, do you want to play a shot or just duck under it?
Shadab steps away, looks to play it over point, falls over in the process onto his backside, and misses it completely as it goes through to Buttler. And now another chat to Masood halfway down the track.
Well, this is entertaining stuff. Shadab trying to back away and get that one over third man, and hence Joe Root moves Rory Burns back to a fly third man, really, for that sort of uppercut shot.
You know, he did actually get something on it, but hits it into the ground in front of Buttler on the bounce. And so going to be a double bluff here. Here comes Woakes again, running towards us, both short again, and it's in easier leave. Just another dip inside the line of it for Shadab Khan as he now walks over towards short leg, contemplates what he's going to do next. Still quite grey skies here in Manchester. Lights are on, they have been all day. Slight breeze blowing across the ground as Woakes circles at the top of his mark, shuffles forwards into a stride, bowls short, and another leave by crouching down Shadab Khan.
Yeah, it's strange this. Chris Woakes has been excellent by bowling top of off. He's moved the ball a bit both ways, and although there's less movement at the moment, you'd feel if it was good enough for Azhar Ali as a top batsman, that why it would not be good enough to bowl that to Shadab Khan.
Well, you also wonder why Archer isn't performing this role as the enforcer. Chris Woakes, when you think about his bouncer, it is lethal, but generally when he bowls it, there's a rare delivery as Khan slides out the way of that one. Again, just gets inside the line. It's probably hip height as it goes through to Joss Buttler down the leg side. So, end of the over, all short balls. 268 for 5 then Pakistan. 93 overs have been bowled of this innings. A shortened day yesterday. Shan Masood has been outstanding. 114 for him of 278 deliveries. Third consecutive century. There's a 6-month break in between the last one and this one. And a wonderful moment for him here in the UK. He spends a lot of time here. Grew up going to school in Lincolnshire and then studied economics at Durham before another, I think it was a management degree at Loughborough. But well educated Shan Masood, and I think he lives actually in North London.
Oh, well, he's a sensible lad, isn't he?
Yeah, a bit closer to Central than you, Mark, as Bess continues from the Brian Statham end around the wicket to the left-handed Masood, who sweeps past James Anderson, who doesn't even look to chase after the ball because it's gone down to the fine leg boundary. He was just behind square as the ball is tossed back by a member of the coaching staff, I think it is, circling the boundary. He's picked up 4. Score now 272 for 5.
Bess had his head in his hands there, because if he had missed it, it was looking to hit middle, but it was well executed, fine sweep from Shan Masood.
118 as he advances past mid-off, past extra cover in between the two of them. It goes for 4. Hands over face for Ben Stokes. A wry smile from Bess, but that was well placed as he goes to 122 now, Masood.
Yeah, he's given this a good crack through extra cover. Rory Burns on the drive, probably a couple of yards wide of him, but he never moved. He's hit this terrifically hard.
It's a 100 partnership from 23.1 overs. It's Pakistan's first 100 partnership for the 6th wicket in England ever.
There you go. Proves to be a thorn in the side of these two as Player is slapped away out to deep cover. Give that delivery on around or just outside the off stump. Then Shah Masood is laid into. Goes for a single. Stuart sends the ball in. Moves to 123. Does Masood 277 for 5. Partnership wise, Shah Masood 56 off 71 and 44 off 69 for Curran, who is now on strike. Pushes forwards, works it to mid wicket, no run. Fielders on their toes in the inner circle, prepared for a run out. The opportunity hasn't presented itself just yet. They've run extremely well between the wickets as Bess comes through his action now, bowls, and Shadab Khan pushes to the offside of the front foot. No run. Yeah, you can just sense the frustration from Joe Root, and the concern is Bess bowls back of the length to Khan, who's working it to square leg, no run. And that is the end of the over. So Pakistan 277 for 5. As Root passes Bess's cap back to him, and now scurries down to the other end to have a chat to Chris Woakes. Jofra Archer is down on the fine leg boundary. I wonder when he might toss the ball to him.
Well, at the moment he doesn't fancy him. For Dominic Bess, as a young spinner, I mean, he's up against it. This is a tough game for him. He's bowled some terrific deliveries, but he's up against an opposition who are very game aware. Babar Azam played him brilliantly yesterday, and these two guys are also well in control. But he's going to learn from this experience. He'll also need to work closely with his captain in having a really solid game plan. What is he trying to do? What field is he going to bowl to? Because you want to have, at the moment, England needs some control. And how is he going to provide that?
Here comes Woakes then from the James Anderson end to Masood, who drives through cover past Dom Sibley. James Anderson is sprinting after it out to the boundary. They've come back for 2 and will pick up the 3 easily as throw is sent in now. Masood 226, Pakistan 280 for 5.
It's a good shot from Shah Masood. He hasn't looked particularly fluent through the offside, and that one wasn't a half volley. He played it slightly on the up, but didn't try and hit it too hard. I think when he does that, sometimes the bottom hand comes in, just closes the face, but he kept the bat on line and timed the ball through the extra cover region and picks up 3 more runs. So again, Dominic Bess is being tested, but Chris Woakes as well, who's much more experienced. And then England are going to continue to Shadab with this short ball ploy, short leg in place.
Woakes approaching the crease, short, pulled away, down to fine leg. Jofra Archer with the long barrier. As they come through for 1. Khan goes to 45, 281 for 5 now. Pakistan. I've got an email from Patrick Allen. I too played cricket at Stamford School a good few years before Shah Masood. I remember we spent an afternoon of cricket training, timing with a stopwatch how quickly we could run between the wickets, about 3.2 seconds for me, from memory. Then during a training match, we were told how many singles we had missed whenever the fielders took longer than this time to get the ball back to the stumps. As Woakes bowls a good leg delivery on the hip of Masood, who turns it to square leg. It was amazing how many quick singles are available when you commit to it. It looks like Shan has remembered his training. He certainly has. I wonder how many quick singles he has taken during this innings. But 3.2 seconds.
Well, that was from Patrick, was it?
Yeah.
He didn't say what his time was for his partner, which is quite important, you know.
As Woakes is in, bowls. Masood leaves outside the off stump, a good leg delivery. He's been very good in that area as Masood. Tight on his defence and tight on his leaves. Well aware of where his off stump is. Who was the quickest between the wickets in your era?
Well, I think it's amazing how only a look, when Desmond Haynes came to Middlesex, often he would be with Mike Roseman, and only a look between the two batsmen and they'd both go.
Masood clips off his legs to square leg, who dives to take the ball, no run. Ollie Pope in that.
And that really helped our one-day cricket, because you had Mike Gatting, who was an excellent runner, although some may not think so. But it's the communication between the two partners that you can pretty much, if you both go, you can pretty much get through with almost anything. And so that rapport of getting quick singles off good balls means that when the bad ball comes along, you put that away as well, and that's how you can really increase the run rate.
I asked you who the quickest was, not who judged it the best.
Well, the quickest pair.
As Woakes bowls back against Masood, who pushes to the offside, finds its way to short cover. No run at the end of the over. It's 281 for 5 then. Shan Masood on 126 and Shadab Khan 45. The partnership over 100 now, and they batted incredibly well together, causing pain for England here at Old Trafford. Where is this breakthrough coming from? Who's going to put their hand up?
Just got a little bit more on Chris Woakes' over of bouncers to Shadab Khan. It was the 600th complete over Woakes has bowled in home test matches, and comfortably the shortest average bounce position that he's bowled in any of those overs. Crickviz data have it bouncing at 11.6 metres away from the stumps. His previous shortest over was 9.8 metres from the stump. So a change in tactics from Woakes, from basically how he's bowled for his entire career.
Strain on the side as Bess will come in now to Khan, who looks to cut away to the offside but misses it completely. Thuds into the gloves of Joss Buttler.
It's a good delivery from Bess though. It was just outside off stump. And this is where I was saying about having a clear plan, because he's only got 3 fielders on the offside, so he doesn't want to be too wide of off stump.
As he's through again to Khan, who's turning it to square leg, no run.
So he'll want to bring slip into play if the ball runs on with the arm, but at the same time, if it turns, that the stumps are in play.
Who's the quickest between the wickets in the England team currently is Khan. Advances, launches it high up in the air. Joe Root is underneath it, settling under it at mid-on and taken. So Khan, looking to get to his 50 with a maximum, has given his wicket away to the off-spin of Dom Bess. He picks up his first wicket in the match, and Pakistan 281 for 6. Shadab Khan exiting on 45.
Well, I think this is terrific bowling from Dom Bess, actually. I think he saw Shadab coming down the wicket. He's bowled it a little bit slower and a bit shorter, and defeating Shadab in the flight. So the ball is, although he gave it an almighty swing, it's gone straight up in the air. Joe Root taking a comfortable catch at mid-on, and it's nice to see Dominic Bess get some reward for his efforts.
Yeah, players out in the middle, right by the pitch, as the Pakistan players clap Shadab off. And out comes the feisty Yasir Shah. Well, this should be entertaining. Doesn't hold back, does Yasir Shah. Scored a century at Adelaide against Australia after David Warner smashed it to all parts, scored a triple century. And Marnus Labuschagne, I think, as well got a 100 in the same match.
Shadab Khan's final figures, 45 from 76 balls, 3 fours. The partnership, 105 from 25.2. As I said, it was the first 100 stand Pakistan have had for the 6th wicket in England.
Mark Ramprakash has left us. In comes Azhar Mahmood, who will be pretty happy with the position that Pakistan are in. And probably looking forward to seeing how Yasir Shah goes in this innings. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. Shan Masood just remarking his guard to Dom Bess. He's got a deep cover out. Everyone else is up, and he's got a slipping position coming around the wicket. Masood dabs the ball under his eyes. Ball's in front of Joss Buttler.
Yeah, I think these two guys played really well, Shan Masood and Shadab Khan. Unfortunately, he was looking for a big glory, big booming six, I would say.
Do you blame him? As Bess bowls to Masood, and that is a good leave. Nearly skids onto the off stump.
No, I won't blame him because he worked so hard on his one-day game. So he was mainly a blocker, and now because for last year or so he worked so hard on.
There's Masood still in his crease. Looks to clip it leg side, but hits the pad instead. Clearly going down the leg side. At the end of the over, it's 281 for 6 then. Shan on 126, and Yasir Shah will face his first delivery to Woakes very shortly.
So he worked really hard on his, one-day game. So he wants to call himself a batting all-rounder, and he got all the potential. And he's a fiery character, competitor, and you want as a captain and as a coach, player like him in your dressing room.
Yeah, quite cheeky and fearless, as he now takes his guard on middle and leg, and also on middle.
When you're batting at number 7, you have to be fearless and, a counter-attack sometime. They were 176 for 5 at that time. So you need to put pressure on the opposition to get a good total for your side on the board.
2 men back on the leg side, deep backward square and fine leg for Woakes. 2 slips in the gully in position as well for Yasir Shah, who defends a good length delivery. Back down the pitch. No run.
Isha, this is a guy, he's a competitor as well. He won't give his wicket away. And now because Yunus Khan is there, so he get on with Yunus Khan really well. Yunus must told him to stay there for Shan, bat with the Shan for a long period of time.
So we're not going to see any flowing drives.
Oh, you might see with him. You never know.
Here comes Woakes, running towards us, bowls good length and pats it to the offside this time.
If you get few short delivery, you might see those shots. If they're bowling length, so he will be happy to play properly.
Just looking at Yasir Shah's batting in Australia, made 26 and 42 in Brisbane, then this amazing 113 in Adelaide. He'd been out in single figures in his 9 previous test innings before that, and had an average of fractionally over 11 before that tour of Australia.
Taps his bat down hard, back and across, drives to Stuart Broad, who misfields. It's heading out to the long off boundary as he's sprinting the 2 and turns, but then signals no to Masood as a throw comes in from root. So picks up his first runs, goes to 283 for 6.
It was full delivery, and Yasir absolutely nailed that one. Hands from Broad, but they end up managing 2 runs.
Just taking a look at his hand at the moment, Stuart Broad at mid-off. Just a little bit of a sting, but I think he's okay as Woakes is in again, ball short, and Yasir Shah almost ducks into the ball.
Yeah, if we see some more short stuff, you might see the flurry drive from him.
Yeah.
But he worked hard on his batting as well, with Yunus Khan and now Mushtaq back in the side and the management, so they work hard on his batting. They know Pakistan have a long tail, so if they can manage to get 50 odd runs from these tail ender, they will be very happy with that.
Sun just breaking through for the first time in a long time today. It's a nice warm feeling as Joe Root has just checked the ball with umpire Kettleborough, and it's gone through the rings to check whether it's out of shape, but he's deemed it okay to continue with as the ball gets tossed around to Chris Woakes at the top of his mark. Here he pushes off past the umpire. Shah leaves that slightly on top. Extravagant leave as he waves his bat over. Not as extravagant as we see from Steve Smith.
I would say that, Steve Smith. Maybe he's watching him quite closely.
inches in position as swarms up that back of his. James Bracey on the field for James Anderson as Woakes bowls wide of the off stump. It's guided down to third man. There's pointers chasing after it. Another sprint for Yasir Shah as the ball is pulled back off the boundary, and they will pick up the 3. Throw coming in from Rory Burns after a good bit of work from Ollie Pope down there. 286 for 6 then. Shah Masood on 126. Yasir Shah on 5. A few more words from you, Azhar, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, it was a good shot. It was short and wide, and Yasir played really well. He was full control of this shot and ended up managing 3 runs. This is very important for Pakistan. Yasir stayed with Shan, and they can put some good partnership here to get Pakistan total for 350 odd. If they manage to do that, that'd be a great effort from Pakistan batting unit in these conditions, especially against Duke Ball, Anderson, Broad, Woakes. So,
yes, it's been a terrific afternoon for Pakistan. It's left England with a few headaches, or potential headaches here. But they do know that there is a long tail, and now with Anderson off, Stuart Broad is now the latest to go off. He's looking very ruefully at his left hand. So 2 substitutes now, Lawrence and Bracey. Although I thought I caught a glimpse there of Anderson ready to come back on again. We've suddenly got a few other short of bowlers out there. There's 2 main men off the field. Bess is continuing.
and we haven't seen Archer since lunch.
Here goes Bess, bowls, and yes, a prods forward. The Craft catch it there as that bounces away into the offside. And Buttler fields. And meanwhile, Shan Masood goes on and on at the non-striker's end. And Bess again strides in. Bowls the right-handed Yasir. It'll be interesting to see how this pitch is playing. With a loud cry of no there, the ball runs away down to backward point.
What a magnificent innings from Shan Masood. This marathon innings, especially on these conditions. Ball is swooping around and he's still there.
He absolutely is. Bess again strides in, tosses this up. Yasir's beaten there outside the off stump. He maybe just kept his bat in line there. He was trying to convince the bowler. He just whipped it out of the way in time. But he'll be interested. The wrist spinner in what the surface looks like and what the ball is doing. The short leg slip. And Bess moves in, bowls, and that's turned around the corner by Yasir. He's got 100 to his name, but it was on one of those hundreds in which kind of licensed to about 80 for 6 or something that he went in. It was one of those where the situation was pretty dire.
Yeah, he's a fiery type of character, whenever he got opportunity, he will nail that opportunity, and that maybe...
Yeah. Slip and short leg. Bess bowling to him. Wants a better length. Oh, did he drop that? Don't tell me Butler's dropped another one. I think he has. Looking at the body language, I think Joss Buttler has dropped his Shah. Yes, he has. He did. He dropped him on 5.
Yes, he has. Oh, big blow.
In and out. Oh dear. Bess has had no luck at all, really. That one wicket to show, but that's the third chance in all that he's managed to find, and that's turned around the corner by Azhar. Dropped on 5. I'm afraid a note goes in the book. And just Butler's not having a happy game behind the stumps. 286 for 6. Azhar 5. Shan was at 126. I think they needed that. Anyway, Anderson's coming back onto the field. And Butler's thinking he's pulling his cap on, he's taking his helmet off.
He's having a tough game here because it's the third chance which is given to the Pakistani batsman. And we discussed in the morning as well, like when he's dropped a couple of one stump chances of a catch. You should be taking these catches. It's pretty straightforward for a keeper and on his catch.
has to stare at him every ball he faces, with his just standing a few yards behind him now. The body language not great, if I'm honest. Some rather drooping shoulders and all that shouting and clapping of hands. It's all gone a bit quiet out there. Archer's back on. He's having a change of end. He's coming up from the Anderson end. He's going to bowl to Shan from round the wicket. Comes up and bowls to no great pace there. A bit of a stiff-looking delivery. And Masood got behind that easily enough and played it back to the bowler. So Anderson back on the field. But Broad still off it. I didn't see what he did to his left hand. But
it was attempting to field a ball at mid-off while you were out of the room.
Thank you. Archer scurries in from round the wicket. Bowls. Again, plenty of time there for Masood to come forward. It was a terrific partnership, about 105 with Shadab, and at the moment that Shadab came in, it just lifted the tempo. Those crazy singles, push and run, push and run, push and run.
I think England allowed them to do that because after lunch we see they have 5 overs to left to the second new ball, but they give them sniff to Pakistan.
Certainly,
and then they utilise that.
They just get all the momentum back again. Archer round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and that's turned by Shah Masood out to mid-on. And now a cry of no from the batsman. Woakes is the fielder.
We have seen the first session belonged to England. They were all over Pakistan, and then second time around when after lunch, England allowed them to go and do a big partnership. We saw the best partnership of the game so far.
Sun out. As Archer sets off again, bowls on the off stump. Again, still not at high pace. It's 83 miles an hour, and Shan plays that on the back foot. Archer fields who follows through. And some of those players not involved in the game, sitting out on the balconies of the hotel down at mid-on, as we look at it here. A bit of a curve, bright red. Archer bowls a bouncer, that's a quicker ball. So it moved inside the line of that and allowed it to pass by over his shoulder. A transformed ground is, of course, from the old Trafford of yesteryear, not least, of course, because they're playing the other way round. They used to play from left to right as we look at it.
We always
played that way.
Yeah, played in that one. Yeah, we saw Archer here. I know every time he comes to bowl, he bowls.
Here he comes again, running in smoothly, bowls on the off stump, and is placed easily out into the covers by Masood. Is 126, Yasir Shah's 5, and Pakistan on 286 for 6.
We haven't seen great pace from Archer in this over, and he might have some kind of niggle. Just look at his body language. Well, body language is not looking great. I think he's in sort of trouble.
Yes, look, see if he's pressing that left side there. Maybe he's tucking his shirt in, but he doesn't look. He's looking down at the ground, pulling his trousers up. No, he's not happy, I don't think. I think he has got a niggle of some sort. He's coming out to mid-off, so he's not going off the field. Let's keep an eye on that. Bess, over the wicket, bowls on the leg stump, and as he's done a number of times so far, Yasir turns that round the corner. Times backward square leg, 286 for 6. Short leg there, and Stokes is at slip. Archer with his hands on his hips at mid-off. Bess walks in, and Shah is solidly forward. Pope fields that with the helmet on and short leg.
You never know with Yasir, maybe he's come down the wicket and go over the top.
You think?
Yeah.
Roots hanging back there a bit at mid-on. It's Bess again. Bowls and Yasir Shah defends, and Pope once again is the fielder at forward short leg.
A bit difficult through there, sorry.
It's difficult when you're a batsman. A lower order batsman likes to play his shots, but you've got a proper batsman at the other end.
Yeah.
On a big 100.
That's why he's waiting for that.
Yeah. Bess again, floated up, he does clip it away into the leg side, but with no real power. And Bess, very shaggy haired now, fields. dropped in that last over on 5 by Joss Buttler. So his gloves on his knees now, as it were, waiting as Bess strides in again over the wicket, bowls, and again on a good length, and Shah nearly comes forward, it defends. Blue sky above, not entirely, sort of cloud around, but it's a long day today. We can go on until the overs are bowled, but up to 7 o'clock if necessary. 98 overs day, and I think it'll be that way for just about the rest of the match now to make up time for yesterday. Bess again as a Shah forward, plays that into the offside, and there's no run. So it's news again, which is a great shame. I saw this flash up, we weren't allowed to say it, it was embargoed for a little while, but Ollie Stone is again injured, a low-grade side strain. He was injured in Warwickshire's Bob Willis Trophy match against Northants, and went to scan, confirms a left side strain, so he's going to be out for up to 4 weeks, which doesn't leave a lot left, but what a shame. Watched him bowling quite a lot out the Azhar's bowl on the practice wickets and so on. He was working up a lively pace. Archer continues, bowls, and that thumps into Masood's thigh guard. And Archer trots through to pick it up. And it's 286 for 6. England's morning, with Babar Azam out in the first over of the day to Anderson's bowling, so out for 69, and Shafiq made only 7. So that was 150 for 4. Pakistan really were going nowhere there for a long time because Shah Masood was scoring slowly. Rizwan out for 9, 176 for 5. And then it's Berkshire by 105. And Shadab and Shah Masood, who's facing Archer, go down the leg side. Shout or two there, that might have possibly flicked something, but it wasn't bat or glove. And that's just added some from entrance to the game, really transformed the innings. England's fielding was ragged, overthrows. There was some brilliant running between the wickets, literally tip and run, dragging the field in. And Shadab holding out really to root at mid-on off Bess for 45. In comes Archer, bowls on the off stump. Once again, Masood moves easily into line at 82 miles an hour.
Nothing much happening for bowlers here. No great deal of pace here, so you want something from Archer. He's bowling short pitch deliveries, and let's have a short pitch chin music.
It's almost calling out for a Ben Stokes spell like that, but I don't suppose they dare throw him the ball, but it needs someone to come in and just make something happen. Archer bowls short with no great pace, and so that's pulled out towards deep mid wicket. Chase on there for Pope around that boundary edge. He'll just pick it up inside the edge, and we come back for another couple. So Shan goes to 128 and 299 balls.
It just seemed like they were going with emotions. There's nothing much intensity from England.
It looks flat, doesn't it? It does look flat. It sounds flat. Archer moves it easily again and bowls, and that's again short, pulled away by Masood, straight to Pope this time, so just the one run will be taken. 289 for 6. Shah Masood to 129, that was his 300th ball. Now, can Archer get stuck into the number 8 here, make life uncomfortable for him?
See, it wasn't a short ball to hurry Shah Masood. He's batting so well. If you're gonna bowl a short one, you'll be bowling up here on the shoulder height to head height.
Well, there's a man back on the leg side there. Let's see if Archer can produce something here. It's the last ball of the over. It comes in bowls to Shah, who runs that away into the gully. Fine diving stop there from Burns, denies him a couple of runs. Well, that's the end of the over. 289 for 6. And England desperate for wickets here now, because the way the ball is turning, there's no doubt that it's going to be pretty awkward batting last, I would imagine, if Pakistan have a sizable lead. Inevitably on the telly in front of me here, they're running through all of Buttler's missed chances. We've seen the drop catch, and Shah Masood was on 45 and the missed stumping, and now again that one with Azhar on 5. So Bess is continuing, and Root is dispatching a man out to the lakeside boundary. And to the offside as well. Stuart Broad is back on the field. So there's a slip, and a man on the drive in the offside. Bess goes round the wicket, bowls, and Shah leans back, chops it away out towards deep point. Broad's coming in, he's got his sun hat on. Throws the ball in rather scruffily to Buttler there, who did well to take that on the half volley. One more run, 290 for 6. Shah Masood to 130 not out. I don't know what point opening batsmen start thinking about carrying their bats, but possibly there slightly in the back of his mind, because there's not a huge amount of batting to come. It doesn't happen very often in Test cricket. Goes Bess then, bowls, and well, that found the edge there, ran down towards Anderson in the gully. Masood wanted a run, but he has a thing, no, I'm not as fast as Shadab.
That was a good delivery from him. I think went away with the arm. Wasn't the doosra, but straight delivery with the arm.
290 for 6. Bess again, wearing 47 on his back. Tosses that up, Shah forward. Plays the ball back to the bowler again. 290 for 6.
He's bowling really quick. He's not giving any air to the ball. If you give air to the ball, I think Yasir will go over the mid-on area.
Well, Root's teasing him there a bit. At that mid-on position, Bess bowls. Forward comes Yasir again. Field scurrying round from a short leg. Root's got his hands on his hips, which rather I think sums up his mood at the moment. Archer also got his hands on his hips. He's at mid-off. Bess over the wicket with a lower arm this time. That's short. Cut to point. Anderson fields. Archer's like a man who's sort of really sucking in air there at mid-off. Hands on his hips. He doesn't look happy at all. Now Root's going back a little bit at mid-on.
Happy to give him single to bowl at him.
Yeah. Bess rolls to him, but no, Yasir's not falling for that one. Simply goes forward and plays that out to short leg. And there is no run. So it's the end of the over. And 290 for 6. Heading towards tea. Just coming up to 5-2. So more thoughts from you, sir, and then Summerman's coming in.
Just looking at Josh Buttler's missed chances since Crickford's been keeping fielding data since around 2016, and this is only the 4th time in that time that a wicketkeeper has missed 3 chances in one Test innings. So difficult match for Buttler so far.
Yeah, it was difficult chances match for him.
Here's Archer, new over, round the wicket, bowls to Shan Masood, who clips him away off his hit through backward square leg for singles. Archer won't mind that too much, because it means he gets a chance to bowl the new man, Yasir Shah. He must be sick of the sight of Shan Masood. He's bowling at him for, how many overs now? 103 overs, 102.1 overs.
He played really well, it's a marathon type of innings. He's been brilliant and showed some resilience, some commitment.
That's been a fantastic innings for his side. He's 131 not out. Yasir Shah's on 5, and here is Archer to bowl him in the sunshine. Moves in now and bowls, and he's struck on the pads. A shout for LBW, he's given him out. Yasir is assessing where he is on the crease, and he's walking down to have a look to talk to Shan Masood. Masood seems to be indicating, I think that's a bit leg side-ish. Is he going to review it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Out of time, surely, unless he has reviewed it. He is walking off. Well, he was out of time anyway, according to the big screen. So Archer's got his wicket, and it's 291 for 7. Just looking at it again, it did look a bit leg side-ish, didn't it?
Leg side. I think it was missing. I think Yasir wants to have a.
Let's have a look. This umpire's call. Right. It was quite tight to that leg stump. It was a reasonable amount of the ball was hitting the leg stump according to the Hawkeye technology, and he'd been given out. So if he'd reviewed it, he would have still been on his way. LBW for 5.
Yeah, unlucky for Yasir, but it's umpire's call. You can't really do much. It will be given out, but only thing you can have it review on your things. But Pakistan don't need that at the moment. So Mohammad Abbas walks in. This guy can hang it there. He's a competitor. He's a fighter. So hopefully he'll stay there.
Mohammad Abbas, let's have a look at his batting in Test cricket. He averages 7.23, high score of 29. He's playing his 19th Test match. Of course, he's one of Pakistan's main bowlers. A real steady, nagging line of length that he bowls. He's had a very good start to his Test career. 75 wickets at 20.
Oh, he's been phenomenal since he came into the scene. For the last 2 years, his record, as you mentioned, is brilliant. He's the one there to bowl England out, but now he has to stay with Shan Masood to get this total to around 230, 240. 330 to 340. If Pakistan get there, they give themselves a really good chance.
Yeah, the ball's turned. They've got 2 leg spinners, and they've also got 3 decent quicks as well. Andy wanted to say something.
Yeah, on Mohammad Abbas's batting, his average is low at 7.2. He also has a very low strike rate at 19. What that means is he can be, as we're saying.
Here's Archer bowling to him, and he's caught that slip. First ball, Archer's on a hat-trick. Root takes the catch, nice comfortable height, around about stomach area, and England have suddenly taken 2 in 2, and it's 291 for 8. And the next man's in on a hat-trick.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Andy? Sorry?
Just about to say it's quite hard to get out.
Right.
Wicket every 37 balls in his career, that's just come down a little bit.
Maybe Archer was too good for him.
Well, suddenly England have got a shift on here, but it's still a good game because Pakistan have got runs in the bank, around about that 300 mark, possibly more. And England will have to bat last. They've got to chase some in that final innings with the ball turning. Anyway, Mohammad Abbas on his way for naught, and Shaheen Afridi is in at number 10. We better quickly run through him as well, Andy, in terms of his batting statistics, his batting prowess.
Not a lot statistically. 42 runs from his 12 Test innings, average 4.2.
Right, so if there's a man you want to see at the other end on a hat-trick, Shaheen Afridi might be that man.
His average balls per dismissal is 9.4. It's not ideal.
I hope not that the case, because I spoke to him last night and he said, I asked him about his bowling. I said, how's your bowling going? And he talked about his batting. So hopefully he survived the hat-trick here and stay with Shan Masood a bit longer.
What did he say about his batting?
So he said, I'm improved a lot. I'm using the lighter bat, and hopefully that's what he wants to do. He wants to call himself an all-rounder.
Right, well, it's 291 for 8. And Jofra Archer is on a hat-trick, and let's have a look at the field. The Root has posted for that. Got a leg slip in. Bess. And Root actually positioned Bess himself. He went over to leg slip. I want you to stand here. Root's gone back to first slip. 4 slips a gully, short leg, short extra cover, leg slip. Archer on a hat-trick, goes in and bowls to Shaheen. And he's in behind that, playing defensively, and it rolls out the short leg fielder. Here is Pope, and there is no run.
And Archer was running in this ball, it was a hat-trick ball, definitely was running in. Well played in the end.
Yeah, he was right back. Tall left-hander, very tall. What is his recorded height? Is it 6'8"? Andy, have you got that stat or not? Or is that beyond you?
6'5", I think.
6'5". It's very tall. Here's Archer bowling. Oh, and he tries to get out of the way of that. The ball follows him and hits something, possibly the glove, possibly the shoulder of the bat, and runs down into the slip cordon.
I thought he played well with a soft hand.
Archer digging it in, and he just managed to keep that down. One bounce to slip, and that come off.
Gloves.
Gloves, yeah. Well, Archer looking for his 3rd wicket in the over. There is 1 ball left. Archer running in now, goes in and bowls to Shaheen Afridi, bowls him a slower ball, and he gets the bat down on it. Well played. Archer nearly deceiving him. Clever piece of bowling from Archer. He probably thought short again, but actually it was a full slower delivery. And you've seen that before from Archer, of course, in one-day cricket and T20 cricket. Well, Archer's 2 in and over there. 291 for 8. Shan Masood's 131 not out, and Shaheen Afridi's yet to score.
It was not a bad ball against Tailender, you know, he was thinking one way, it's a short ball coming in, and suddenly, you know, with Archer pace, you know, it can deceive him.
Yeah, and if he'd missed it, he'd been plumb RBW as well. It was a straight ball, got the bat down just in time. Right, we are into potentially, not quite yet, if another wicket falls, delayed tea territory. There's still 44 overs left in this day's play. An awful lot of cricket if the light holds. It's good at the moment, very good. Sun's out. Here is Bess. Bowling Shan Masood, who slogs him into the leg side. 4, we'll wait and see where the ball's gone. It's gone for 6. Over deep mid-wicket. Shan Masood has decided it's time.
No, he decided this is the time to go on and take the spinner on. He was there to hit, and he picked the spot through mid-wicket.
He's taking it on against the spin, but he's got license. He's in. He's batting since the start of the innings. He's got 10 and 11 to keep him company for the rest of this innings. And 6 at the start of the over. Sibley's back on the deep mid-wicket boundary now. And mid-on and mid-off are quite deep. There's a deep cover. Rory's still fiddling with his field, or Bess fiddling with his field. Actually, let's wait and see what he's settled on. He's bringing man over from the offside to mid-wicket. So 5 men out, 4 inside the notional circle, including a slip. Best bowl, that keeps a bit low, and he goes back and tries to force it away and gets some bat on that just in time. Might well have hit that into his boot, and it rolled away back of the square on the offside, and there was no run.
That was a quicker ball.
297 for 8. Here is Bess. To the left hand, moves down the pitch again, hitting high in the air towards us. This is a big 6. Way over the rope. Way over Riggs' head. Into the long off boundary, down towards the Pakistan dressing room.
What a shot that was, coming down the wicket, and that's the same ball he missed when Buttler missed the stumping chance. And that's the shot he practiced a lot. I was working with him in PSL, so this is the one area he worked really hard. So this is the time now, because he knows he's running out of with the partners.
The 300's up for Pakistan with that blow. 303 for 8, and Shan Masood up to 143. Best bowls. He gives himself some room, and the Buttler takes the ball and whips off the bails, but just missed the stumps. He was falling over backwards. He was away from the stumps, Shan Masood completely lost balance there. It looks as if he's going to really take it on. He got his foot back, his Buttler nipped off the bails.
Yeah, he was giving himself a room and looking to go over extra cover. He spun and bounced.
Yeah, it did. It turned over the middle stump. Turned and bounced over it. Well, this is entertaining stuff. The field is spread wide. He's taking them on. Bess goes in and bowls. This time he's pushing it back on the bounce to Bess. And there is no run. Right, there's 1 ball left in the over. The field is coming up. So what does Masood do here? Does he take it on, try to take it over the infield? Or does he try and pinch a single somewhere? Field closing in. There's no one at deep mid-wicket now. There's no one at deep cover, all long on and long off. Everyone's closing in as if it's one to win in a one-day game. Tight field. Bess goes in, bowls, and he smashes this away over Archer's head, out towards the long-on boundary. 1 bounce for 4.
That's a great batting from Shan Masood. He took on Bess in this over. Excellent stuff from Shan Masood. I think this is the right way to go, because he knows he got 1 more wicket left, and I know it was the last ball. He could take a single, but he take the attacking option.
307 for 8. Yeah, the field is up, the boundaries are on offer, and you never know. Start the next over. Shaheen Afridi might somehow be able to pinch a single somewhere, leg by, scoot through and get back on strike.
If it was the last wicket, then I understand, he was looking for a single, but he got another partner, so he goes for attacking option, which is, I think, brilliant batting from him.
Yeah, he's played splendidly. 147 not out, 17 4s and 2 6s. But Archer's got what he wanted, which is Shaheen Afridi on strike at the start of the next over. Here goes Archer into bowl to Shaheen, who drives in. There's a appeal for a catch behind. There was a sound. Archer was a polite appeal. There was more of an appeal from the slip fielders and the wicketkeeper. England have how many reviews left?
2 left.
2 left. Well, I'm not going to review it, I don't think. The timer is going down towards 0. Archer's walking back to his mark. There was definitely a sound, but it felt as if
something was there
after the ball had gone past this bat.
It's way too far.
Yeah. There's daylight between ball and bat. Archer bowls, and that's nicely played, and there's the single. Onto the front foot, pushing it to the left of Bess. And Shaheen is off the mark.
Well played.
The first of those sixes from Masood in the last over took him to his highest test score. Previously was 135, now 147.
Was it Sri Lanka that was the highest score? Yeah, Yunus Khan partnership, famous partnership when they chased on.
Well, it was supposed to be all about Babar today, going to 100, 150, but it's Shan Masood who's upstaged him.
Yeah, the 135 was against was in December last year. That innings was 125 in the 2015 match we were talking about.
Yeah, Dominic, Sri Lanka.
Sorting his field out for Shan Masood. There are 2 men back, 3 men back on the leg side boundary, and 2 slips in the gully. Here goes Archer. Ball, short ball, swatted away into the onside. Tumbling save at deepest straight mid wicket by Woakes, keeps it down to a single. So we're back with Shaheen, 309 for 8.
2 balls to survive. Come on, Shaheen. You were telling me 3 balls to survive. You were telling me about your batting. Yeah. This is the time to bat.
Well, nicely off the mark with a push into the offside. The first ball's a bit sketchy. Push outside the off stump which he missed. Archer bowls to Shaheen, and he plays that well on the back foot to a ball that's short of a length, stunning it, taking the pace off it, and it was away from Pope at short leg into the onside. Pope had to run up the onside the pitch to pick up, and there's no run. It's encouragement from Shan Masood, who comes down the pitch. Well played, 2 more to go. Back with Archer at the far end. Archer with 3 wickets in this Pakistan innings, 3 for 45. He's in his 20th over. And he goes in now to bowl to Shaheen, who plays that well as well. On the back foot to a ball short of a length, guiding it into the offside. Burns steps forward from gully.
Archer must be looking at Pfeiffer here because he got 3 wickets, so this is the time to run through the tail.
Moving towards tea. I think we might have time for 1 more over. It's 6 3/4 minutes to 4. Last ball the over coming up. Of course, if Archer gets a wicket now, on we go. That'll be 9 down. Tea will be delayed. Archer bowls to Shaheen Afridi. Outside the off stump. Well played. Lets it go. Through to Buttler. Well played. And on we go. 309 for 8. And it means Shan Masood is on strike for the next over. And if the next over is as exciting as the last over, he was on strike to Dominic Bess, then we're in some fun. Unless England decide to change the bowling, say that's enough of Bess. Let's have a look. What are they doing?
I think
Stuart Broad. Looks like Stuart Broad. We've seen enough of Shan Masood pummeling Dom Bess around Old Trafford.
Yeah, I think that's the best move. I know it's a tough for Broad to come in for just 1 over if they survive this over before tea, but they don't want to give any extra runs to Shan Masood in Pakistan.
So 309 for 8 today for Pakistan. Babar for 69, Asad Shafiq for 7, Rizwan for 9. It's 176 for 5. England had an excellent morning session, but the afternoon has belonged to Pakistan. Got their score over 300. Shadab with 45, Yasir out for 5, and Mohammad Abbas for 0. 2 for Archer this afternoon, 1 for Bess, and then this morning 1 for Woakes, 1 for Broad, and 1 for Anderson.
I thought Pakistan was aggressive after the lunch, and England allowed them to be aggressive because they bowled 2 spinner up front before the second new ball, and Shan and Shadab took all their chances. They played really well. They rotated the strike really well.
Here's Shan Masood facing Stuart Broad. bowling round the wicket, and drives, check drives, goes up to mid-off. Ben Stokes has come out of the slip corner, he's fielding mid-off now, and there was no run. It's funny that, wasn't it? It's only 20-odd runs, but it just seemed to release the pressure that England have built, and it gave them some confidence as well. So when the new ball came, they had their eye in after lunch, and it felt like just 3 runs, felt like a bit of a net actually, straight after lunch.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
Broad, going into bowl, clipped away, looking for 2 here, down towards deep back of square leg. He's touched down for 1, he's coming back for the second. Oh, could be a run out at the non-strikers end. Oh, it's a wild throw from Buttler. The throw came into Buttler, but Shaheen, Shah and Afridi had not run back for the second, and he could easily have been run out, but the throw back to the non-striker's end was wide from Buttler, who's not having a great day. But someone who is having a great day is Masood, because that's his 150. That's why he was so keen to come back for the second.
Yeah, excellent batting. One of the best innings you will see in these conditions, especially the quality of Broad, Anderson, Azhar and Woakes, and tough times.
Well, over 100 runs today. Here's Broad going into bowl to him. Covers up, plays defensively towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. He could have been dismissed yesterday a couple of times on 45, but today he's been far more assured. He's solid, and he's played silkily as well as he's moved towards his 100 and beyond.
Reaches 150 from 311 balls, 2 sixes, 17 fours, his highest score in Test cricket. And looking at the breakdown of his innings, his first 50 took 157 balls, his second 50 94, and his third 50 just 60 balls.
Broad into bowl to Shan Masood, and he struck there on the arm. He went to play a guided pull. I think we threw the shot too quickly. It was quite a slow short ball from Broad, and it smacked into his arm, and he's down on the ground. Shaheen Shadab is going up to see how he is. Yeah, he was through the shot far too quickly.
I think
Broad shot his left elbow, left forearm.
Left elbow. I think Broad bowled the leg cutter type of delivery. He just rolled his finger through the ball.
And he's grimacing, so the physio is jogging out to assess the situation.
This physio, Cliff, he's an ex-first class cricketer.
He's got a nice bruise building up on that left elbow, just above the left elbow.
He might get a magic spray and he will be fine. Hopefully he will be fine, because the part of the arm near elbow is really painful.
It might just be on a slightly more fleshy bit above the elbow, actually, rather than on the bone.
Hopefully.
Just seeing a replay of the run out and potential run out, and if Butler's throw had been half decent over the stumps to Broad, then I think that he would have been struggling, Shaheen Afridi. Butler had his gloves on, and sometimes you see wicketkeepers whip a glove off and throw it. It's easy to throw. It's sort of loomed out the top of the fingers.
The minute Shan played that shot, he was calling for 2. Shaheen need to respond to that straight away. So he knows he's a main partner here, so he has to respond to his call.
Right, the magic spray has been applied.
I was talking about this physio, Cliff.
Yeah.
He plays for Lion in South Africa, played I think 97 first class games as well. He's an excellent physio. He's been brilliant with the boys.
He's gone off the field now, and Shan Masood is ready to take strike from Stuart Broad at 311 for 8. Broad goes in, bowls another short ball, nicely pulled away by Shan Masood, down towards fine leg this time. He's saying, oh, it's a misfield down there. If he'd run the first one hard, he could have got back for the second there. There were 2 fielders converging, and the first fielder who got there, I think is Sibley, the distance, or is it Anderson? It's difficult to tell, it's a long way away, far side of the ground, completely missed it.
He played this shot with full control and authority.
Yeah, it was Anderson, totally missing the ball. You didn't see that happen very often. And Sibley was backing up behind him and preventing the ball going for 4.
Shan was not pushing here for 2. He knows only 1 ball left in this over.
Yeah, 1 ball to survive, and then Shan Masood can take strike first ball after tee. Unless this is a wicket, this
can have a tee off after that.
312 for 8. So Broad to Shaheen Afridi. Broad moves in now to bowl to him. And he nearly plays on there, struck him on the pad and rolled back towards his leg stump and stopped about 5 centimetres from that leg stump. So he survives, and Shan Masood is there with him at the tea interval. He's played a magnificent innings. Nearly half of Pakistan's runs. He's been batting 106 overs. A couple of wickets for Archer in that lead up to tea has given England a lift, but Pakistan have got those runs on the board, and a very interesting test match developing. Tea on the second day, 312 for 8.
Excellent session for Pakistan, 35 over 125 runs, 3 wickets. So Pakistan will take it. England was all over in the first session, but I think second session belonged to Shan Masood and Pakistan.
Yeah, he's been clapped off by his teammates and the backup squad and all the backup staff in that Pakistan dressing room. Azhar as well.
I can clap as well.
Azhar to my left. Applause left and right. And he's deserved it as well, Shan Masood.
I mean, one of the best innings you will see, especially in these conditions. It was tough for him, but he's hanging there. He backed himself and he applied himself and end up getting a great total for himself and highest score for himself, 151, and then put Pakistan in a great position here.
Yeah, Archer 3 for 45 for England from 20 overs. Woakes 2 for 43 from 20 overs. Anderson 1 for 63 from 19. Broad 1 for 54 from 21. And Bess 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 74. And Joe Root 6 overs for 25 runs. The weather is okay at the moment. Clouds are high. And we've still plenty of cricket left in the day. The tea interval, delayed tea interval because of the time lost to weather yesterday. So we can go on until 7 o'clock this evening. So we'll have a 2 hours 40 final session, something like that. And England looking for those 2 wickets before they can get batting and try and overhaul this Pakistan score of 312 for 8 as it stands at the moment. With Shan Masood 151 not out. What are we going to see from Pakistan after tea, Azhar? And then it will be Jonathan, how are they going to play it after tea?
Shan Masood got license to go and tee off, but if Shaheen hang in there with him, so if Pakistan manage to get another 20-30 runs, that will be very good for them. They can have a massive first inning score. This is a scoreboard pressure, and Pakistan have the resources to get 20 wickets. We saw pitches drawing, and it's a really good chance for them because they're playing 2 spinners and they have a bowling attack with likes of Shaheen, Shah, Afridi and Naseem, Shah and Mohammad Abbas. He had a phenomenal record to his name.
Right, indeed, I look forward to it. Azhar, you're going to have a cup of tea, and yes, we'll see some fiery fast bowling, I think, in this final session of the day, but England have still got a couple of wickets to get yet. 312 for 8, that very much Pakistan's afternoon, and that's, I think, probably, I just checked with Andy, the highest number of sixes ever hit by a Stanford schoolboy in Test cricket. I'm just running that past you as a niche stat, I think you call them.
Yes, I think, well, I don't know. I don't have a school filter on my...
Well, the other one is MJK Smith, so I think
it's probably
I think it probably is. Anyway, there we go. So well played, Shan Masood. He's reached his 150, and he'll be coming out for some more later. Right, well, you've seen the excellent film The Edge, I'm sure, somewhere, either on the weekend on BBC or you've seen it on BBC iPlayer. The film tells the story of England's rise to number 1 in the Test rankings, but the cost of that rise. And it focuses on some of the mental health issues that affected some of the squad. Jonathan Trott, we know, Stephen Finn, Monty Panesar. And cricket has in some ways led the way in dealing with mental health issues, but can more be done? And why does cricket have these issues? We can talk now to Dr. Hassan Mahmood. Now, he's a consultant psychiatrist who works in Birmingham. He's written a groundbreaking new book, Case Studies in Sports Psychiatry, it's called. Hassan, how very nice for you to join us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. Thank you for having me on.
Excellent. Now, why are you interested in this in particular? Is it just because you love cricket and you've combined your obviously your work, as it were, with your favourite sport?
Absolutely. I mean, just before I go there, I'd like to say I'm the lead author for the cricket chapter, but the actual book, the editors are Tom McCabe, Amit Mistry and Alan Curry. But yes, my two passions, I've watched cricket since I was 7 back in 1992 and been an avid listener of your programme for many, many years. And yes, I've combined my two passions. So I work as a consultant psychiatrist, and Amit called me and asked me whether I wanted to be an author of the cricket chapter, and of course I said yes.
And why does cricket? You only have to watch The Edge to appreciate more modern cases, if you like, recent examples of mental health issues within cricket. Why is it that you think that cricket appears to have the problem of this scale?
I think there are a number of potential reasons, and again, they're hypotheses. For many years there have been examples, as you know, Jonathan, as you highlighted, of cricketers who have suffered from mental health difficulties. And I've had an interest in this back since I was a medical student, which was, a decade and a half ago. So it's been suggested that cricketers, given the unique nature of the game and spending considerable periods away from home, may be especially prone to developing depression. I think the number of tours that you have away from home, I think now, especially in the modern game, cricket is very much a game that's played all year round. You understand, you've got to understand that cricketers want to play T20 cricket, they want to safeguard their financial futures, and tours are packed into smaller time frames. But people are therefore away from their loved ones for a much longer period of time. And given the unique statistical nature of the game, stats are then played to see if someone's really struggling. If we think of an example where a team concedes 600 runs in a test match, and then the opener goes out and scores a duck. If you think about it, what's their contribution going to be to the game? Then they're going to have to wait to the pavilion and reflect on their performance for a significant amount of time before going back into the outfield. And especially if they don't bowl, they may be shielding on the boundary for some time. It can be a very, very lonely place, especially at the elite level.
Yes, I'm thinking Steve Harmison, Marcus Trescothick, I suppose. People have really highlighted the issues of touring. Since you touched on that, is that the first time really that we got to appreciate the difficulties of that?
I think it's really important. You've highlighted those examples of numerous others where cricketers have talked about the difficulties, especially of being away from home. And I think, it's not for me to say it, but maybe the authorities need to really think about how they do manage tours, especially playing them in such tight time frames as well, which then means more frequent tours. Maybe they need to space out tours a little bit more so that people can spend time with their loved ones. And then thinking about COVID, COVID's been such a difficult time for so many people across the world. People have lost their lives, people have suffered from mental health difficulties. But on the contrary, the flip side, we do wonder whether some elite cricketers may have actually, don't use the word enjoy, that might be strong, but maybe have found a bit of relief that they've been able to jump off the treadmill and spend time with their families. And some cricketers
benefited, I think is possibly the word. Benefited from it. Yeah, absolutely. It is such a difficult game, cricket, to analyse, isn't it? Because it's a team game. It's played by individuals within that team framework, and so that must make things complicated.
Absolutely. I think it's when teams are winning, things are easier in sport. When things aren't going so well, that's when things can become more difficult. And as I said, if players are really struggling away from home, they may be dropped. That can have an impact on the person's mental health. And then also one thing that's really important to remember is that with modern day tours, there aren't many side games, are there? So actually the reserve players don't really get much of a chance. So if they're away from home, they're not really playing. What kind of impact does that have on their mental health? I think it's important to remember the whole squad and not just the 11 players in the field.
Well, that's a really good point, because these squads at the moment are so huge, and necessarily so in case people get ill and so on, and living in this bubble. So how would you think that these teams are dealing with that? Because they are, the West Indians were locked away for 7 weeks, and they played virtually the same side every match from memory, so there's a lot of players who weren't doing anything. What sort of setup could you imagine that a team, a squad like that would need?
Just thinking about it, I can imagine it's probably slightly easier for the home team, because even though they can't necessarily leave the bubble and see their loved ones, at least there's some reassurance knowing that they're close by. I think for the touring teams it may be somewhat more difficult. For Pakistan, I think that, they've played a lot of cricket away from Pakistan over the last 11 years. I know home cricket has recently resumed back in Pakistan, but they've got used to touring like this, maybe not quite in a bubble, so they'll be used to spending a lot of time away from home. In terms of what can be done, I really do think it's important that we think about people's mental health, especially during a time like this. People may be missing their loved ones. I know that there are sports psychologists within teams, and that the Western nations in particular provide some really good structured mental health input for players, and they place a large emphasis on mental health and well-being. It's about using those resources. I know the PCA is very good. Cricket Australia have resources, as do New Zealand Cricket. Not so sure about some of the other nations in other parts of the world. I think it's about using those resources. I do know that England sports psychologist, I know it's not necessarily about mental health in terms of mental difficulties, but he was very reassuring last year when England lost to Sri Lanka and Australia in the World Cup, and reminded them of the team mantra and helped them to relieve any potential anxiety. And as we know, Jonathan, the rest is history.
Well, that's interesting. That's David Young we're talking about, isn't it? And they had the meeting when it just looked as if England were going off the rails as far as the World Cup was concerned. There was so much expectation and so on. And then with the big game coming up with India the next day, it sounds as if they all just sat there and just sort of got everything out. And that sometimes it could be quite dangerous doing that. But this clearly was a very positive experience.
Absolutely. I think it worked really, really well for them. In the World Cup, they started off very well, then struggled in the middle, and then came roaring back at the end to win against India, New Zealand, and then win the semi-final and final. I think, his sports psychology colleagues have a great role to play within cricket, and my hope is that at someday maybe a sports psychiatrist could be able to support teams. I know that as part of in terms of medical professionals or other professionals, cricketer can access various people when they're on tour, and the psychiatrists aren't part of it. I'm so hoping that's something that the ICC could look into, and I know this proposal has been put into them.
So much about sport and cricket is about dealing with failure, isn't it? And we talk about sort of resilience or mental strength. And I think rather Josh Buttler at the moment, but there's very much a spotlight on him. He's dropped a couple of catches, he's missed a stumping, there's a run-out opportunity there. He's clearly having a bad game behind the stumps. Now, how do you deal with someone like that who knows the spotlight's on him? He knows that people will be writing again tomorrow, that there are other alternative players who could be playing and so on. How do you want them to be resilient, and that's kind of an important part, because in a way people have got to put that away. When you're out there in the middle, you've got to put those mistakes behind you, but that's not easy.
No, the spotlight is much higher now than it was even 10 years ago with the advent of social media. There's a lot of spotlight. You get some people who make some very nasty comments, and they can be hard to ignore. I know you give the example of Josh Buttler, but I think, obviously that would be for the team management to decide. But in terms of,
yes,
in general, if people, not just elite cricketers, if sportsmen around the world, if teammates notice that they're struggling, if they're withdrawing from teammates when they're usually quite jolly and upbeat and maybe the soul of the party, and they wake up the next day and you notice some bags under their eyes, and you notice they might not be sleeping as much as usual, maybe not drinking as much as usual, then it's worth just knocking on the door and having a chat with them and providing some form of reassurance. I think putting your arm around someone, of course, not necessarily literally within COVID for other people, but putting your arm around someone, having a chat with them, providing some reassurance, being a listening ear to them, supporting them and showing empathy is really important, because when you're winning, it's all good, or when you're doing really well, it's great. When you're really struggling, that's when you need people to come and support you and rally around you.
Yeah. You mentioned social media. I mean, do you think it's a good thing that sportsmen and women are subjecting themselves to those sort of comments?
I think it's a double-edged sword, isn't it, Jonathan? On the positive note, when you do really well, you win a World Cup like England did, you score 100, you score 50s, you take a 5-wicket haul or a 10-wicket bag in a test match, you get lots and lots of praise. You can be praised as the best team or the best player in the world. Then if you score a duck, then you can be castigated and be described as the worst player ever, and you shouldn't be playing in the side. So I think it is a double-edged sword. You get benefits, and there are disadvantages as well. I think it requires a lot of thought about how you deal with it. I know some players have had difficulties in responding to some criticisms recently, but I would like to think that actually is part of something that the cricket boards think about in terms of how that can affect people's mental health. And again, these are just hypotheses, but I really think we need to be doing some research and work into the effect of various things on mental health of cricketers, including social media, the frequent travelling away from home as well.
Yeah, I guess in a team situation, it's all about identifying potentially vulnerable people, isn't it? And that was where, again, the Edge clearly demonstrated in there the very different characters that were in that England team at the time, those who could cope better or appeared to cope outwardly better with the pressures, and those who found it very difficult. And I suppose identifying that sort of character is very important to helping them.
I think people have different personalities, and you have to deal with different people differently. I think that's the thing, and I think it's just important that everyone looks out for each other. I mean, people may think that the person who's generally quieter might be prone to suffer from mental health difficulties, but actually you might be somebody who's generally, as I said before, might be the life and soul of the party, who you think is, in quotes, mentally tough and resilient. Actually might be someone that really struggles, might be really struggling behind the scenes, and actually
it's a facade in a way.
Absolutely.
It's an act.
So I think it's really, really important that everybody's treated individually, we meet everybody's needs, we all look after each other, especially during this time where we don't know what's going on with people individually, we don't know what's going on in their social circumstances, especially with the pandemic. And it's really important to provide that reassurance and listening here and support each other. And I think as a society we really need to be more empathic and considerate towards one another.
Just a last couple of thoughts, Hassan. It's fascinating. We talk a lot about cricket, and I know that's your specialist area as far as this book is concerned. Do you think that the reason for us being more aware of mental health issues in cricket is actually because cricket is better identifying it, and people are a bit more confident maybe with coming out and saying I have an issue here and so on than other sports?
I think it could be. Over a decade and a half ago, I'd say, or maybe even longer than that, we've had cricketers who have come out stating that they've had mental health difficulties, and I think that's paved the road. The stigma has decreased. I really do think that we're in a much better place now than we were in the early 2000s. There's a lot more support, and actually there were some examples of cricketers who, I think it was last year, or very early parts of this year, who took breaks from the game for mental health reasons, and that was viewed upon very positively. And I understand that people will now be treated, if they're taking breaks for mental health, they'll be treated just the same as if they're taking breaks for physical health issues, and I think that's a really good thing. But as always, Jonathan, there are ways in which we can improve. Things aren't perfect, and I think we can only get better, and that's by talking to each other, by breaking down barriers, by decreasing stigma, having a more open conversation about mental health.
And the last time, even the last 5 years, this whole area has been transformed, hasn't it? I mean, you're obviously very encouraged by that.
It is very encouraging. Obviously, people are talking more about it, people are coming out, stating they've had mental health difficulties. It's really good that they're able to say that more openly. I do think that various boards around the world have been very supportive as well towards their players, and I think that's really good. What I'd like to see in an ideal world is that all the major countries around the world are able to treat mental health issues in the same way with decreased stigma. I hope we do get there one day and have a more standardised approach to the treatment of mental health issues within cricketers.
Well, Hassan, it's lovely talking to you. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for the work that you've done. And we wish you well with that book. Case Studies in Sports Psychiatry is a book that looks at that particular issue. Thank you, Hassan. Matt Winter has emailed me. Fascinating guest. I'm bipolar, he says. Cricket helps me immeasurably. The rhythm, just a comforting noise, and a friend when I'm low. I don't always think of the impact that it has on the players, though. I grew up with Robin Smith and never realised the battles that he had. So that was fascinating. Thank you to Dr. Hassan Mahmood, consultant psychiatrist from Birmingham. And we've got England taking the field below us in the sunshine, I'm happy to say. And Pakistan's batsman, Shan, Masood, look at that, 151 from 314 balls, opening his shoulders and playing a few shots there towards the end. He realises that he's running out of partners here. But he's got Shaheen Afridi, the left-arm quick bowler, with him for company at the moment. And there's only Naseem Shah to come. So, the exciting thing is, Victor, I think we're going to see some of this fast bowling later today.
Yes.
It's just a question of when, a question of if England can pull themselves together a bit. My word, they did lose it in that session, thanks to that outstanding partnership between Shadab and Masood. They just lost their way completely.
Well, it was 48 for 3 in the morning 2 hours. The middle session, which was 15 minutes longer, 125 for 3. So they just lost control of the game. That's partly their fault. It's also partly due to some terrific work by the pair of Shan Masood and actually Shadab Khan, who came in. He gave his wicket away in the end, I suppose, with a swipe at Bess, but he took on England initially against those spinners, running between the wickets, getting a few overthrows, getting everyone a bit scatty out there. And they put on over 100 together, a vital 100. The whole complexion of the game changed. And also, it's freed up Shah Masood, who toiled brilliantly, actually, to get to 3 figures. But since then, he's played some glorious shots.
He's not a different player, if we're honest. He's on strike now as Archer moves in bowls. Jimmy comes forward to the first ball after tea. She clips away around the corner. Archer's holding his head in his hands there, suggesting that was quite straight to be playing that sort of rather nonchalant flick to, and then turns and retreats and heads off into the distance to bowl the next delivery. So there's only Naseem Shah to come. The 17-year-old fast bowler sensation, really, that we're all looking forward to seeing for most of us for the first time live.
Yeah.
Archer round the wicket, moves in and bowls it short and pulled away out towards deep square leg. That's interesting because having taken the singles before tea, Shan Masood there has decided he's not going to expose Shaheen Afridi to the bowling. It's a long single there, and they decided against taking it. I'm not going to put the mockers on him and have Pakistani supporters yelling at me through their radios. When was the last Pakistani opening batsman who carried his bat out? He's not looked it up yet. There you go. In comes Archer, bowls short and it's tucked there around the corner. I think that's going to be 4 broads down to our right. He can't get there, and that is an ill-directed bouncer, really, with the angle from round the wicket. Has helped away very fine, and well, another 4 runs to Pakistan to Shah Masood, 316 for 8.
Well, it wasn't a great ball, but he did well to get it so far, and he caught up with it, and Stuart Broad had no chance.
316 for 8. Here comes Archer and bowls short and pulled away again. They do take the single this time. To the fielder on the deep square leg boundary. Ben Stokes actually comes striding up. 317 for 8. So there's 2 balls for Shaheen Afridi to negotiate.
There have been 4 Pakistan openers who have carried their bats in Test cricket, most recently Imran Farhat against New Zealand in Napier, December 2009. Before that, Saeed Anwar, Madassan Azhar and Nazar Mohammad.
So it's a select group.
Yeah.
Right, can Archer break through here? He bowls in on the leg stump. That's very nicely turned away to fine leg, and he's been robbed a run there because Masood says no, we're not going with 1 ball to go. But that was perfectly.
It looked like Masood himself, didn't it?
It did.
Tall left-hander, just clipping it off his hip.
He was a bit grumpy with that as a tail end.
Yeah, I think so.
He didn't score many runs.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't take it, because the chances are Shah Masood could have got off strike, possibly off the last delivery.
Anyway, there's the last ball of the over. Archer's on his way, and he comes in and bowls. And he's in on the pad. Be off leg before wicket. No, given not out by umpire Illingworth. There's a conference going on between Root and Buttler.
I don't think they're that interested. They've got quite a few. They've got 2 reviews spare.
The counter's ticking away, but I don't think they're going to review this.
It must have been going down there.
3 seconds to go. And Archer looks a bit disconsolate there. He's got his hands on his hips. He has nipped in with his couple of wickets towards the end.
Yeah.
But looking at the replay, that's missing leg.
Yeah, they knew it too.
Yeah, it squared him up. But it was more of a theatrical appeal, really, from Archer, I think, towards umpire Illingworth.
Well, I quite like it that they've got the good sense not to waste a review, even though they've got 2 left and there's only 2 wickets to get.
They're getting better judges, cricketers.
More rational. Now then, Stuart Broad.
Yes.
He's got the wrong man on strike at the moment. Either get Masood out, but if you could just induce him to take a single early on in the over and then have 3 or 4 balls at Afridi.
There's some gaps around to tempt him. There's a slip in a gully. Who's, again, I keep saying very fine. You can't really call him a gully anymore.
It's like a forced slip, isn't it?
They've had it throughout. It's a completely new theory. 317 for 8. And Broad, round the wicket, runs in, bowls, and Masood's hit on the pad. Appeals leg before wicket. They like that. Up they go. Umpire Kettler finally gives him out.
Well, I'd review that then, but only because you've got 2 reviews.
He is reviewing it, but it took a long time for the umpire to raise the finger.
Director, we have a player review for LBW.
He was driving at
Decision
it.
is out.
I think
It's a fair delivery. From Asad vision,
There's
please.
the question of whether he's outside the line.
We'll have a look. We know it's a fair delivery. Let's see. Oh, I tell you what, took a puff of dust.
Okay,
It
not
might be high
conclusive from there. Can we have Ultra Edge when available, please?
It's just hit the back leg.
Yeah, I did. Missed the front pad.
Okay, rolling through.
Ultra edge.
Rolling right through, please, to the pad.
Has been given out, which is
Flat line and Ultra
significant.
Edge, so ball tracking when available, please.
So umpire's call goes his way. Here we go.
Ball tracking coming up now.
Let's have a look. Red.
Side off impact.
Umpire's call. He's out.
It's his umpire's call. Richard,
He's out.
Stay with your original decision of out.
Clipping leg stump was the verdict of the umpire. It took a long time to make up his mind, and I raised his finger a second time. But that ends a superb innings, really, of Shan, Masood, and an occupation of the crease for a lot of it. But then, as we saw, as the wickets fell at the other end, he starts to play some terrific shots. And he's now been dismissed. LBW to Stuart Broad, who, funnily enough, it took so long for the umpire to raise his finger that Broad had turned his back, having appealed, and was looking towards the slip cordon to review it themselves. So, and then finally, behind him, and without realising, umpire Kettleborough raised his finger. So 156 for Shan Masood, and he's put his team here in a very strong position indeed, given that not just the ball spinning, but that ball in the replay you could see ruffled the surface of the pitch.
Well, a puff of dust is not good news for the side batting last. It's a magnificent innings, and all the Pakistan squad got onto the balcony, and usually you could actually hear applause, but it was all generated by the Pakistan squad who got out there, and they know that if anyone gets 150 in a test match, it's potentially a match-winning innings. Now we'll wait and see. We've got a really good test on our hands. Once you get scores around the 300 mark, anything can happen. But that was a terrific effort. The blossom towards the end, the hardest work had to be done yesterday and this morning. But he opened out in the afternoon beautifully.
In goes Broad, bowling to number 11, Naseem Shah, who's hopelessly beaten there outside the off stump, is jumping all over the place. A youngster renowned for bowling very fast rather than for his batting.
How long before Stuart bounces in?
I don't think he will. I'll offer the thought that he will not be
Well,
bouncing.
let's have a look. We'll wait and see. I don't think you'd be quick to bounce until Peter Willie told you
I
to.
don't think there's any point on the evidence of that delivery.
Well, let's have a look. Yeah, no, I think you can go full here.
I think there's 3 slips, a gully, short leg, Broad's on his way again, and bowls to Shah. Well, that was a sort of a bounce, so down the leg side. It was not straight. Maybe a cunning one, which...
Does he shall register that one?
No, I think he let that one go down the leg side. But anyway, Broad marching back. He should be looking to get him out.
Yeah, well, I think it's worth early on. Getting one, not at half-volleyed length, but just getting it full.
Replay of Broad's appeal there, looking backwards and forwards at the umpire and giving it out without him realising. It's taken so long. 3 balls remain in the over. Broad's on his way again. A bowl to Naseem is down the leg side. Taken by Buttler, diving full length. Bit of a waste of a delivery, that one.
But like a lot of top bowlers, Broad's got a variety of appeals. And he's got one appeal, which which is, that's out, umpire.
Yes.
As opposed to an inquiry. It's almost a statement. So we get used used to these appeals with bowlers we see time and time again, and they do have a variety. There was the inquisitive one, and there's the one that's just asserting what is obviously a plain fact that it obviously has.
Fait accompli.
Yeah.
2 balls to go. Broad runs in, bowls to Naseem, who very awkwardly plays that down to backward point. Very squared up. There's something like slightly Devon Malcolm about this, but he reflexed his body round.
It was in line.
It was in line.
Nicely.
It was in line, and the ball ends up there.
And he is only, I think, 17.
Yes.
So he's got the scope to improve his record.
Well, he's modest. This is bowling, you want to see.
Yeah.
Can he survive this last ball? Hesitating for a moment, just taking a gulp or two of air. Now is rushing in and bowls the right-handed Naseem, who gets into his stumps. Plays an extraordinary-looking defensive stroke there. A little bit of a flourish, to be fair. The ball ending up in Chris Woakes' hands at mid-on. So another wicket for Stuart Broad, second 2 for 54. And Pakistan are 317 for 9. We haven't had Shah Masood's figures, have we?
156 from 319 balls, 2 sixes and 18 fours. His highest test score, his 4th test century, is 3rd in 3 successive innings. He's the 6th Pakistan player to have hundreds in 3 successive test innings, and it's the highest by a Pakistan opener against England since Saeed Anwar's 176 at the Oval in 1996.
Thank you. So, Shan Afridi on strike now. Can Archer wrap it up? Up he comes and bowls to his fourth, playing it's called the no ball. Now, that must have been called no ball by the on-field umpire. We talked about this earlier on, in that surely the umpires can't break the habit of lifetime.
I think he did. Yes, that's right. He called it, and he's smiling.
Yes. It should have been called by the third umpire, but these umpires have been umpiring for a long time. It's a big no ball, and so it just shows that the umpire is actually looking at the front foot anyway. So, well, at least he called it, and it should have gone to the third umpire. 318 for 9. Shaheen on 1. Archer around the wicket, moves and bowls to digs out a full ball on the off stump to field it at mid on, but you can't just break the habit, can you?
No. He did see that. It doesn't matter. But the only thing that matters is if he happened to get it wrong, I suppose. But he was 2 or 3 inches over the line, and then he chuckled to himself.
Well, he's talking. He's pressing the button. He's talking to the third umpire, saying, "I'm sorry about that." Archer bowls. He's played away down to mid-on. And you'd think this is the best way, actually, that the on-field umpire, because it's a rhythm, isn't it? I mean, those umpires are used. The whole thing is a rhythm.
Well, the only problem is that you could have a scenario, I guess, where there's some tight calls, and the third umpire is there constantly demonstrating that the on-field umpire is not getting it right.
Yeah,
it could be a bit tricky.
There's Archer. Bowls a very high bouncer over Shaheen's head. It's funny how we were talking about that very thing this morning in our little room there. 318 for 9. England's openers starting to think about batting and facing these two.
Well, I don't know, actually. I don't think Naseem Shah gets the new ball. Mohammad Abbas will get the new ball. Because he can move it around if it's new. That's the theory.
318 for 9. Here comes Archer. Bowls. Oh, a low full toss. It is clipped away into the leg side. And that'll bring on 4 runs for Shaheen. I don't think he quite believed his eyes. He put it away perfectly well.
Well, he tried one of these slower balls there, and it ended up as a slow full toss, which was gratefully dispatched by Afridi.
Feel that runs up in these first innings are very important as far as this game goes.
Yeah.
322 for 9. Sun behind cloud again. England trying to wrap up this innings. 3 slips. Gully. Archer on his way. Bowls on the leg stumps, turned away again. More runs here. That might go for 4 as well. I don't think Broad's going to get that. No, he can't. Successive boundaries. 326 for 9.
Well, he's a bit of an imposter. We've wrote him off as a sort of non-starter. Afridi's actually played 2 good shots. That's not a great ball, but he's timed it beautifully. Off leg stump. Full delivery. Just got the bat on it, timed it, and scudded away through backward square legs. 8 more runs in this over.
These are important runs. 326 for 9. Archer again. 1 ball to go in the over. The bowls. That's very nicely played by Shane Afridi, getting on the front foot and playing that back to Archer. He's on 9 now. It's 3:26 for 9. And now Stuart Broad will stride up, try and dispatch Naseem Shah, the number 11. The ground staff, it's always a bad sign for number 11. Doesn't exactly fill you with confidence when you see the ground staff actually gathered by the roller.
Well, they've had the decency. It probably doesn't take so long to start them nowadays, but I'm sure, not necessarily you, but you went out and they actually did start the roller.
Yeah, well, all I would say there was it's pointing in the right direction. They've moved it, so it's actually pointing to come straight out. So it'll get there quite quickly, but they're all ready for the moment in which this last wicket falls. 3:26 for 9. Naseem Shah on strike. There's 3 slips and the gully. And a short leg. Broad's on his way, and he bowls a short ball down the leg side, which Naseem tries to tuck away to fine leg and misses. Gathered by Buttler, who's again not had a good day today.
Yeah, he dropped Yasir Shah. It wasn't that expensive this time, but nonetheless, he's let slip 3 chances against Bess.
Showing on the telly the puff of dust that we saw for that LBW, and it's noticeable, I must say, from round the wicket, but it's on the pitch obviously. Broad again, runs up, bowls down the leg side again.
Did he know it himself?
That's 2 rather wasted balls at the number 11. 3:26 for 9.
I mean, the broader view, I think that it's a good sign in that a good pitch does deteriorate. You get those puffs of dust and inconsistent bounce as the game goes on. England don't get that. They need to get, sort of parity on first innings, otherwise it'll be very hard for them in this game.
It will. Broad kicks up his heels, bowls a better ball, and there's an appeal for catch behind, and he's out. Although Naseem doesn't like that very much, and he's wandering around. He's saying, "Hang on, I might want to review this." He's reviewing it. He's reviewing it. This is
Sibley is running off.
Sibley's running off.
So better time to stop at the boundary edge.
Thank you.
Broad is taking it as red.
Taking umpire to director, we have a player review for call behind. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery, so I'm front on spin vision, please.
That was all very odd. The slips barely appealed. Because there was this thinking it was so obvious.
I'm not sure.
Can we have Ultra Edge one available,
It had
please?
to have hit his glove, not his bat.
Let's see if it's hit that thumb, I think.
Okay, just waiting for Ultra Edge.
Okay, you might be right.
The England players just walked off as if it was the most obvious thing of all time.
Yes,
And there it is. That's a nice,
Please, yeah. We've got a
jaggedy
clean
one.
spike with the ball next to the glove. Ready to go back to Richard on field. Richard, stay with the original decision about you on screen.
Well, they can now leave the field. And Pakistan being bowled out for 326, with Stuart Broad taking the last wicket to fall. Naseem Shah caught behind by Jos Buttler. And so Rory Burns and Dom Sibley will be strapping on their pads.
As indeed will Joe Root, who's sort of quietly resumed the number 3 slot.
Yes.
He's been out there a long time, and he's had quite a stressful time, so he will be hopeful of a little bit of respite. But I still think Pakistan will be very pleased with that outcome. At lunchtime, when the score was 187 for 5, the prospect of going 326 was probably beyond their best hopes. But they got there thanks to a wonderful innings by Shan Masood. Remember, right at the start of the day, their gun batsman, Babar, out without scoring. And after the morning session, they must have feared the worst because England gave them absolutely nothing. 3 wickets fell. But the afternoon session, they retrieved it brilliantly with Shan Masood getting better and better, and also a very important little innings from Shadab Khan. Restored Pakistani hopes and spirits. I love the way they went about that partnership. They were
Right from the start.
absolutely impudent, taking singles here, there, everywhere, ruffling the English sort of feathers. They got very frustrated out there, England. They kept getting these singles from nowhere, a few overthrows here, the bowling lost its discipline for a while, and the runs kept coming. And they may be critical runs, we'll wait and see. The weather's behaving, the pitch is behaving as a good test pitch should, so we should have a cracking game of cricket on our hands here.
I think spinning a bit more than you might expect, though.
wearing a bit more quickly than you thought.
Maybe. I mean, maybe it is a bit drier, but I still think that makes for a very interesting Test match. We haven't seen much spin in the setup. Bess has got the odd ball to turn, especially to the left-hander. You usually reckon that if the finger spinner gets it spinning, the wrist spinner, and remember they got two, will probably spin it a little bit more. They impart more spin at the back of the hand. So it'll be fascinating, particularly if England lose early wickets, and you've got the likes of Yasir, Shah, and possibly a Shadab as well, Shadab Khan at the back of the hand, to come and torment the lower order, or bowl against upper order batsmen who are under pressure, not being able to play with freedom. So there's all sorts of possibilities here. And we'll see what happens. But I'm enjoying it.
Yep, I'll leave you a couple more thoughts, Victor, if that's okay. And then Simon can come in and go through the scorecard and the bowling figures and that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, what they've chosen, I think that's probably, I don't know, that looks like quite a heavy roller. Sometimes when you thought it's dusting up a bit, it's breaking up a bit, you'd be a bit wary of having the heavy roller because you thought it might break it up a little bit more. At this stage of the game, England want a roller that produces the best possible batting surface because that's their priority now. Get some runs. Also, interesting prospect for us. We've had 3 back-to-back Test matches against the West Indies where they've barely changed their bowling attack. So it's actually quite exciting to see a completely different attack. We're not familiar with Naseem Shah, who I don't think takes a new ball, rarely takes a new ball. We haven't seen that much of Mohammad, Abbas and Afridi, but they are more familiar, but they're not that familiar to the English openers. Sibley and Burns, who've been out there a long time, Root at 3. Remember, England are a sort of batsman light from their usual balance. So, all sorts of possibilities.
Yeah, it's all set up. It's going to be a fascinating Test match, this one. Yeah, Shaheen Afridi's played 8 Tests, Mohammad Abbas 18, Naseem Shah 17, and Shadab just a handful. Where are we? My notes. He played 5 before this one. So yeah, they've seen a bit of them in white ball cricket.
Yeah, but I don't think Dom Sibley will see them a lot in white ball cricket, or Burns for that matter.
Right, I'll run through the scorecard for you. Out today, Azam caught Root Bond Anderson for 69. Asad Shafiq was caught Stokes, second slip off Broad for 7. Mohammad Rizwan was caught Buttler Woakes for 9. That was 176 for 5. Then that stand of 105 between Shadab Khan and Shan Masood was ended when Shadab had a wipe at Bess and was caught deep mid-on by Root for 45. Mohammad Abbas was caught Root bowled Archer for 0. The ball after Yasir Shah was LBW to Archer for 5. Shan Masood was LBW Broad for 156. And Naseem Shah was caught Buttler bowled Broad for 0. 326 all out. Shaheen, Shah, Afridi was 9 not out. The bowling figures: Anderson bowled 19 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 63. Stuart Broad 22.3 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 54. Woakes 20 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 43. Archer 22 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 59. And then what have we got? Dom Bess 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 74. And Root 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25. And actually it was Root bowling straight after lunch that rather released the pressure that England had built up this morning. The heavy rollers going up and down on the pitch. Pakistan fielders are out there loosening up with a backroom starting, slip catches and that sort of thing. And very soon Dom Sibley and Rory Burns will be on their way. It's got a bit darker at Old Trafford, like closing in a bit. So Pakistan will, I think, prefer it in these conditions.
I mean, it's darker, but unless my eyes are completely gone, it's not a problem.
No, not at the moment, no.
They're all in, crowding route. The left armour is in, driven into the offside, but to that tumbling extra cover fielder who prevents the run. 10 for 1. England, they've lost a wicket. The first over Rory Burns, LBW to Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is a rapid left-arm bowler. That different angle. England haven't faced that this summer, have they? West Indies had 3 right-arm quicks.
Yeah, and as a right-hander, you've got to just tell yourself, just think about the umpire at the other end. Try and aim for the umpire. Just allow yourself to let the ball swing and just keep playing straight down the ground.
To the top of his mark, Afridi hurtles in, and Root covers up. Perfect defence. Gets bat and pad close together and pushes the ball to short extra cover. And there is no run.
That was a lot better. The line was perfect there from the England captain. And you're so eager when you're on North, your team is struggling, kind of want to get at it. You also just got to let the ball swing. Let it swing back and then play it nice and straight.
Here we go. Last ball of the third over. We've had enough incident in the first 3 overs of this innings to last a session. There's going to be a lot more to come, I fancy. Here he comes, the Root defence from the crease with a straight bat. Get out to that short extra cover position, and there is no run. End of another eventful over. England 10 for 1. Root yet to score. Sibley has 6. Burns and Sibley have had similar records. 234 runs for Burns before this match, 238 now that he made 4, and Dom Sibley 226 out to 232. It seems that one goes cheaply and the other doesn't, except in that second innings where runs were a little easier to come by with that large first innings lead. They're sort of trading good scores up there at the moment.
Short leg's just gone back to square leg from Mohammad Abbas to Dom Sibley. No surprises there. Still 3 slips in a gully.
Here is Abbas, and it works it off the pad down to deep backward square leg. They might come back for a second, they do. The throw comes in, and they make 2 comfortably. Naseem Shah's down here at long leg. Looking forward to seeing him in action shortly. 12 for 1. It's a huge contrast, isn't it? I mean, to face Mohammad Abbas, who sort of bowls a little bit like Mohammad Asif used to, and then Shaheen Shah Afridi bowling these rockets, left arm over.
Yeah, Bess has just been a bit too short so far.
3 sips, Kelly, backward point, extra cover. Abbas is in. Oh, trots on the crease, that looks really close. Umpire gives him. And Sibley's gone now. And this is jubilation from the Pakistanis. They think they've got both openers, and that looked dead-eyed to me. I mean, the bowler's coming towards us. The batsmen are in deep in conversation. What can they be saying? They've got 3 seconds left. 2, they're going for it. I don't know about this.
No, I think Sibley's convinced the captain this looks out. It's always a problem when you're facing this kind of bowler, playing the way Dom Sibley does. Gets his pads over to the off stump.
So, can we just have front on spin vision, please?
So it wasn't a no ball. That's out. I mean, it's jagged back sharply, in fairness. So his only chance here is the angle.
So ball tracking coming now, Richard. Pitching outside off him, hitting line, and it's hitting the wickets.
It's a poor review.
With your original decision of out, I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Richard.
That really was a poor review. Even from behind, there was something about Sibley's body shape that just felt absolutely plumb, didn't it?
Well, playing the way that Sibley played, I said before the innings that Abbas is the worst type of bowler that you can face, particularly for someone like me. It'd have me out on toast all the time, but for Sibley, because he gets so far over, his head kind of goes just outside off stump. It's only a matter of time before that ball arrives.
Well, England are 12 for 2. They've lost both openers. And, it's going to have to be down to their more expansive batsmen to get them out of this. And this is not a situation they want to find themselves in. Ben Stokes walks out to the crease with his side in all sorts of bother. And we sort of saw it coming, the contrast.
Yeah, it's not surprising with the way that Pakistan have played the cricket, and it's just the way they bowl with the new ball. You know, they'll accept that they might go for 30 or 40 in 8 or 9 overs. They don't worry about that, but if they can get 2 or 3 wickets, and they'll do exactly the same here to Ben Stokes. They'll offer him some balls that potentially he can hit, but there's also a potential chance if you're not on it, and you don't get your technique right, well, you're going to get out. The ball, that attacking length.
Well, they've really attacked the stumps as well, haven't they? I mean, this has been a very noticeable feature of these first 20 balls. A number of appeals for LBW, not all of them obviously successful, but you can tell what Pakistan are trying to do. They're trying to attack those three stumps. And England, well, they need a partnership. They need it now, because they are in all sorts of bother. Pakistan have been bowled out with 326. It's not a mammoth total, but, well, on this pitch and with their quality of bowlers, we still haven't seen the spinners, and we've seen the pitch is already taking turns, so, wow.
Yeah, well, that's the 8th time in the last 4 English summers that England's openers have both been out in single figures, so it's just tests in England, and that only happened once between 2006 and 2016 inclusive, which was against South Africa at Lord's in 2012.
There's quite a common denominator between 2006 and 2016, I suppose, which is Alistair Cook.
He did play in 2017 and 2018 as well.
Yeah, well, he also decided to stop playing. And Mohammad Abbas is in, and Stokes covers up in defence. First ball that he receives out to short mid-wicket. There's no run. There is a lot of noise coming from the Pakistan fielders now, and you can't say I blame them. They are well on top in this game. Another wicket now. Feel that the game is there for their taking, don't you? This is an absolutely critical period in the match.
Ben Stokes is batting outside of his crease by a yard, so he's saying to Mohammad Abbas, I'm not worried about your pace, and I'm trying to nullify the LBWs by getting as far forward as possible.
3 slips and a gully in for him. Just defends firmly to mid-off. There's no run. A full ball and a round off stump. He did that, didn't he, against the West Indian bowlers, especially to Jason Holder, he liked to be a little bit out in front. Not so much to Shan and Gabriel. I'm not sure he'll do it to Shaheen Shah Afridi either. We'll wait to see. Wow. You can just imagine if there was a crowd in now, the atmosphere would be like very anxious, very tense. Mohammad Abbas turns and runs in. Stokes defends again firmly, timing this shot beautifully to mid-off. And there's no run, but there's constant noise around him now.
I don't know what Ben Stokes has done to his helmet, but there's a load of white marks.
Well, on the peak.
No, you'll see it in the back of it.
Oh, yes.
Someone's like put the hand in flour and give him a pat on the head. Good luck, Ben, as he went out to bat.
You think he's sort of like been in the Great British Bake Off, but did it helmeted? Oh no! I got my muffins wrong. There's ball in defence, pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. End of the over, another splendid over, and a wicket taking over. England are 12 for 2. Both openers now gone. The first to Shaheen Shah Afridi. Rory Burns out LBW, given not out, overturned on review. And the flip side for Dominic Sibley, LBW to Mohammad Abbas. It was given out. It was somewhat dubiously.
I just wonder, when Stokes is on strike to Abbas again, I think Pakistan might have to change it, put a short leg in, because it actually ended up about a metre outside of his crease, because he's walking at the bowler. So if you put a short leg there, just get under his skin a little bit, I think that might potentially stop him lunging forward.
Afridi is going to start a new over from the Statham end, the commentary box end. He's in to Joe Root. Root leaves this alone outside the off stump. It was full, it was wide. He was not tempted. There is a milky sun. There are some high clouds. Away to our left where the weather is coming, it looks a little better. So I think England are going to have to prepare themselves to be there possibly all the way through till 7 o'clock this evening.
Yeah.
If they can last that long. At the moment, it wouldn't be absolutely certain the way Pakistan are using this new ball. Here comes Afridi. Root pats at the ground, waits, and then leaves another one alone outside the off stump. Wide of that off stump. Yeah, he's 6th stump.
He's setting him up here. So he's gone wide. He's trying to get Joe Root's balance over to that off stump, trying to get that head to kind of think that the ball's going to be outside that off stump, then he'll fire one straight. Hope that it swings back. So there's been 2 balls now, about a yard and a half outside of off stump.
Top of his mark.
waiting. There's a forward square leg, a wide mid on, shortish mid off. He runs into Root. Root defends from the crease, pushes into the offsides, picked up a point. There's no run. 12 for 2 England, both openers out. Pakistan have been made 326. A crucial phase of the game. Are you imagining that the Mohammad Abbas can bowl longer spell at the far end? You're imagining Naseem Shah's going to use this at our end?
Yeah, you'd think so. Abbas can pretty much plug himself in for 8 or 9.
Well, that's the problem for England, yeah. And he's fairly relentless. Here comes Afridi once more. Shaw leaves alone, just drops his hands on it. Died a little bit, actually, on the keeper, Mohammad Rizwan. Again, there's no run. The wind has dropped. It's just got this sort of ominous, sultry, oppressive feel to it right now. You can feel that bearing down on England's batsmen. Because don't forget, with the shape of their team, how much they'd dearly love to have had Root at 4, Stokes at 5, but instead everyone's been pushed up one because
Pakistan, this is such a great opportunity. It's going to come round the wicket. Shaheen, Shah, Afridi. Again, this is something just a little bit out of the box, a bit different.
Yeah, change of angle again. There's going to be a Wasim Akram toe crusher. Around the wheel. He comes from right behind the umpire as well. He's in. Root defends from the crease late into sort of gully region. There's no run. 12 for 2. The score remains.
That's what I love about Pakistan and the way they play the cricket. That he's bowled so well over the wicket. He's bowled 4 dot balls and then he thinks, no, I'm going to come round the wicket. Why not? Just change the angle. Just the way that they do things. It's just a little bit unorthodox. That's why it's very difficult to prepare to face them. I'm quite sure what angle they're going to create.
There's real fizz off the pitch when he bowls as well. Real fizz and action. He comes in again. Beat the over and Root just drops out of his feet, waiting at the crease, just plops it down in front of him. End of the over. 12 for 2 England. Root yet to score. Stokes yet to score. Sibley and Burns both out. Sibley for 8, Burns for 4. And it's just a wonderful. Even though there's nobody here, somehow you can feel this incredible tension around the match, around the series. And it's going to be Mohammad Abbas to continue.
And he's not going to change anything in the field. Just going to keep 3 slips in a gully.
You want them.
Well, I just think a short leg, when you've got a player coming out and batting so far outside of the crease and lunging forward, just a short leg can just slightly put him off somewhat.
He's batting outside of his crease, Stokes, and he lets us go by outside the off stump. He's through to the keeper. There is no run. Chatter after every ball. The contrast between the two. With Afridi, there seems to be genuine sort of action on the ball. Is it his wrist? It's just fizzes off the pitch.
Yeah, he gets that extra bit of oomph.
Does oomph is what he gets.
So it's the new ball. We'll have to wait and see later on when he bowls with an older ball, but he's charging in.
How far outside his crease is Stokes? About 1.5 foot. Defends on the front foot, full ball to mid-off, short mid-off. No run. So far, he's looked solid against Abbas. This is posing a problem for Abbas because, as you say, he doesn't bowl at any great pace, so he's not going to be able to surprise him with a speedier one. So he's going to be forced to drag his length back a little bit, or else he's bowling half volleys. As Michael Vaughan leaves us, and a very happy-looking Azam is coming to sit down. Mohammad Abbas is in.
Trevor bowled him! Bowled! Stokes has gone. England have lost their 3rd wicket. A beauty. It's hit the top of off. Mohammad Abbas has got his man. And England are in all sorts of horrible trouble. They're 12 for 3. It's chaos out there.
Goodness me. Mohammad Abbas gazes to the heavens in delight. That's just gone past the outside edge of Stokes' groping bat, and then it's clipped the top of the off stump. And a jubilant, delighted Mohammad Abbas has his man, and Stokes trudges off. With England in the mire, let us say it, they are on the brink here. Azam,
Magnificent delivery from Abbas. That's what you get from Mohammad Abbas all the time, asking question. Big wicket for Pakistan here. Ben Stokes goes, and England are in real trouble here. 12 for 3.
You must be delighted the way they bowled. It's been fantastic, isn't it?
That's what I'm looking for from Pakistani bowlers, and that's why they were so good and asking question all the time, especially Shaheen Afridi. We see him seaming the ball in and away from the right-hander, and it was brilliant to watch.
Well, and they're such contrasting bowlers, aren't they? You've got the pace and the angle of the left armour, and then Abbas. I mean, you know, to get that past his outside, when Stokes is batting that far outside of his crease, so in order to get the length right to hit the top of off stump, where Stokes is at, you've got to be absolutely pinpoint perfect. Otherwise, you're bowling basically a half volley, because Stokes is nearly a yard outside his crease.
That's where all the experience comes from. You know, this guy been around for a while in domestic cricket. That's why we pick him, because he was so accurate with his line and length. And keep hearing from the slips cordon, and they will keep telling him he's outside of the crease, so adjust your length according to that. And he's done that.
Well, you've got to be so accurate to get that right. 3 slips and a gully. Ollie Pope is in much earlier than he would have liked, much earlier than England fans would like. We're halfway through the 6th over. England are 12 for 3. They're in terrible dire trouble. And Mohammad Abbas is into Pope. He punches off the back foot to point. And there is no run. Now, this is extremely testing. And I said slightly in jest that this could be a difficult session for England, and they'll hope to be sort of 4 down or something like that. But at the moment, they're going to be wondering about batting out this session. England, Andy, you've got stats on how many times England have been bowled out in a session in the last couple of years. Don't look at me starting the startled fashion. You mentioned it in the bar the other night. Mohammad Abbas is in. And Pope is turned round, thick outside edge, squirts past gully, runs down towards third man. There are 3 fielders after it, none of them are going to get to it. It plops into the sponge, and Pope gets away. When I say streaky, I mean he played it quite well, quite late, but it was not off the middle of the bat by any means. He's off the mark, and England is 16 for 3.
Excellent delivery against him from Abbas, square him up, and he was managed to get through third man area for another boundary.
Well, it's been about exhausting 20 minutes commentary. I think there were 2 screamingly loud LBW appeals that were turned down. They didn't go for it. Then there were 2 that were looked at. 2 wickets have gone down just in the last 20 minutes as Abbas is in, worked into the onside, full ball, and Pope gets away with that last one. Played it well up to mid-on. End of the over. England 16 for 3. Leaving this to Azhar, and Isha Guhar is going to replace me.
As you mentioned, last 20 minutes, I think this is the best commentary I've had in last 20 minutes in my short career. Absolutely fantastic stuff from both these openers from Pakistan, Shaheen Afridi and Mohammad Abbas, asking question every delivery.
Well, it's been astonishing, really, so far. Incredible from Pakistan. 16 for 3 after Shan Masood batted quite beautifully to score over 150 in the innings. And here we are. Shaheen Afridi has picked up 1 for 4, and will continue from the Brian Statham. And Mohammad Abbas has just continued where he left off a couple of years ago, where he was the leading wicket taker in that series against England. Loves bowling in English conditions, an average of 13 here. He's 2 for 12. And it will be Joe Root with an open stance to face up to Shaheen Afridi, back over the wicket, the left armour. Here he is, pushing away, running towards the England captain. 3 slips in play as Root defends on the off stump, finds its way to point, make sure he gets right over the ball. Root, and the timing of it was good as well. Yet to get off the mark here at Old Trafford as he comes down the track and just pats the wicket. Spent a bit of time with these boys, Azhar. Shaheen Afridi in particular, spent some time coaching him. What has he worked on?
Even Abbas, he worked really hard on his wrist position. You know, he was managed to get ball away from the right-hander. We worked so hard, and now he's working with Vakar.
Root back and across, driving to extra cover, no run.
To bring the ball back to right-hander is a crucial thing as a left-arm seamer. If you can manage to get the ball back to the right-hander, you're asking question. Batsman has to play every single time. You don't know which way to go.
Yeah. I saw him in Australia over the winter, and it comes very naturally to him, the ball angling across the right-hander, but that ability to bring it back in now, posing some extra problems as England are finding. Here he comes again then, past the umpire, bowls, Root leaves outside the off stump, much to the excitement of the slip cordon, but it was an apt leave. It was high and quite wide as well.
Because when he started playing cricket at under 19 level, he wasn't strong. He worked hard on his fitness, and one thing he used to does, his front leg goes open up, and he only managed to take the ball away. So we adjusted his alignment to get in a line to allow him to get the ball back to the right hander.
Root has faced 17 deliveries, yet to get off the mark as his bat is high, and allowing another one to pass outside the off stump of a good length. Just getting used to the pace of this wicket, the England captain was late on a delivery early on in his innings, just jagged back, struck him on the pad. His bat was absolutely nowhere, and as he was bringing it down, as he just spins it in his hands now, and a change of angle from Shaheen, Shah, Afridi. We've seen his full repertoire. We've seen the ball coming back in from over the wicket, the ball going across. We've seen a back of a length short ball, and now he is coming around the wicket once more to Root. Shuffles forwards into his stride, bowls Root off his pads, plays it to mid wicket, just clips it there, and no run. Plenty of excitement if you're just tuning in. 16 for 3, England are trailing by 310. The England captain is out there already batting at 3, of course, in this test match. Ben Stokes not fully fit when it comes to bowling, so they had to address the balance of the side in their last test against the West Indies. They continued with the same team. It meant that Root had to push himself up a place. He's out there in the middle with Ollie Pope as Afridi attacking the crease. Bowls and Root drives, finds its way to point again. And no run is taken as he raises his bat. End of the over, 16 for 3. So many highlights to catch up on, and a reminder, you can watch in-play video clips on the BBC Sport website and app now. And today at the test, our hour-long highlight show is on BBC Two from 7 and available to catch up at your leisure on the BBC iPlayer. Azhar?
Shaheen Afridi is not afraid to pitch the ball up with a new ball, and you will see when the ball is slightly getting older, he drag his length back. But he got really smart cricketer. One thing, he learns the game so quickly, and every time he learns something new, he goes and try on the field. I've worked with so many people, they are afraid to utilize that on the field, but this guy is always willing to do that on the field.
Abbas running towards us now to Pope, who's defending back to mid-on, where Shaheen Afridi uses the long barrier to take the ball.
And last time when we were here in 2016, before he played county cricket, he got opportunity to play county cricket, and we thought, okay, Pakistan is going touring England, so you should go and play county cricket. This guy from first class cricket got tons of wicket in first class cricket. But since then, he's been a great find for Pakistan.
Average of 20 in 24 matches in first-class cricket, Mohammad Abbas, as he bowls now to Pope on the back foot, guiding that past third slip out to the third-man boundary, and we'll pick up a couple here as the throw comes in. 18 for 3 then, inside the 8th over of this innings, trailing by 308, Pope to 6. Played a couple of seasons at Leicestershire and was due to play at Notts this year.
But I think because of the COVID, everything is... Because this guy was so good, because he got a 10 for against Australia in Abu Dhabi. Bowling on those pitches is not easy.
Pope, bat stump high, crouches, pushes to the offside, comes through for one. Vacant cover region as Masood at point. Moves around to his right to collect it.
He's so skillful. He's so skillful. I remember when we had the emerging camp, when we find out about Abbas. So we picked all the guys from domestic cricket who are bowling well, because we got lots of left-handed, like so Amir, Wahab, and Irfan, all these left-handers. So we got two guys who are on the tour here, Imran Khan and Suhail Khan. They bowl really well. They're good bowler. But we want someone to bowl a long spell for us and create different angles from different right-hander. So we saw this guy and we thought, okay, myself, Indy and Mickey, we said we need to pick this guy. And since then, he's been phenomenal for Pakistan cricket.
Standing at the top of his mark, Mohammad Abbas. Running towards us now, past his stumps. Bowls to Rory, struck on the pad but high as it falls in front of Gully. The England captain on naught. It's faced 21 deliveries now. Ben Stokes is gone. Rory Burns is gone. Dom Sibley gone.
Isha, one of your delivery, what will seem. With this guy, he's so good at this, you never know which way ball is moving. Is coming in or going away from you.
If you don't know, then the batsman's not going to know either.
No, he must know that.
There's Root back and across and covering the ball on the off stump, pushing it to the offside as he scampers through for his first single. So the England captain is off the mark. England 20 for 3.
Sometimes it's natural variation come into play. You've been a bowler yourself, and I always does that. If your line is good and length is right, and if you don't know, like you mentioned, how batsmen would know that, which is really good.
You just got to get it in roughly the right area.
That's most important thing to do.
Abbas turns at the top of his mark. Here he comes again. Pope on the back foot, guiding it to Gully. Looks to set off, but then has to jump back into his crease. At the end of the over, it's 20 for 3. Root on 1, Pope on 7, trailing by 306.
England were 12 for 3 in the 6th over. That's the lowest score which England have lost their third wicket since the 4th innings of the Calcutta Test of December 2012, when England were only chasing about 40 odds to win. It's the lowest score at the fall of England's third wicket in a home test since 2000, the Lord's Test against West Indies, a dramatic low-scoring game in England's first innings there, and it's also the earliest they've lost their third wicket that's England at home, that Lord's 2000 finishes after this ball.
As Shaheen Afridi pushes away from the Brian Statham end around the wicket to Root, who allows it to pass, and it bounces on the way to the keeper, Mohammad Rizwan.
So I was getting tangled up in my own stats there. So the lowest scoring England have lost their third wicket in a home test since 2000, and the earliest they've lost their third wicket in the first innings of any test match since March 2002 in Auckland. So terrible start for England. That's some brilliant bowling on Pakistan.
3 wickets down, we're into the 9th over. Just needs to settle things down here. Joe Root, 3 slips and a gully for Afridi who runs away from us, arms pumping, ball's full. Root squeezes one out, nearly on his toes there as it falls in front of extra cover. No run.
So he got that. My thinking is you're playing test match cricket, you have to be patient. I know he tried different angles and different things. I think he just need to be patient here, and he's coming down the stumps. Now he's back over the stumps. So what I was thinking is he's coming back over the stump, which is a good thing.
You can sense what you're thinking, Azhar, as that was called a no ball. Left armour in again, Afridi bowls, and Joe Root flirts at one outside the off stump before pulling the bat inside. A good delivery, but that's where the difficulty comes, because he has been bowling that one, shaping back into the right-hander. Didn't need to play at that.
I think that ball, if you see the seam position, he was looking to bring the ball back in, and that's the natural variation. From this angle, everything Joe Root have to play.
Taps his bat down. Root. Open stance, now bat high as he's backing across and working it to mid-on. No run. Full delivery around middle and off.
See, from this angle, you got more chance to get people leg before ball and court behind. From round the stance, if you can't manage to take the ball away from that angle, it's very easy angle for the batsman to play that.
Yes, so Shah's rolling his arms over. He can't be expecting a bowl now, surely. 2 leg spinners in the side for Pakistan in this test match. No doubt they'll come into play later on. As Afridi is past the umpire, bowls back of the length. Root again looking to play at it and then pulling his bat inside.
Magnificent bowling spell from these two gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic to see. I'm so glad I work with these guys, you know. I'm so glad when they are doing so well. It's just like I treat them like my own kids, you know. When they are doing well, you know, I get so much excited to see them.
You don't get to see them though after play, do you? Not allowed to.
I was shouting from my balcony.
Are they below you? Yeah, as Afridi bowls wide of the off stump, and this time Root allows it to pass, raises his bat high.
Just a little on Mohammad Abbas's achievement of getting Ben Stokes out for a 7th ball duck. Stokes has averaged 60 in his last 15 tests, and it's been 33 innings since he was last dismissed inside his first 10 balls. So he's been one of the form players in world cricket.
I mean, it was a ridiculous delivery. It could not have got any more perfect. Hitting the top of off, just left off the seam. Stunning bowling. That's what you visualise as a medium fast bowler, isn't it? Top of off is Afridi bowls full and beats the edge of Root, and that was virtually unplayable. That was an incredible delivery from Shaheen. He had his arms on his hands on the back of his head as it just leaves Root, as it goes through to Rizwan, as it's the end of the over.
Again, verbal theme, eh? You were very keen on this delivery. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, this is incredible to watch. It really is. Makar Yunus in the stands must be delighted with what he's witnessing.
High class performance, you know, from these guys, and Wakar must be very pleased and very happy to see these kind of performance from these young guys.
Abbas shuffles forwards, bowls to Pope on the front foot, defending to extra cover. No run. Pope on 7 off 8 deliveries, Root 1 off 29, England 21 for 3 in the 10th over. In this innings, trailing by 305. The back of Joe Root's bat just glistening under the lights here at Old Trafford. Similarly at the non-striker's end. A gentle breeze blowing from left to right above the Red Brick Pavilion. Abbas bowls from there as Pope drives, catches the inner part of the bat as it trickles towards Shah Afridi at mid-on. He now gives the ball a decent shine on the back of his thigh. Red marks forming already on his white trousers. Slips. Very interested here. Plenty of activity, plenty of noise. I'm expecting a catch at any moment as Ollie Pope taps his bat down. 2 slips, a 4 slip, and Gully in position as Abbas bowls to Pope, who's driving to mid-on. The front foot. No run.
Testing time for Root and Ollie Pope here. Asking questions every time.
As Afridi tosses the ball back to Abbas. Didn't feature too much in Australia. I think he was expecting to play the first test match out there, Abbas.
Yes.
And he's back to conditions that favour him as Pope solidly defends to the offside, gets right on top of the ball, good let delivery on a round off stump, and goes to mid-off.
I was surprised to see that decision from management, not saying Abbas on your sheets. He's the first name to come in.
A no ball signalled by umpire Illingworth. We're just having a look now, and quite clearly no part of the boot is behind the popping crease. So automatic no balls being signalled in this test match for the very first time, as Abbas shuffles forwards, now into his stride, past the stumps to Pope, who's outside edging to Gully, looking to play forwards to the ball, uses soft hands as that squirts away to Shadab Khan, who is positioned there. Testing and challenging times here, forensic examination here for England's batsmen, constantly being asked to play, make decisions about whether to play or not.
Another no ball.
A grimace on the face of Mohammad Abbas. Rhythm is up. He just needs to keep behind that front line as he's bowling wide at the crease here. Pope manages to get one away through mid-wicket, a nice flick of the wrists off the front foot out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. They push for two. Afridi collects it about 10 metres off the rope as the throw comes in, and they will pick up three. So England 26 for 3 now, and a couple of balls for Abbas at Joe Root at the end of the over.
Abbas went wide of the crease and pitched it up, looking for a glory delivery. Well played, Ollie Pope through mid-wicket.
Pope moves to 10. First slip, second slip, and fourth slip is just moving into third. Gully in position, and a point. Wideish mid-off for Joe Root as Abbas approaches the crease now. Root, it hits the bottom part of the bat as it falls in front of Yasir Shah at third slip. A little late on the shot from Abbas as Root comes down the track and returns to the area of the pitch that ball was bowled. Final ball of the over then, and it will be Jonathan Agnew coming in as Abbas bowls to Root, and the back foot and defending to point. Negotiates another over. Root on 1, Pope on 10. England 26 for 3. A few more words from you, Azhar, and then it will be Jonathan.
High-class fast bowling spell from these guys. It's a testing time for Ollie Pope and Joe Root. I just heard something. These guys were saying, Naseem Shah, get ready. And Shaheen Shah said, I need one more over.
You picked it up, did you?
Yeah.
Well, it's been a brilliant exhibition, this, it really has. Fast bowling, bats having to fight for their lives, wickets falling, of shouting out there. They seem rather like a team who've been cooped up for weeks and want to get out and play, which is exactly, of course, as they have been. Shane runs in and bowls outside the off stump, and that's ignored by Pope, who's made 10. You can hear that noise. These players have been desperate to get out there, just desperate to play some cricket. They've been in their bubble in Worcester and Derby, playing against each other and so on. But
one thing I noticed about Pakistan players here, watching them from far, they are happy, they are enjoying their time on the middle, and this is a great thing. When you enjoy yourself, you play better.
Yeah, they feel like a unit too. They feel they're really enjoying each other's company. Shaheen runs in and bowls. It's a good lead from Pope. Wow, that was not far away from that off stump at all. You can hear I assume that's the wicketkeeper Rizwan, who's been particularly chirpy.
No, all these guys. Babar Azam is very chirpy and slips. He's one of the guys. And then we Sarfraz is not there because he was the most happy guy. Yeah. He used to run from there to tell the bowler which length and line to bowl.
26 for 3. England trail by 300. They've lost Burns, Sibley and Stokes. And Shaheen Afridi bowls outside the off stump from round the wicket this time. And Pope has had to pass by outside the off stump. Richard Kettle was coming up and having a word there, looking at that front line. We've seen a few no balls called today by the third umpire, and one actually called by the on-field umpire, which is a bit strange. And Naseem Shah is definitely loosening up.
Umpires need to get used to this, you know, they're always called the no ball, and now the third umpire is calling them, so it's tough for them. But Shaheen Shah is running in, so, you know, you're touching the front crease.
They've got a lovely rhythm, and he's on his way again. Pope on 10, Shaheen Afridi bowls to him, is trying to drive, doesn't time that though, and the bowler can stop the ball as he follows through. The light not great. You see some brightness in the distance over there, but the clouds are moving very slowly. There's barely a breeze, and you can see quite clearly the shadows at the feet of the players. The floodlights are on. There's supposedly 24 overs left today, which we won't get those, but you can go through to 7 o'clock, so another hour and a quarter. But I think the light will need to improve for us to get that far. So that the sun's coming out, which is great. 26 for 3. And 300 behind. Shaheen Afridi left arm from round the wicket, and that's thump driven straight into the stumps. No deflection, I don't think, from the bowler, but Root was very quick to get his bat into the crease. What are they saying?
Oh, he's saying in something Pashto, which I don't understand in the other language.
It's very complicated out there. What chance have we got?
There's no chance. I haven't got these for many years.
Okay.
Because we got a lot of Pathan in this team.
Oh, right. So there's half the team speaking in a language that others might not understand.
Yes.
Right.
These are the guys come from up north. Remember Peshawar?
Sure.
Yeah.
26 for 3. One ball left in the over, and Shaheen goes over the wicket this time. That's nicely played by Pope, driving out through cover, and pursued by Azhar, the captain from mid-off. 2 runs off the last ball of that over, and I wonder if we're going to see a change now with Naseem Shah. He's striding up towards that end. The 17-year-old has come here with this formidable reputation. He's only played 4 test matches. So he's taken 13 wickets in that time, got a 5-wicket haul, and after all that build-up, he's actually walking to mid-on, he's not bowling yet. So, never mind.
That 2 from Pope was the first runs off the bat that Shaheen had conceded since the third ball of his first over. Just a 1 no ball, that was the end of his 6th over. I'm looking at Mohammad Abbas, one of the most consistent bowlers in world cricket, and the ball tracking data that CricViz have. In terms of line and length,
28 for 3, he's coming in again, and he bowls to Root, who covers up. He's carefully a good ball, I suspect, in that area that we're about to talk about.
So what CricViz's data defines as good line and good length, he has the highest proportion of balls of any seam bowler in the last 4 years since he made his debut in 2017. 71 seam bowlers have bowled 300 or more balls in Test cricket, and Abbas, 48% good line and length as the highest of that. So read into that what you will.
Yeah, he's just metronomic. Runs in, bowls outside the off stump, and no stroke this time from Root. Just a little bit livelier than perhaps he looks from here, I would say, if you're batting against him, but it's an interesting action. There's no real big gather. He runs through with the action.
It's not classical, actually. He's quite open-chested, isn't he?
I bet it hurries you a bit when you haven't faced him.
But he obviously has that capacity to be... I mean, I'm amazed by the stats we've just heard. I suppose it's part definition. 48% feels more like 75 to me.
Yeah.
Or you'd expect it to be more like 75.
Well, I think it does depend exactly how they define it.
He's on his way again from the far end. Bowls to a Root. There it is, a perfect line and length. Root comes forward, plays it out to cover.
I challenge you to define this over. I mean, do the last 2 all right? And what else has happened in the rest of this over? He's going to get 6 out of 6, and yet his overall record was apparently, without wanting to sound cynical, 48%. So only 3 balls in this over should be on target.
Yes, I guess I mean, they're clearly very hard taskmasters, but what the stat shows by comparison with all other bowlers is even in their narrow line, good line of leg. That's outstanding.
No, that's a better. Yes, that's what I should take from it.
Well, this is interesting that Rizwan, the keeper, has donned a helmet and is now going to stand up at the stumps. I thought he might have done this with Ben Stokes.
Well, he didn't need to, actually.
No, but if he's going to do it now, he thought he might have done it earlier. But anyway, Root was obviously batting out of his crease sufficiently for Rizwan to say, right, I'm coming up. It's going to be quite difficult for a bowler to adjust to. 28 for 3. Up he comes. Bowls, that's turned away into the leg side by Root. Straight out to mid-wicket, but Abid juggles and fields the ball.
What the keeper
for 3
has to balance is whether bringing Root back into the crease is worthwhile, given that any nick that comes from the outside edge is much harder to catch when you're standing up. I don't imagine that old Roger Tolchard stood up to you very often, did he?
Not very often, I don't think, no. But it is difficult.
Yeah, it's a balancing act.
Yeah.
I remember Alan Knott always used to stand back to Bob Warner, who bowled at a gentle pace.
In comes Abbas and bowls outside the off stump, and he was taking that cleanly enough. Root didn't play a shot, so he had a good sighting of that. But for a bowler, it's all about that picture again that you're used to seeing, and when the wicketkeeper suddenly comes up like that, it's a little bit confusing. But I guess maybe Abbas is used to this.
Yeah, he might be. I mean, just think, well, way before our time, but Godfrey Elements and
that's nice. Big smiles there with Joe Root and Rizwan. There's something going on there.
Right.
It was a perfectly friendly chat, but maybe Root's trying to persuade him to go back again.
Well, perhaps he wants some earmuffs.
28 for 3, that might be it. Abbas moves in, bowls to Root. Oh, he's got for the inside edge and runs away down towards long leg. Root's going back for the second. So that's thrown in from the deep. And it's 30 for 3. Still lots of cricket left, but it's been a fascinating period of play. There's 12 overs, which is having a drink, and I think the youngster is coming on. I got the ends wrong. He's coming on, I think, now, but this end. So we will get to see this 17-year-old fast bowler has got a beautiful action.
What is he about? Sort of 6'1", 6'2". He's not a giant, but he's well built.
He is well built, strong.
He's marked his run out already. He's just having a little visualisation. First ball in England.
I'm looking forward to this for weeks. I love seeing a new fast bowler, a new kid on the block.
Yeah.
And especially one with a reputation like this. The youngest bowlers who've taken a test hat-trick. And at least from the north, as I was describing, it must be quite confusing if half the team is speaking different languages to the other. Must be all sorts of confusion. Well, maybe that explains some of Inzamam's run-outs for a start.
Yes,
maybe he thought yes was no, or vice versa.
I mean, many years ago, I remember playing against an Indian sort of under-19 team, and they had lots of run-outs, and they also had massive language problems at the time. Anyway, he's just loosening up, bowling a few balls to mid-on, just trying to get himself set.
He's bowling to Pope. There's quite a conservative feel.
Yeah, well, I think they probably, they want to get him into rhythm before attacking too much. Let's see.
Naseem Shah, 17 years old, runs in for his first ball and outside the off stump. It's lively. We're ready to glimpse that beautiful, natural action. It's a classical action, really. And these days you see a lot of chest on and so on. But this young man has just got it absolutely perfectly right. A strong, athletic approach. He gets himself beautiful sideways on. It's just it's a perfect action. Fred Truman would be absolutely perfect.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
And he goes again, and he bowls. Oh, crikey! That's flown away. It's hit the seam.
Pope is amused by that because it took off the pitch. Well, I mean, just to keep us under, they're all getting very excited behind the stumps. The radar gave it 86, so that's but it zipped off the pitch, and the keeper thought it was going to hit him in the chin, so it did whisk off the pitch. So yes,
But he moved about a foot as well.
Yeah. Pope was quite taken aback, but smart.
30 for 3. Naseem on his way again. Pope waits for him, is there, and he bowls, and he's hit him on the pad of the curved leg before wicket. The umpire's saying no thank you. He's down on one knee there, there's Naseem. I think he didn't feel out from here. In fact, I think he
was height more than anything.
Yeah, I thought they was suddenly signalled a no ball, but I don't think he did. He was just stretching his right arm.
No, I mean, he wanted that too, didn't he? Well, but that was a good pace. Let's have a look. Just a pretty straight that, but I think it's too high, hitting him probably on the left thigh pad. We're just having a look at just going over the top.
Yeah,
that's all, just over the top of middle stump.
Pope waits, flexes at the knee, and Naseem's there now, and he bowls to him. He's forward, pushing into the offside. No, he shouts. As that's picked up by Shah Masood, who's fielding at point. 30 for 3. Really tense times for England. I'm really enjoying watching this young fast bowler. Beautiful side-on action. The left arm's high. Very side-on. On his way again. Pope waits. And Shah bowls to him. It thumps into his thigh pad. The ball runs away into the leg side, so they'll take a leg by. Now Joe Root will have his first. Look at this young man. He told me how excited he was to face him the other day. We'll find out.
Well, I think he's more excited than you would have ever been.
Definitely. Well,
it's quite exciting for Richard Kettleborough there. I wonder whether sometimes the umpires nowadays, they go and stand while the players are practicing just to sort of get their eyes attuned, but I don't expect they've been able to do that in current circumstances.
There's the last ball then. Root is waiting. Shah's on his way, and he bowls to him outside the off stump, and he pokes at it. Ball flies through to the keeper, and well, let's face it, we enjoyed that. It was a maiden, it was fast, and amazing potential of this young man. 31 for 3. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, and everywhere digitally, of course. But as we're about to have a drinks break, actually, it's good timing, therefore, for a shipping forecast.
Well, an interesting start, fascinating start to this innings. Not a good one for England, but we have seen, we've talked about the talent of this Pakistan bowling attack and the potential. But what we've seen in the first, how many overs have we had? 13 overs, is that they have bowled to their potential. Mohammad Abbas, just as we sort of expected, wobbling that ball on a perfect length, just a little bit of movement. He's got the 2 wickets, he got Stokes for a duck, even though Stokes was sort of walking as he sometimes does down the pitch. You think he'd have everything covered, but no, it got past the outside edge and just clipped that off stump. Sibley gone LBW, lots of LBWs nowadays, mainly because lots of batsmen back on middle and off and play across their front leg. That's sort of how Burns went to a classic left-armer's delivery that just started on middle leg and then just straightened a little bit in the air, and he was playing it on that leg side slightly across it. So there are the 3 wickets to go, all classic dismissals in their own way. And now we've just seen that over from Naseem Shah, and it was great to watch. He was bang on target really right from the word go. I mean, the radar hasn't produced anything startling, but that ball has zipped off the pitch. Lovely action, and we look forward to seeing a bit more, and I'm sure Joe Root does as well.
He does. Time for a recap, I think, for people who may not have been with us all day. Pakistan bowled out for 326. They were 176 for 5 at one point, but rescued really by a very, very positive partnership of 105 between Shadab and Shan Masood, who made 156 in the end. He gave us 2 chances on 45. Of course, he played a lot of shots actually once he got going too. He played some excellent strokes. It was a very busy partnership. Really wrestled the initiative back again. Shadab out for 45. Here's a Shah who was dropped by Buttler, who's not had a good day again behind the stumps. He was out for 5. Abbas out first ball for a duck archer on a hat-trick at that stage. And the last man was Naseem Shah, who fell to Broad. So 326 all out. Stuart Broad 3 for 54, Jofra Archer 3 for 59, Chris Woakes 2 for 43. Welcome back to long wave listeners. The answer that I heard there was no, they haven't. We've had a drinks break, so fairly safe territory. England are just going through the details of the events for our Sports Extra listeners, but I'll just do a quick recap again for those on Radio 4. Pakistan 326 all out. Shah Masood finished with 156. He was finally LBW to Stuart Broad, an excellent stand of 105 with Shadab Khan. Rallied Pakistan, they were 176 for 5. They did lose their last 5 wickets for 45 runs in the end, but that 326 looks to be a good score. The ball is spinning and ruffling the surface too as Abbas starts a new over. It's clipped away down to mid-on and there's no run. So 326, I mentioned the 3 wickets for Broad and for Archer, and then they've lost Burns for 4, Sibley for 8, and Stokes for 0. 2 to Abbas and 1 to Shaheen. I'm enjoying watching for the first time, live at least, Naseem Shah bowling very quickly in his first over from this end. He just about nudged 90 miles an hour in that first over. On the other hand, the contrast in the far end, there's Abbas, who bowls a lively medium pace really. He's clipped away out to the mid-wicket by Pope. And only 1 run there. I'm tempted to say that stand that we watched this afternoon, they might have got 2 because they just ran for everything. Right from the very start.
Yeah, they looked ruffled. England what it would do. There were about 4 or 5 shies at the stumps, which would have been tight, but they always missed, and that's probably just it. And it was a brilliant piece of initiative seizing, wasn't it, in that first hour after lunch, because England had dominated so much in the first session, and it changed the whole balance of the match and feel of the match.
In comes Abbas again, running towards this, bowls to Root with the keeper standing up. The England captain is on the front foot playing it out to the Pakistani opposite number, who's fielding very close there in the offside, at short mid-off. The light not great, floodlights on, there's brightness in the distance and in fact some blue sky overhead, so it's frustrating that the light...
It's got to be okay, isn't it? It's got to be okay at the moment.
But you can see those shadows at the feet. More shouting going on down there. I think moving Naseem a little square at fine leg, that was all about. 32 for 3. Abbas on his way, bowls to Root, back into his stumps. Followed by the hero, Shan Masood, at his cover point. That's the captain, Azhar shouting there.
Joe Root, I mean, he's battling like fury. He's got 3 from 40 balls at the moment, which is unlike him. Usually he's busy and he pops the ball in between the fielders for ones, wider mid-on, that sort of thing, but not at the moment.
Bass on his way. Root high, and he plays no stroke at that. Collected by Rizwan, with his helmet on, standing up to the stumps. And again, a little conversation there. I think Root very politely asked Rizwan if it was okay if he could go up and do some gardening. And Rizwan said, certainly, no problem at all. I'm going to run you out. There's the last ball of the over, 32 for 3. England 294 runs behind, with an hour's play remaining if we get that far with the light. Abbas goes wider of the crease, bowls to Root, who covers up and plays that full-length ball into the offside. It's fielded by his opposite number. It's 32 for 3, England hanging on, but we're all enjoying this young man who's striding up to the crease now. I mean, Naseem Shah, not Simon Mann, who'll be coming in after some thoughts from Victor.
Yeah, well, Simon won't come in quite so quickly as Naseem Shah, who's got this wonderful flowing run-up. Just about gets to a sprint at the end of it. Well, just the one over so far, but it was impressive. It was pacey. Seemed to generate pace off the pitch.
Well, it's thrilling cricket. Root and Pope clinging on here. Here is Naseem Shah bowling. And Pope is back playing defensively to the bowler. And there is no run.
I'll try and keep an eye. Not that the radar is always the best seems to be a totally reliable barometer of how quick someone is bowling, but that came up at 89 as it happens. And he's hitting the bat hard, and the ball is thumping into the keeper's gloves, and the keeper's standing quite a long way back.
There goes Naseem again, past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls to Pope. Pope is forward, playing that towards mid-on. There's lots of enthusiasm for that delivery from those behind. Really, it was a regulation defensive shot from Pope.
Well, it was, except I know he got good striding, actually. And the top players, even against the quick bowlers, unlike a few others, they get a big stride in, and I thought that was quite. I bet Pope is relishing this.
Yeah,
it's a whole new ball game, perhaps, but he wants to know about it.
Yeah, this is where you earn your stripes as a batsman in situations like this. Naseem Shah bowls on the pads of Pope, tries to flick it away and misses out. She's a bit angled down the leg side. The batsmen like them on leg stump, really, rather than outside the leg stump.
Yeah, it's hard to catch up with them when they go down there, isn't it?
That's why they call wides in one-day cricket, for balls down the leg side. 32 for 3. Route 3. Victor mentioning the battle he's having out there. 42 balls. Trying to use all his skill to resist this three-pronged Pakistan new ball attack. Pope a bit more skittish, he's there on 13. Naseem bowls full, driven down the ground, beautiful shot from Ollie Pope for 4. Between the stumps and mid-on, authentic on drive. Fine timing of the ball, crisply struck. Takes him to 17.
Well, it's 90 miles an hour, and it's just over pitch, and Pope has played perfect on drive. Yeah. I mean, it's good cricket, isn't it?
It's fantastic. You've got two emerging young cricketers, really. One from England, one from Pakistan.
I mean, they might be. All things being equal, hopefully they'll be playing against each other for another decade.
36 for 3 in reply to 326. Naseem bowls. Pope turns that into the onside busily for at least one. Shaheen Afridi is after it. He runs around the ball to get it onto his left hand. Picks it up, and there is a single. 37 for 3. This over 89, 88, 89, 90, 89 from Naseem Shah.
The test Naseem played in Australia, he averaged faster speeds than either Mitchell Stark or Pat Cummins.
Well, there's definitely plenty to work with here. If you're the Pakistan bowling coach. And he goes now, bowls to Root. He's back, playing that calmly enough. Seemed to have a lot of time to get in behind that. I mean, it's only in the blink of an eye you get to play it. But the class players do seem to give the impression of having time to play. End of the over. We've had 15 in this England innings. And they are 37 for 3.
We've had quite a lot of Mohammad Abbas, who's bowled superbly, and he's, I think, bowled 7 overs now. And just to add to the mystery and excitement, let's have a bit of wrist spin. And Yasir Shah is coming on to bowl his leg breaks. He's tormented England in the past. He's also conceded a lot of runs against England occasionally. He always seems to go for a lot in Australia. They get after him.
Smashing around, yeah.
But now, here we go, and we have seen evidence of turn on this pitch.
Yeah, so one challenge ends and another one starts.
Yeah, a completely different one for Pope, who, well, again, he'll be, I'm sure, relishing this prospect. It's all part of his education. He wants to play against the best, and Yasir Shah is one of the best wrist spinners in the world. He's got over 200 test wickets. They come in batches. He has golden periods, and then he has periods where he concedes a few, but he's got a great situation to bowl in, with the batsman just trying to hang in there at the moment. Early wickets gone. Bit of turn possible on this surface. Here we go.
He's got 213 wickets. He goes in now and bowls to Pope. It's a rank delivery first up, and it's helped on its way towards deep back with square leg. It's short from Yasir Shah. Naseem sends in the return low. An awkward one for the wicketkeeper Rizwan, who stops it after a fashion, and they're through for 2 runs. So the big build-up, not the best of deliveries first up from Yasir Shah, but that's often the way with a leg break bowler. One of the hardest skills to master, to perfect. The Just having a look at the ball there. I think Azhar is suggesting it's gone out of shape. And I think they're going to get the... Or
Does he get the ring out?
get the ring out, possibly. Or is it going to be... Oh, it might...
Or the penknife? No, it's the ring.
It is the ring. Well, you never know what's going to come out of the umpire's pocket in this series, because there's also the possibility of the wipes as well, to get any saliva gets on the ball. We saw that in the West Indies series, where Dom Sibley accidentally put saliva on the ball. Pope on 20 at 39 for 3. Yasir bowls, Pope drives and doesn't time it, but he finds the gap on the offside. Yasir is bowling with a man back, Shan Masood, on the deep cover boundary. So Pope gets a single, takes him to 21. 2016, Yasir won the Lord's Test match with 10 wickets in the match, and then after that just struggled a bit until he got to the Oval, where he picked up 5 wickets in the second innings and then didn't play last time round. 2018, it was Shadab who played. He's an experienced cricketer, 34 years of age, and 213 wickets at 30. He's got 3 on the boundary, bowling to Root. There's a shout for LBW as Root stretches forward there. And Yasir is coming down to have a chat with Rizwan, the wicketkeeper, and said, what do you think? What do you think? The timer's ticking down. Didn't feel quite right, that one.
No, I'm just having a look. Where's Azhar? He seems to be a long way away. He's at deepish mid-wicket, I think, so it's not very easy for him there. There's a leg break.
Pitched outside leg stump, isn't it?
Just about. Just about. You can notice one of those that thudded into the middle of the front pad.
Yeah, I think that pitched outside leg stump. Yasir goes in, that one turns, a big leg break to Root. It flew past the outside edge, you're nowhere near it.
Well, that turned sharply.
Wow. Yeah, this is the problem.
And Rizwan took it well, and he loved it.
Yasir again bowls to Root. Root lets that one go. It was a gentle leg break, or gentle turning leg break that time. It didn't rip. It started wide, so Root didn't have to play at it. And just confirmation that LBW shape, pitching outside leg stump.
It's just brought in a gully now. It's taking a mid-wicket now.
It's 40 to 3. England clinging on in the last hour of the day. It's a low full toss, which is swatted away by Root for 4. Well, punch and counter punch. It's great cricket, it really is. 44 for 3. Root's got a smile on his face. That's his first boundary, and it's taken him 47 balls.
Well, he almost premeditated that, and it happened to be a full toss, I reckon. If not, he got into position very quickly. And it was a situation so far with Root and Pope. It seemed Root could justifiably go, they're bowling very well at me. Because Pope has had the odd poor delivery, and he's dealt with them well. But it's fascinating cricket. There is some help. We saw one ball in that over turn off the cut strip rather than any foothold. We saw it turn a long way, and then it gets into the batsman's mind. That's the thing. It's not always the big spinning delivery that takes the wicket down.
Naseem Shah continues. About 2 overs for 5. He's got 2 slips in the gully now. He's bowling to Ollie Pope. He's batting on off stump. Naseem into bowl to him. And he drives into the offside, beats the dive at cover. It's going out towards the boundary. I think he's got enough on this to take it to the rope fielder, closing in Shan Masood. Ball just wins. Last thing Shan Masood wanted after his marathon batting effort. It wasn't perfectly struck by Pope, but it was a lovely looking shot again. And just showing his class, hitting that through the offside on the up. It was a full half volley, but he got the foot out and hit it hard into the surface.
Yeah, well, it's a confident shot. Trusting the pitch a little bit, as you say, it wasn't quite a full half volley, but he's full of confidence, Pope, and he's clearly gifted. He's got 25, which is quite handy just at the moment if you're in the England camp.
48 for 3. And you're right, as Root at the other end running, what's going on here? Youngster showing me up. Here's Naseem bowling. And that's tipped away by Pope through mid-wicket for a single. Shaheen Afridi is after it from mid-on to deepish mid-wicket. And one more to the total. Pope to 26. And England to 49 for 3.
Just grateful that from 12 for 3, England have Well, they've got to 49 for 3. They haven't got any more specialist batsmen left.
Well, Josh Buttler, that marathon effort behind the stumps, and then suddenly you think, oh, it could be in.
Yeah.
And England lost their 3rd wicket in the 6th over. Last thing you expect, after keeping a wicket for a long time, to be in suddenly. Naseem bowls, Root is back, playing nicely in defence. Solid looking defensive shot. Goes out to Yasir Shah in the covers. And there's no run. Remember, England a batsman down in this test match because of Ben Stokes' inability to bowl. It's early days. And Stokes, so far, his returns just as a batsman have been 20 and 0.
Well, it's a different mindset, isn't it?
Yeah, he's playing as a specialist batsman.
And he likes to be involved all the time, and he can't be in the field in the same way.
Who's on strike? Naseem bowls to Root. Root checks a potential drive there. It was quite full. It had been bowled to Pope. I think he might be trying to make that through the offside, but Root playing cautiously.
To the bottom of his bag, he had a look at it and couldn't let it skim off. It was only a push. Little push drive.
Well, you can't have 3/4 of an hour more cricket if the light behaves itself. There is some brightness around. There is some dark clouds as well. It'd be great to get those 3/4 of an hour because this is great stuff. It really is. Cricket full of intrigue. Naseem bowls to Root and drags his length back a bit there, and Root nibbles at it. Then it goes past the edge. Root playing on the back foot. And it was taken by sprawling Rizwan, moving after the ball had gone past the batsman. He dived away to his left-hand side. Root comes down the pitch. Just a notion to do some guarding. Not much you can do. Actually, they had a word with Ollie Pope as well.
Well, I wonder whether Root, if given the opportunity, you can't appeal against the light nowadays, but if the umpires walked off and had bad light, he wouldn't be entirely disappointed.
Not at all. He will be very happy to get off at the moment. Come back tomorrow, hope of brighter skies. The weather's improving. Naseem bowls to Root. Root then plays nicely in defence. He's running away into the offside, down towards the gully region. It's the end of the over. But of course, Pakistan do have the option of bowling spin from both ends. Although, we said that last night, the umpires took the players off.
Mysteriously.
Well, inexplicably, really, for bad light with 2 spinners on.
Root and Bess.
I mean, there is the issue of safety for the fielders and the umpires as well, but it did seem a curious decision.
I know.
Andy?
Joe Root 7 off 50 balls. It's the 97th time in his test career he's reached the 50 ball mark, and the joint lowest score he's had at that point in the Old Trafford test of 2013 against Australia, who was also 7 off 50.
There's Pope on strike. Yasir Shah begins a new over. It's frictionally short. Pope goes back. Scything cut straight to Shadab at backward point. Pope's natural instinct is to be aggressive. Try and take the attack to the bowler. He's 26 not out. Yasir bowls. That's short and helped on its way by Pope towards the deep forward square leg boundary. That's gone for 4. It was a bad one from Yasir Shah, dropping short. And Pope has got the mindset of being aggressive, just onto it quickly. Set up nicely. Poor old short leg was in the firing line there. That's Abid Ali under the helmet at short leg. 53 for 3, so England's 50 is up in the 18th over. They've had to work hard to get there. In reply to Pakistan's 326, these two affecting their recovery from 12 for 3. Yasir bowls. Down the pitch comes Pope, confidently clipping that away. Out towards deep mid wicket. That fielder posted there after that 4 from Ollie Pope. Yasir Shah, apart from a couple of balls that pitched in the right place, hasn't quite found his rhythm, his right length and line just yet. Too many loose deliveries to build pressure on the batsman. But we have seen one that turned very sharply. 54 for 3, Root on 7. Yasir bowls to Root. Root offers the power. There's turning backs there, but it started wide enough for Root to leave it safely. Taken by Mohammad Rizwan, who was riding it. Taking his gloves up and also lifting his right leg as well. Root's ready. Yasir Shah spins himself a couple of catches and then goes into bowl. Back dabs there. Shadab Khan away to his left-hand side at backward point. Swoops to pick it up. No run. Last ball of...
It's no watching Pakistan bowl.
Hugely entertaining, isn't it? You know, you had the left arm of Shaheen, who really bowled well at root early on, and Joe did very well to get through that spell, and Abbas's consistency of hitting the seam at the other end, and now we have the wrist spin, and it's box office. It's what Test cricket's all about, and if the batsmen come through this storm, of course then they can start to return the favour, put the pressure back on Pakistan.
Root's back on strike as Yasir Shah bustles in, and Root tips his ball into the onside for a rare single. That's more like Root's going to come back for two, actually. That's terrific running as the throw comes in from Shaheen Shah, Afridi. They set off for the first really quickly, just hit it square of the wicket on the onside, but with soft enough hands to give himself the chance. The two fielders quite deep, had a lot of ground to make. 60 for 3, Root to 13. England still a long way behind in this game. Base camp is getting to the end of the day 3 down, and then tomorrow they've got a lot of work to do to claw their way back into the game from there. Yasir bowls a thick inside edge from Root, squeezes back towards his stumps. Rizwan tidies up, bounces into his gloves.
It's the first shot that I feel that Joe's been a little bit loose there. He's tried to hit that one, a touch on the up with the spin through the covers, a bit away from his body.
A little fortunate actually, the way it bounced down. Wide again, pushed into the offside, but in a controlled fashion, square of the wicket for a single. There's a gap between backward points and cover. And a wide mid-off, the sweeper on the cover boundary, and slip. That's the offside field. Mid-on, it's back in fairway. A short push, or a gentle push to mid-on could bring a single. There's a close-in mid-wicket on the one, and there's a lot of space square of the wicket out to the sort of deep backward square. And the deep mid-wicket as Pope's on strike. He's back into his crease and cuts this viciously. Sweeper out on the boundary. Mohammad Abbas does the fielding. One more to Root, and England 60. Pope, I should say, and England 62 for 3. Pope to 32. Root back on strike on 14. The sun is now out. It's glorious.
For a 50 partnership from 14.1 overs.
See, that's quite quick actually, but Pope's got 32 of them in 45 and Root 14 from 43. It's not perhaps what we might have expected. Root back on strike. Shah bowls that.
So an edge does it and gone. He's walking. It was too close to him to play that shot. It was too full, and he's gone for a little cut. He's got a little edge, and it's been comfortably taken by Rizwan, and the Pakistanis are cock-a-hoop. He's got to go. Root, England's captain. He'll be really annoyed with himself for that shot, and England are 62 for 4.
Well, he battled really hard, Joe Root, and this one is just too close. He perhaps felt that it may turn away to the slip a little bit more, but the ball almost skidded on a bit, and it wasn't quite short enough to cut. And Joe Root had battled really hard there, and I thought that he was showing the discipline that he played with in New Zealand when he made a double 100, and he was looking quite good here, backing his defence, building a partnership with Ollie Pope. So that's a big disappointment for England, and of course, rightly, Pakistan realised the importance of dismissing the England captain.
Well, it's a huge wicket, isn't it, at this time of the day? And it means coming to the crease, the man under a bit of pressure, not really because of the way he's batted in the last couple of games, but he'll be feeling it in this match because he's missed a stumping and he's missed a catch off the man who went on to get 150 and really gave Pakistan that 326 total, Josh Buttler. And after this, there's Chris Woakes, who's been out of form with the bat. It's got to be said for quite a while. And then the 4 bowlers. So, well, England are hanging on here. There's no other way to say it. Pope at one end looking pretty secure, but I mean, I think Root will be furious actually. It's not just disappointment, because it's a combination of too full and too near him. I think you're right, isn't it? He thought it was going to be turning away, but it did just come on.
Yeah, I mean, Yasir's turned a couple sharply, but also he's got the ability to perhaps miss the seam and just kiss the shiny side, and the ball just skids through a little bit. And seeing the replays again, Joe will be desperately disappointed with that. He'll feel that's very much a batsman's error.
Yeah, it's a ball that shouldn't get you out, really. That's the problem. And I mean, often batsmen do get out to balls that they'll think shouldn't get them out, but it was the shot selection there that was not right, and he knows it. And he walks off with a great deal of concern for England here. 62 for 4. And Buttler coming to the wicket. Now, this next half hour, Butler's got to try to be there at the end of it, obviously. He's got to find a method. He's got leg spin at one end and express pace at the other. And here's Shah into him, and he comes forward in defence and pushes into the covers. There's no run. End of a successful over from Yasir Shah. And he's got the wicket of root caught by Rizwan for 14. 20 overs have been bowled. Pope has 32. England 62 for 4. Andy.
Welcome wicket for Yasir Shah. His previous test on this ground in 2016, he had 1 for 213 from 54 overs, none for 53 from 9. He had a really extraordinary series. We were mentioning it earlier on. 10 wickets at Lords and 5 wickets in the final innings of the 4th test at the Oval. He had 15 for 212 in those 3 innings and 4 for 562 in the 5 innings in between.
Feast or famine. Naseem Shah starts a new over. Glorious sunshine now, as beautiful a picture as it's been all day, and Pope defends full on off stump, back to the bowler, and I was just having a little word with him, I think, which is interesting. I think the Pakistanis are really up for it now. They're obviously up for it, but they just sense a moment they could break the back of this test match in the next half an hour, if they haven't already. It's 62 for 4, but England will still be hoping they've got a partnership to make here, and then after that they'll hope that they can scramble together enough runs for the lower half. Pakistan a breakthrough now. Naseem Shah is in. Pope pushes forward, and perfect and watchful defence straight back down the wicket to the onside of straight. He has 32. There's a lot of noise out there. It is now perfect. We're going to get through till 7, I think, now. I can't see too much in the way of problems away to our left. And that might come as a terrible disappointment to the England batsmen. Here comes Naseem from the Statham end. And the Pope is a short one, which he leaves alone. It's went through quite low, actually, through to the keeper. Almost sort of swung into the keeper's gloves. What do you make of Naseem Shah? You seen much of him?
I haven't. No, this is my first sighting of him, and you've got to have your wits about you because he's at you. He's not the tallest guy, so his short ball doesn't necessarily get up. But because of that, because he's not the tallest guy, you're worried about the full ball being really at you and at the stump. So Ollie Pope here is really under pressure. So far, defensively, he played immaculate. He's played very, very straight, back down the wicket. And he's managed to avoid the short ball. Just as I say that, the deep square leg goes back, so maybe perhaps there's a short one round the corner.
Here comes Naseem, and that is short, and that's gloriously pulled through mid-wicket for 4 by Pope. Didn't time it to perfection, but timed it certainly well enough. Maybe it was a bit telegraphed, that. Michael Vaughan said, I quite like his observation, that his action reminds him a bit of Fred Truman. He's a little bit lower at the crease than Truman.
All right. Well, I haven't seen a great deal of Fred Truman.
How on with that?
Which is shocking, I know.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I do nothing but watch videos of him on most nights.
I've heard Dennis Lilly mentioned as a side-arm action, and it's a very good action. I mean, it's got a very controlled run-up, side-on action, and a very quick arm.
4 more to Pope. England 66 for 4. Naseem's in. That's full, that's driven in the air, flies past gully down to the third man boundary for 4. Loose shot, he went after it, full-blooded. Heart in mouth time. That would have been a heck of a catch to get it because it went at incredible breakneck speed.
I don't mind that though, you know. I mean, it's full, it's up there and out there, and Ollie Pope is seeing it well. It was an excellent pull shot earlier in the over. And at that pace, if you go hard at the ball, it's going to take some catching. So, you know, the adrenaline's going. He's feeling good. He's seeing it well. And, England need him to carry on for a little bit longer.
They really do. He's picked up 2 4s in 2 balls. England 70 for 4 now. Pope has moved to 40 from 50 balls. Here is Shah. And Pope defends solidly on off stump up to mid-off. End of the over, something's happening all the time since England have been batting. Buttler yet to score. Pope has 40, 21 overs bowled. We've got 26 minutes left. With Shah bowling, they might squeeze in another 7 overs. I don't think there's any point thinking about night watchman. I mean,
but I think it's, you know, Jos Buttler's now on strike, and I'm fascinated to see how he comes out and approaches this situation. He's not got a huge amount to gain because, as you say, there's only 26 minutes left. However, we all know, well, some people may know what he's got on the back of his bat, which is typifies how he wants to go out and play, i.e. with no fear, take the attack to the bowlers. Can he do that under this sort of pressure?
Yasir Shah starts a new over and Buttler defends into the covers. It's picked up.
And that doesn't mean running down the wicket, by the way. It doesn't mean hitting balls over the top. It just means, as Ollie Pope has done, show busy footwork, pick the length quickly, get on the back foot if you can and cut it away and rotate the strike.
Here is Shah. And Buttler drives firmly. Oh, and it's bounced through Babar Azam's hands at extra cover, but it's tidied up. Rid off. There's no run. There's his single. I suppose he's got a bit of a space square of the wicket in the offside between the extra cover and the backward point. He might be eyeing up. And he comes forward in defence to a full ball on the middle and off. Pushes into the offside. Babar trots in to collect. 70 for 4. The score remains. If you're just joining us, it's been Pakistan's day. It threatened to be England's day before lunch. It was really the hour and a half after lunch when Pakistan took the game by storm. A terrific partnership between Shadab and Shan Masood. The last 5 wickets fell in a cluster for 45. Yasir Shah is in. A little dab sweep, and the square leg had moved to silly point, and Buttler felt comfortable enough playing that he's got it 5 down to fine leg when Naseem runs around to field. Pick up 2, Butler's off the mark. 72 for 4. But Pakistan closed on 326 all out, and then England lost a flurry of wickets early on in their innings. Burns the first over, then Sibley, then Stokes, brilliantly bowled by Mohammad Abbas. Another little deft little sweep from Buttler, gets his very fine again, almost identically, comes back for 2 more, and Naseem does the fielding again, moves to 4, 74 for 4. At that point they were 12 for 3 and really rocking. We wondered if it was going to be one of those nightmare sessions for England. Pope and Root got things back on track, but in the last over that Yasir bowled, got one to skid on a bit. Root played an indeterminate sort of dab. It got a tiny feather through to the keeper who took it. Shah is in outside the off stump. Left alone, end of the over, 22 gone. 74 for 4, Buttler 4. Pope has 40, and that has put England back in the mire with 23 minutes to go.
I like the way Jos Buttler played to his strengths in that over, i.e. the 2 dab sweeps, sweep shots. He gets the bat out early, doesn't try and hit the ball too hard, and just helps the ball on its way round to the leg side. It's clever play and brave play to sort of play that shot. I mean, although the ball was probably on the stumps, he backed himself to execute the shot well.
Did he do that because short leg had moved across?
I think he did, yeah. The short leg was there really for the ball that skids on and might take the inside edge of the bat onto the pad and bob out to short leg. Why they moved the man across, I don't really know, to be honest. I'm surprised they perhaps haven't had a gully as well, given them 1 or 2 have turned. But Pakistan have moved the field around a lot, and just because Jos played a couple of sweeps, then the short leg went to the 45 for the sweep shot, so things can change quickly.
Change of bowling. Shaheen Shah Afridi is back in, the left arm quickie over the wicket from the stay the men, thuds into the pads, a stifled appeal, runs away down to sort of backward square leg position where Rizwan does the fielding. They get a leg by. The appeal was ludicrous. It was way outside leg stump. They did keep a little low, and they're just signs of unevenness here and there. We've seen this in the 2 test matches before. It's a sporty wicket, it's not a bad wicket, but stuff happens.
Well, and I'm not sure as a batsman you always feel totally in because of that uneven bounce, because we've seen 1 or 2 balls seam a lot, and of course the ball is turning as well. So I like Pope's approach, and I think England still although they're on the back foot, they still need to take those run-scoring opportunities when they come along. But good captaincy from Azhar to change the attack. He's not going to let the game drift. He's trying to stay one step ahead and dictate terms to England.
1 for 7 in 6.1 overs, Shaheen, Shah, Afridi. He's been an awkward customer today, and Buttler gets one down the leg side. He's not quite got his line right yet to the two right-handers since he's come back, taken tumblingly, if that's a word, by Mohammad Rizwan. There's no run, 75 for 4. England. There's something else for Buttler to think about, isn't it? Just come in, he's now got the left armour, he's got a leggy at the other end. He's got England in a very, very difficult position. There'll be a lot going through his mind right now. Foremost among them, you'd think would be survival. 20 minutes to go to the stumps. Comes Shaheen, Shah, Afridi. So the channel outside the off stump just lets it go through to the keeper, and there is no run. I was asked on Twitter if there was any chance of rain coming to save England. Well, would you believe it? The forecast was rain-free for 3 days. So I'm afraid that's not going to be it. But what you're going to need to do is, I think, give votive offerings to Ollie Pope. That is who England are relying on. Pope Oliver. And Buttler. Afridi in, wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. And there's no run again. Sort of counting down the balls to close the play, England here. Andy.
What kind of votive offerings do you think would work?
What do you give to popes? I don't know. I'm not sure. I suppose it depends on the pope. Offering up respect and humility, that sort of thing. He got 91 in the last test here, so he quite likes batting at Old Trafford, I'd say. Round the wickets, coming Shaheen and Shah, Afridi to Buttler, who lets this go to get it too wide outside the off stump. He needs to make him play. Got a good idea bringing Afridi back on this over, but he bowled 2 balls too far down the leg side, and then he's bowled too far outside the off stump from over the wicket. Now it's not quite challenged the stumps from round the wicket. So
what you're saying is, watch out for the straight one now.
Yes, it's a sort of wide of the crease toe crusher. Feels like it might be the order of the day, this last ball of the over. Let's see, he comes in from behind the umpire. And Buttler does get that ball, but drives it gloriously, straight, mid-off, all the way up to the boundary for 4. No point in chasing that. Lovely shot from Buttler. I think it was the attempted Yorker. He didn't quite get his length. At the end of the over, England 79 for 4. Buttler has 8. Pope 40 from 52 balls. More thoughts from Mark Ramprakash then to take you through to the close of play. It'll be Jonathan Aitken.
Well, it was a terrific off drive from Jos Buttler. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Well balanced. And I mentioned earlier about how he executed very well the sweeps from the previous over. Well, that was an excellent drive and will settle him down. We all know Jos Buttler has huge talent, and he has played well in Test cricket. He got an excellent 100 back at Trent Bridge against India. But in recent times, he's found the game very, very challenging. And of course, when someone's so talented, they have such a range of shots, it can sometimes be difficult to put an innings together. Well, that's exactly what England need, and hopefully Ollie Pope and Jos Buttler can build this partnership.
Well, they've got to get through to tonight. First of all, that's turned away by Pope as he slightly drifts onto leg stump and is nudged away into that leg side field. 81 for 4. Pope moves to 42, playing a rather different game to everyone else, it seems, in this England innings. He's playing very fluently. In the sunshine now, pleased to report, beautiful. Late afternoon, early evening. Shadows stretching across the ground as Yasir Shah again bustles in, bowls, that spins sharply, very sharply, but from wide of the off stump, so Pope able to let it go, but they're an indication of what awaits and why again England in this position are really deep in trouble, because they've got to get up at least to match Pakistan's first innings score. You feel now he's dancing down the pitch, taking on mid-off, the throw misses the stumps, And there's a desperate scrambling stop there by Abid Ali at mid-wicket with the helmet on. As Pope made his ground up at the far end, but looked slightly startled by that. But Pope knew he was going to the danger end.
I thought it was really good use of his feet. You know, so many people, when they come down the wicket, they feel like they've got to hit a massive shot down the ground, but he was always in control. He got close to the ball, pushed it to mid-off, and he was always looking for that quick single.
Now Buttler on 8. Yasir Shah moves in. Bowls. That's far away for that off stump. They say that Yasir doesn't bowl a wrong anymore, and it might be right, but that one didn't spin away very sharply. I'd like to see it from the other end. It was a leg spinner, but it didn't turn, so it almost ran on. Almost hit the off stump. 82 for 4. Slip there as well, and Buttler was beaten by another one, which the keeper didn't take cleanly. He was hanging around in his crease. That's tossed up by Shah, pitching outside leg and missing off.
Useful delivery. You've done well if you nick that.
Well, listen to the chatter out there. Butler's got to close that all off. There's the next one, has him pushing forward with a thick edge, a big slip, runs away for Shadab to field. Running down to a short third man. Every ball you feel is like a hand grenade at the moment. And they're hanging on. Broad smiles on the faces of the Pakistanis. England are 83 for 4. So they're 243 behind. Burns 4, Sibley 8, Root 14 from 58 balls. Stokes 0, the men dismissed. We've seen the full range of the variety of Pakistan's attack, and they've got an awful lot up their sleeves. Left arm pace, right arm pace, right arm metronomic seam bowling. And just one of the leg spinners so far we've seen, but there's another one out there, and he does have the full range of wrong-uns and so on. But we haven't seen Shadab yet. And Shaheen Afridi with the clock ticking towards 7 o'clock, England willing it on. He's on his way, and he's bowling to Josh Buttler, who's got 9, and he lets that one go through outside the off stump. England really just get hold of that big hand on the pavilion clock and drag it round to the 7 o'clock just to get off and come back tomorrow. Maybe some of the noise and the Pakistani enthusiasm might just have dwindled a little bit at the start of a new day, because at the moment, and you can hear it for yourselves back home with no crowd, really quite deafening. 83 for 4. Shaheen's ready. He's on his way again now, running in smoothly, bowls to Buttler again. Allows that to pass harmlessly by, about a foot outside his off stump. How did you cut all that noise out?
Well, it's a challenge. It is, it really is. You've got to get in your own bubble and try and just take one ball at a time. It's someone like Joss who's just new to the wicket. You've got to try and gather your thoughts, and this is where you control your emotions. And people talk about character and temperament in Test cricket. Well, this is exactly what you're talking about. You're being really tested as to whether you can think clearly under pressure.
Shaheen bowls outside the off stump, and again Buttler allows that to go by very calmly, looking unruffled. He hasn't had a great game behind the stumps, and he knows that. And his recent record too is 50 that he scored in the last game, was his first in the last 9 tests. What that noise is. How you block that out? I can think of 1 or 2 batsmen in the past who might have turned around and said something, but you can't now with pitch microphones in an empty ground. 83 for 4. Free runs in, bowls, and that's nicely played by Buttler, getting into line, going calmly down to mid-on. 83 for 4. And Shaheen Afridi's changing again. He's going this way and that, over and round. Suddenly, as soon as the sun goes behind a cloud, the light doesn't look very good again. With only 10 minutes to go, let's see if the umpires will let today finish. There'll still be some unbowled overs, mind you. There's supposed to be 10 left after this one. As Shaheen Afridi bowls, hits him on the pad, runs away down to backward point. scored 156 today. He was the 9th man out. He opened the innings, of course. 9th out for 156. Featuring in that partnership of 105 with Shadab. Well, it looked good at the time. It looks even better now. 4th umpire, I see down there with the light meter, ready to bring out. After this ball, presumably, 83 for 4. Shane runs in and bowls, and Buttler again gets nicely into his stumps and plays that very carefully into the leg side. And there's no runs. It's 83 for 4. We've got 10 minutes left, all being well. But England are 243 behind. And they were doing all they can, these two batsmen, to convince the umpires that it really is it's too dark to be batting. It's purely down to the umpires now. It used, of course, to be the bats would actually appeal against the light. It seems a funny old system now.
I also wonder as well that with wrist spin, sometimes you've got to be able to see the hand, and if it's a bit dark, that could also affect the batsman's decision making. Whether the umpires will consider that, I'm not sure.
Yasir moves in, bowls, and Pope is forward. The ball bounces away. Abid there's with his helmet on. He's at short leg. I think it just comes out of danger, doesn't it? Is that what it's supposed to come down to? But well, you're right. If you try and see what's going on, yeah. 83 for 4, 243 behind. There's the Shah bowls again. The ball spins away outside Pope's off stump. And how well he's played, by the way. He really has. He's still inexperienced at this level. But again, he's displaying the sort of maturity that makes you think that he's going to score a bucket full of runs at Test cricket. Here's the Shah again. Bowls to once more down the pitch, taking on mid-off, and the throw misses once more. As Pope runs his bat into his ground, this is how Shah Masood and Shadab Khan batted this afternoon. Push and run, driving the fielders mad. But, comfortably in his ground. He had the momentum from dancing down the pitch and took it with him.
I suppose the only thing he's got to watch there is that Jos Buttler's got to get down the other end.
Yes.
You know, if he's already advanced 4 yards down to get to the pitch of the ball, Jos Buttler still has 22 yards to get, so mid-off may think about throwing at the other end.
Now another man catching for Buttler, so 2 slips. Yasir bustles in and bowls, and it's too short, and Buttler plays that very nicely indeed. He's timed it well off the back foot out of deep cover. There's a man patrolling the boundary, but he can't get there. Beautifully timed. And Mohammad Abbas, who's taken a couple of wickets in this final session of the day, he was on the boundary. Maybe he had to run 20 yards or so. But that was hit very firmly indeed by Buttler. 88 for 4. There's a Shah. Sweeps back his hair, spins himself the catch from right hand to left. Comes bouncing in again and bowls again. It's too short, and Buttler can crack that into the offside. This time Abbas has got to run the other way. Down he goes. He did well there. Sort of smothering the ball really. So a sprint to his right followed by a sprint to his left. And it's 90 for 4. They've got 236 runs behind. Abbas was shouting there to Yasir, pitch it up. Not enough of all this sprinting around out here. Followed a good spell. Last ball of the over, Yasir bowls, and that's ignored by Buttler and collected by Rizwan, the vociferous keeper. 90 for 4, 26 overs bowled. Pope has 44 from 58 balls, and Buttler is 15 not out. And it's showing 7 minutes to go. Still, the umpires don't think they've received that light meter. But this is getting close, I think, to being at the sort of level where they might consider going off, because it's you can see the shadows at the feet of the bowler. It's been cast by the floodlights. 90 for 4. Pope's checking his guard. And Shaheen will continue. The young left-arm quick bowler who trapped the first wicket Burns, LBW, in the first over of England's replies. Terrible start. They've never really recovered from that. Shaheen runs in and bowls a very wide ball and full outside the off stump. And Pope hopefully can ignore that. And there's no run. Ground staff mustering down there. They know that the end is nigh of the day, regardless of whether the umpires decide the light is good enough or not. And in fact, there's a bit of watery sunlight now. 90 for 4. Fascinating day's play. Lots to talk about in our review of the day, the podcast later on. Shaheen runs away from us, left arm over the wicket, and again it's too wide to bother Pope, who will only play now, surely. Only anything that he has to. A bit of gardening too, which takes a bit of time. Tapping at the pitch, and Buttler comes down for a word as well. And there's cries of encouragement ringing round a deserted Old Trafford. It shows what you don't hear when you've got 20,000 people in. The batsman can hear it though. 90 for 4. And now the sun fully out. Shaheen runs away from us and bowls. That's nicely played by Pope, coming forward, thinking about the single into the offside. But it's feel about Azhar, the captain. We're delighted, I think, with the way the day's gone. Despite his duck in the first innings, won't bother him at the moment. And that's very... Was that called a no ball? I was looking at the replay. I think that should have been called a no ball for touching the return crease. But of course we don't know if the third umpire's got a picture of that or not. He's got the popping crease. I wonder if he's got the return crease. Have we discovered a frailty in the system, Rams? There's Shadab bowling on off stump, pushed away to mid-off, going to a quick single, but has got to hurry. But the throw is nowhere near hitting the stumps. And through they go for a well-taken one run, 91 for 4. That question needs to be asked, because if the umpires now are not looking down at all, they're not monitoring the crease, but looking straight ahead, they're not going to see the back foot no ball. And that one, to me, was quite clearly you have to touch the return crease.
Well, early in the day, Richard Inworth did call a no ball, which he shouldn't have. But so clearly he was looking at the foot.
He's looking at the popping crease, but are they looking? They're not. Can't be looking at the return crease at all now. And I wonder if the third umpire's view is simply a side-on shot of the popping crease and doesn't see the return crease at all. There's split screens in his office now. It's all getting very complicated. But that's a question worth asking, I think. 91 for 4. Shane Afridi bowls is driven firmly back at him by Buttler, and Pope has to dive for his ground just in case there was a deflection from the bowler's hand into the stumps. I think he's winded himself actually. He's up on his feet now, sucking in some air. I can think of a crafty batsman or two who might have been winded in inverted commas at that stage with 3 minutes to go.
Well, it's already happened today. Was it Shadab Khan dived and landed on his box?
Indeed.
I mean, that can't be too pleasant.
Well, most unpleasant, I would think. One ball remains and then there'll be time for one more over. 91 for 4. Buttler on strike, and Shaheen bowls from a slower ball, which he waited for and has patted away into the gully. Now that'll be the end of Shane Afridi for the day. I think he looks, if anyone's watching on the telly, that's a young Roger Federer. They think.
Well, he's got a great head of hair. I mean, I'm very envious.
Yeah, no, I'm going Roger Federer. He's just got that Federer face. But a few years ago, but Roger Federer liked his cricket, of course. I don't think he ever ran in and bowled that fast with his left arm. But it's been a beautiful spell of bowling today. 91 for 4. So England are 235 behind. They've got one over to negotiate. And there's a lot of hard work ahead of them tomorrow.
Just looking at Yasir Shah's recent form, in his first 33 tests he took 202 wickets, averaged 28. It was the fastest to the 200 wicket mark, beating Clary Grummit's 36 match record, but since then in 7 tests 12 wickets at 68.
Up he comes from the far end. He's got 1 wicket so far, and a big one too of Joe Root. That's first ball of the final over. He's played away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. I say final over, it's showing 2 minutes to go. I suppose it depends how quickly he gets through it, but I can't think Ollie Pope will let him whiz through these 5 remaining balls in the minute and a bit that remains. Yes, a sharp bowls, and Pope is forward carefully, but then a twitch at the end, playing out to cover. Low run, 91 for 4. before. Wrist spinners are often so charismatic with big smiles on their faces and so on. Yasir Shah is certainly one of those. They've changed the field around, so another man into the offside now. Twiddles his bat. This will be the last over now. And Yasir bowls over the wicket and hopes down the pitch, and that does actually collide with the stumps at the far end. There's an appeal here, because presumably Yasir feels that he got a hand on that, but I don't think Buttler was out of his ground. But the umpires asked for a replay. That'll certainly mean that that's the end of play after these couple of balls that remain, but it was driven back by Pope. And Yasir certainly got his hand very close to it, but umpire Illingworth did call for a review there. Yep, you can see it hit his finger quite clearly. But where's Buttler? Well, he's comfortably in. Comfortably in. 2 balls to go. 91 for 4. Excellent day for Pakistan. They've got England here in a lot of trouble. Make no mistake about it. As Yasir bowls, that's clipped into the leg side by Pope. He's looking for 2, but it's only going to be 1. So he'll finish the day 45 not out. Innings of real contrast to what else has gone before him from England. He's faced 67 balls. And Jos Buttler will be relieved to see this out. He's not had a good game behind the stumps at all. If he can just see out this last delivery, at least he can start afresh tomorrow. He looks around. There's a man on the sweep here at short fine leg now. The last ball of the day is bowled, and Buttler allows it to spin harmlessly by. And England close on 92 for 4, so they're 234 runs behind, with Jos Buttler on 15 not out. And that is Pakistan's day by a country mile. And England have got an awful lot to do tomorrow. So we'll start our review of the day, which will be downloaded as a podcast later. And the close of play of the second day of the first Test match between England and Pakistan at Emirates Old Trafford sees England in a lot of trouble on a day which 12 wickets fell for 279 runs. England finished the day on 92 for 4, so they're 234 runs behind Pakistan's first innings score of 326. We'll go through that in a second, but to begin with, England's reply began badly with Burns out for the 4th ball of the innings. Abid to the left arm quick bowler Shaheen Afridi for just 4 runs. Dom Sibley, Abid to the metronomic Abbas for 8. That was 12 for 2, 12 for 3 when Stokes was bowled by Abbas for a duck, batting well out of his crease, a ball that just held its own and beat the outside edge. 12 for 3 in the 6th over. Well, Root and Pope put on 50, with Root taking 22 balls to get off the mark. He made 14 from 58 balls, so he tried to cut a ball that was too close to him from Yasir, the leg spinner, and was caught behind off the bowling of Rizwan. So, from that moment on, Pope has breezed relatively to 45, has played very smoothly from 67 balls, and Buttler is 15 not out, 92 for 4. To mention Mohammad Abbas took 2 for 24 in that innings. Pakistan, well, it was a funny old day. They lost Babar Azam to the 6th ball of the morning, caught by Root off Anderson for 69, so no addition to that. And shortly afterwards, Asad Shafiq was caught by Stokes' second slip off Broad for 7, so that was 150 for 4. And Pakistan innings really was going absolutely nowhere. Mohammad Rizwan was caught by Buttler off Woakes for 9, 176 for 5, and England rubbing their hands. But then a really positive partnership, some terrific running between the wickets with Shadab who really did wind up the fielders, bringing them in, beating them with fine strokes. He put 105 on with Shah Masood, the opening batsman, who of course gave 2 chances yesterday on 45. Well, eventually Shadab was caught by Root off Bess at mid-on for 45, and then the innings rather subsided. They lost the last 5 wickets for 45. The 9th man out was Shah Masood for an excellent 156 from 319 balls. Bowling-wise, Stuart Broad finished with 3 for 54. Jofra Archer 3 for 59, 326 all out. England 92 for 4 at the close of play. Lots to digest with Azam and with Michael Vaughan. Where do we start? Let's start with you, Azhar. I think you've had a good day there. You'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, very happy with that. I think start of the day first session belonged to England, and they were brilliant with the ball. And after that, I was can't get my head around when 5 overs to go and 2 spinner was bowling for a new ball. You're playing with 4 fast bowlers and you should be bowling that. And they allow Pakistan to get set up. And I thought Shadab Khan and Shan Masood was very special, and they put pressure on the bowlers, and after that, they built up a really great partnership. And then the last session was especially for the bowlers, and they were absolutely brilliant.
Well, we saw the full range there. There's still one wrist spinner, of course, Shadab, who we haven't seen yet, but that pace bowling attack, it's got everything.
Yeah, they got everything, like different angles. Shah Afridi bowled 85 miles an hour, 5 over crazy, swinging the ball both ways, asking question all the fast bowlers, and you should be able to pass. They allow Pakistan not as quick as the other two, but I thought he got enough skill and ability to get Shan Masood person out on any pitch. He got 10 for in Abu Dhabi, so that's the skill shows from this ball.
Yeah. Well, Michael, what do you make of that as a day? It began so well with Babar Azam out in the first over, and even after that, England were chipping away, but it did all go wrong for them around about lunchtime.
Yeah, I mean, full credit to Pakistan. They're a tremendous cricket team to watch. They've got high-class players with a huge amount of skill. I always felt this series was going to be a step up from the West Indies series, from the skill levels, the discipline, the expertise that Pakistan were going to throw at England, and winning the toss batting. I look back to Jason Holder bowling again in that third game. I just think against this England side, nothing surprises me when the opposing team bat first and get a decent score, 326, not a massive score, but it's a decent score. It's a common trend, Aggers. We've got to be honest, when England bowl first, and when they have bowled first continuously over the last 3 or 4 years, and it's been under Joe Root's leadership, they struggle to read the play, and they have moments like, as I mentioned, about the 2 spinners bowling, just not realising that moment was so important for the test match. England had to win that moment. And you go back to yesterday after lunch, they just have an hour's play where you're looking at what's going on. The ball's travelling to all parts. They just seem to lose focus when they bowl first, and then the batters, as soon as they get put under pressure, with half a score on the scoreboard before they've taken guard, let's be honest, how we sit up here and we go, they will lose wickets. They're going to lose wickets. It's just a common trend with England's test match team. If they bat first, I have every confidence that they'll go out when they bat and play okay, and I have more confidence when they get the ball in hand that they'll read the situation, and Joe himself as a captain will be reading the game better, knowing that his team have batted, whether it's because he's batted on it and the team have batted on it and they know the kind of lengths that are hard to face by the time they get the ball in hand. But it's been a common trend for a while now that when England bowl first and then bat second, both disciplines don't seem to be able to operate the conditions as well as when they bat first. And
it's just strange, isn't it?
And it's the first test of the series, so I don't know. I mean,
but is it because they don't know when to attack, or when just go dry, as they call it these days, and just bowl some maidens and get some control? Because they're having really kept things so tight in the morning and taken those wickets, they've yielded 20 odd runs in those 5 overs that we're talking about. That's really the point, isn't it? It just absolutely, it's like a pressure cooker, let the steam out.
Yeah, and the same thing happened yesterday after lunch. It's just, I don't know. I mean, the basics of the game is you have to make sure that you win the first 20 minutes of every session, and then you can control that session from there. And how do you do that? You generally start with your best 2 bowlers, if you possibly can. If they're knackered from bowling before lunch, when you kind of go, right, who are my next best 2? To start with 2 spinners and to kind of create this momentum for Pakistan towards that second new ball, that was a tactical manoeuvre that I don't think it's at this stage costing them the test match, but I do see some manoeuvres out there that are moving the momentum of the test match within 20-30 minutes of playing. At this level against a team like the West Indies, you get away with it, and it's not being disparaging towards the West Indies side. They were great to watch and they came over here and played, but Pakistan are at a level up, and then you go to an India side or an Australia side, they'll blow England away. The talk of, I've heard in the week, England want to be the number 1 test team in the world again. They're miles off it, Aggers. Absolutely miles off it. I mean, they've got some quality players, they've got a huge amount of skill, but, you've got to say that tactically they get it wrong quite often, and, there's question marks over a few areas of the team, and to start talking now about being the number 1 team in the world, miles off.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. It's the cost of every run, I think, isn't it, Azhar, and that 326, people might be saying, well, why are you worried about that? It's only a middling sort of a score and a first innings of a test match, but actually we've seen quite a lot happening out there, and that's the point, isn't it, with Pakistan able to bowl last, one imagines.
Yes, not 326, not the massive score, but I know the Pakistan mindset, whenever we come to England, we saw, first 300 run in first inning, and then we got bowlers who can get 20 wickets, and we saw a lot of spin. We haven't seen Shadab Khan yet. But I think England got a trend for last 3-4 series, lost the first test match and win the series. I hope not that the case to the rest of the series. But I think one thing I would say, I haven't seen Jofra because he bowled the first spell in before lunch, and we haven't seen him till before tea time. I think that's where you want your best bowler to bowling at Shadab Khan at that time. I totally agree. They allowed them.
I wondered if he was fit. He's sort of hitting 82, 83 miles an hour, and he had his sort of hands on his hips quite a lot.
Well, I think we're going to speak to him shortly. Maybe that question will be asked. But there's been two days of cricket that Pakistan have been great. They really have. They just like you said it on the first morning. We were just sat here watching them warm up, and we both looked and went, they're on it, this lot. Yes. They look like a well-oiled unit. They're running between the wickets. I've not seen a team do that before. Just tap and run and really frustrate Anderson and Broad and bring the fielders in, and there was overthrows. So Pakistan so far have come here. They've clearly done a lot of thinking. Yunis Khan, the batting cat, I don't know what he writes on his pad, but he writes every single ball something. I don't know what he's up to, but it's working. And they just look. They look. Got Wakar Yunis. You can see him working with the bowlers. You've got Misbah, who's in and around the team. You've got Mushtaq, who's working with the spin bowlers, and they look like a quality team. I mean, I think their batting will become under a huge amount of pressure over the course of the next couple of games as well, because, when you look at Shadab at 6, Rizwan at 6 and Shadab at 7, it's light, very similar to England when you look at England with Chris Woakes at 7. So I think both batting units have got some quality players and some fragility around it. But this is a very common trend of the England side.
Let's talk Josh Buttler a second, because he's a poor game behind the stumps. Yeah. We know what his batting record is. Last 9 tests, averaged 22. Last 17 tests, averaging 24. If England continue to play 4 bowlers and Stokes is kind of maybe just one that you can use every now and then. In other words, what I'm saying is that the wicketkeeper is going to bat at 6. Could you see folks batting at 6? I mean, if Butler's place really is under that sort of pressure, do you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. No, I don't. The keeper's got to be at 7 for me.
Yes.
In this England team, that's why I look at it and say, how can you be number 1 in the world when you haven't really got an out-and-out high-class spin bowler? There's question marks over the keeper. 2 senior outstanding bowlers. How much longer can they go on? 2 or 3 of the top order. You look at the technical side of the play of Rory Burns and Dom Sibley. Yep. As a seam bowler, Azhar, and yourself, Jonathan, when you're seeing those techniques moving over to the off stump, you just know the ball that nips back. I mean, I would have sleepless nights facing Mohammad Abbas. I'll openly admit that, and I think Dom and Sibley will have quite a number over the next 3 weeks of sleepless night, knowing that ball's going to be away, boom, he's going to nip one back. Yes. It's going to be so hard. He might have to come out of his crease, which England tried to do, but that ruins your rhythm as a player. I found it so hard to do that, because you're just ruining your rhythm of the way that you play. You look at Ben Stokes, he came out of his crease by a metre, and then he gets a good one, but he's playing on the move. He's not playing with any kind of stability or balance. So already Mohammad Abbas has got England thinking of doing something different before they've really faced a delivery, which tells you that they've done a bit of research and they feel that batting outside of the crease is going to nullify LBW and bowled. Well, he got an LBW and he got a bowled. So that tactic didn't quite work today.
And the keeper stands up anyway.
Correct. It's, the England test team, they're great to watch in a way, because you're never quite sure what you're going to get, but now we do know what we're going to get when the opposing team bat. In English conditions, I think Stefan Zeltz, who works with the BBC, read a stat out about if the opposing team come here and get over 180 in the first innings, batting first, I don't think England have won for many, many tests in this country. So always bat first against England, I would suggest.
They've got a lot of hard work here tomorrow, thanks to you two. And we will be hearing from Jofra Archer later on. It'll be in the podcast and on the BBC outlets shortly, I'm sure. You can watch highlights now on Today at the Test on BBC 2. That'll be available also on the BBC iPlayer. The TMS podcast will be available shortly via BBC Sounds, including, as I mentioned, Jofra Archer and also Shan Masood too. It's a fascinating chat with the Pakistan Cricket Board Chairman Ihsan Mani, who we had at lunch today. All sorts of things we talked about there. We're back on air at 10:15 tomorrow morning on 5 Live Sports Extra for our highlights half hour, with Radio 4 long wave listeners joining at 10:45. A great day for Pakistan today. Let's see what happens tomorrow. We'll see you then. From all of us here at Old Trafford, we'll say goodbye.